What'd they get out of that?
Total control of your concept of what this reality is and what you're doing in it and who runs it.
So if it was flat, they couldn't do the same thing?
They would have to do it in a different way, and it wouldn't work so well because in a flat universe, it's more likely that someone would come to the conclusion that God prevails over government. But in a nihilistic, scientific, nothingness, your Stardust kind of world, they can steal your idea of. They can basically guide your conclusions so that they create atheists. They create like obedient drones because science is true objectively. It wouldn't lie to you, and there's no evidence of creation due to science.
God controlled over government up until the separation of the Church of England. And then it still did control most of the world, with the exception of England and its places. So that doesn't mesh very well. And
Well,
even
you
in
have to also consider that,
civilizations, they had gods that controlled over their governments as well, even in Egypt.
like I
Even
said,
their pharaohs worshipped gods.
like I said, they would just have to do it different. But overall, there would be more pagans. There'd be more outsiders that would be less likely to fall in line with the government. But if you literally create a worldview based on supposed objectivity, then even if people leave the farm, they're still in the farm because their brain can't conceive something outside of it.
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me because we don't. Okay, so you're saying that we're taught, some of us, and some of you, I guess, just know that it's not true, but so that we're all raised to learn how we live on a sphere. And
so the limits of your mind.
So then you're saying they couldn't have taught us that we lived on a flat plane and did the same thing for some reason.
I think the reason, I think from my perspective, it's intimately connected. I think there's a lot more land out there. So if a group of people found more land and decided, hey, we're going to keep this for ourselves, we're going to use all the gold, all the resources, all for ourselves, use that land to then basically take over the entire gold standard that was already happening, in the rest of the world, as it were. So there's a whole history to this. So once they did that, they slowly, literally were able to kind of buy out the gold standard because they had more than the rest of us. And then they were able to start the Federal Reserve because they already were wealthy, had the wealth from that. So the globe cosmology removes all other land. It makes only the land continents that we know about now, and that's it. And it's kind of ingenious in that way. I'm not really calling them geniuses, but it is pretty clever to do that because when you ball it up like that, it's a limited ball. And then you make the outer space so far and so absolute light years and so treacherous that most humans on the earth are not even going to consider that they could even go up there. Plus that whole thing is fake. It's a whole fake space anyways. So that, but the cosmology is fundamentally isolating because it's this ball in this huge vacuum of outer space that only their agencies, their fake agencies that they created, are the ones that are exploring it. None of us can. So I think that very structure is, like, by doing the globe earth is how they literally got control over the quote unquote global system that we're in.
Well said.
Isn't that all just speculation?
No, man. It's evidence before you. You take it however you want.
Okay, so there's evidence that there's gold outside Antarctica.
Well, there's vast resources. I mean, Admiral Byrd openly admitted this publicly when he came back and was interviewed. He says there's vast amounts of resources, from coal to, you name it, petroleum, and probably natural precious metals and gems and such.
So you accept word of Admiral Byrd, but when there's crews of Apollo missions, you don't accept their word that they went to the moon.
Well, you're talking two different franchises. Like, you got A, the military industrial complex, and then B, you got NASA. So They do have a connection, but they're two separate entities.
Why would that matter? It's
Why
just
wouldn't
word
that
again.
matter?
Well, how is Admiral
You got
Byrd?
two separate agendas at play.
So
Sure.
so the flat Earth just started getting hidden. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Recently?
Admiral Byrd. Yeah, you said that Admiral Byrd is working for the military in the industrial complex, and now that complex is trying to reveal the flat Earth because they have Admiral Byrd telling us that the Earth is flat and there's gems and gold.
Well, he didn't necessarily say it was flat that I'm aware of. He talked about hollow Earth, but yeah, I mean, his whole story, we could discuss different ideas. Is it true? Is it false? All of that. However, it did seem like the military was doing exploration at that time and trying to get further in various ways. And it did seem like they were sending him out to do that. And what he was finding, you know, at first he obviously was reporting it to some degree. He always seems to me, he reminds me a little bit of the astronauts when they came back from the moon, where they're real kind of controlled and like thinking in their mind, like, oh, what can I say? What can I can't say? So to me, in my personal viewpoint of just watching his demeanor, it seems like he was sort of only telling things that he could. And so there was some reason that they were putting that out there. And perhaps maybe partly was so that they could then create a story as to why they need to all protect it with their United Nations system.
Well, it just seems interesting because you get a lot of people that are contrary to flat Earth, right? And they say, well, the mainstream narrative is such, and why would I have to believe anything different? But then in the same breath, like when the Pentagon reveals UFOs defying the current laws of physics before our eyes, then they want to be speculative upon that. Or when
No,
or when the
that's not
plane supposedly flew through the third wing of the Pentagon, right? And then they want to act like the narrative is truthful, but then when it comes to the evidence, then they want to dismiss. So it's like they're kind of picking
Who
and
are you
choosing.
talking about? Who are you talking
We're
about?
talking.
Because
I'm
you're not
talking.
talking about me.
Well, you question me directly upon why would I believe the military in one reference, and then in the next reference
Sure.
deny what they say. But
Yeah.
then
And
it's
when did
so
I?
you're
When did I?
weighing me.
When? No, hold on. You made claims about me if you said that you were talking about me. When have I said anything about the Pentagon UFO videos?
No, that's not the point. The point is that you
The
asked
point
me
is that
why
you
would I.
said.
The point is that you're asking me why would I accept one faction's understanding and then deny the rest of what they say? But I'm saying that that level of scrutiny can be weighed upon you just as equally. Like
Yes, yes,
you,
it
and
can.
that's why
Yes,
I
it
brought up
can.
the Pentagon. That's why I brought up the
Hold on.
Pentagon, because
Yeah.
here we have evidence from the mainstream narrative, right? The one of the most prestigious agencies we have here admitting that they don't understand why something's defying the current understanding of physics. And
Yeah.
then
And what
it's
is
like,
my stance
so,
on it? You told my stance. What is my stance on it? You seem to
well,
know.
I'm not saying your personal stance, but I'm saying the very same people that would say the Pentagon experienced the plane flying through it, and that's what they said, so that's what we're sticking to it, would deny what the Pentagon's saying upon this UFO activity being anything to do with some type of alien extraterrestrial life source or some type of
That's not
even
what
validity behind the phenomenon.
that's not what the Pentagon says, though.
That's exactly what the Pentagon says. The Pentagon
So
says that
Pentagon
they are
says that
receiving.
it's alien life.
Pentagon says that they've got video evidence to support not only video, but they've got radar and they've got satellite technicians, all three confirming, as well as operators in the field, such as air fighter pilots, and
What
all
are they confirming?
confirming that there's some sort of an orb, if you will, that's defying current known physics by making turns at such speeds that show no type of slowing down as it banks and
Sure,
stops
but
and goes. So
where's the Pentagon claiming that it's alien life?
no, they're not saying it's alien life. They're saying it's defying the current
Sure,
understanding of physics,
and
and
apparently that's what happened. So we
the
accept it. That's not.
speculations were originally drones, maybe they thought, but obviously drones can't do this, so that kind of got thrown out. And the only thing left is like other military industrial complexes spying
that's not the
essentially.
only thing that's left. No, that's not the only
Well,
thing that's left.
I'm not saying that's the only thing that's left. I'm saying one of
You
the only
just said
things.
it.
And then, yeah, well, you're interrupting me. So if you would stop interrupting me, I could finish my statement before you're going to close it on me. Thank you. So anyhow, the only options left is that it's other military industrial complex spying or extraterrestrial life. If you can give me a third option, that would be great.
Anomaly.
Done. So there's infinite amount of things that it can be because it's a UFO. So you can't. There's no dichotomy or trichotomy on what it is. It
Yeah,
can be.
no, there is.
Now you can't let me speak, and you complain that I interrupt. I mean, there is. It can be aliens. It can be because I mean, there's no evidence that aliens can't exist. But there's also a myriad of other things that it can be. We just don't know what it is.
Well, whatever this is shows intelligence, and it's not like some sort of like a dust particle in the lens, if you will. Like there's intelligence to whatever this thing is, and it's defying our understanding of physics. So either A, our understanding of physics isn't good enough, or B, this thing doesn't exist. It can't be in between. So either your physics sucks or this thing's fake.
Okay. So how do you know that there's intelligence behind it?
Well, because of the way these things move parallel and follow the fighter jets, they actually will appear in front of the fighter jet in mid-flight, traveling speeds exceeding, far greater than the normal, commercial jetliners, and making turns. They've almost caused accidents to the point where the Air Force has to implement this within their textbooks and identify the fact that there's something taking place here that to be careful for and not to interact with it. So there's no mystery upon the Pentagon, the Naval Force, and the Air Force all having these interactions and being confounded upon it.
Sure, but I still don't know how that shows that it's intelligent because I mean things can travel
I
in
mean,
straight lines still.
no, I'm saying this thing's trailing them, it's moving in front of them, it's following to the sides of them, like literally following them in mid-flight, right? And doing things that wouldn't be, anything natural, organic on its own. Like
Still in question though. It's still a puzzle, right?
Yeah,
it's still a puzzle,
UFO.
man. But it shows that this thing's able to interact, and which brings question to exactly what it is, because the fact that there's intelligence behind it, which makes it very mysterious even more. And yeah, man, we can't dismiss this stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's an observation of something. We don't know what it is, but it's interesting.
But it's coming from a major agency. That's the whole point I'm trying to make, is that
Sure.
we can't like pick and choose what we're willing to accept. When you're going to subscribe to the information coming from this agency, then you have to be honest with yourself and the others when you're going to present information and not be biased, because there's a lot of contrary information coming from the sources that a lot of people are claiming to have, to be understood upon a lot of stuff.
Aren't you doing the same? Because the military industrial complex says that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but I hear a lot of contrary within their factions, like such as like military ballistics instructors saying that drift and Coriolis effect is pure theoretics, and they don't teach it, they don't apply it. Maybe in the artillery faction, and then we talk to artillery instructors, and they say the same thing. So I mean, the list goes on. Like,
where's the evidence of this? Like, is there a video of someone?
there's YouTube. Yeah, there's video. Yes, there's video of military instructors unbiased, like maybe even unaware completely to the flat Earth outright, completely unbiased, openly claiming on video that this is theoretic and they don't use it in the slightest bit, and this all could be easily corrected with wind calculation due to the fact that the MOA indifference with a .308 caliber bullet is only within a 4-inch range, which is very minimal at best, and could be corrected with windage. So they don't even focus on drift and Coriolis at you know these ranges.
Obviously, it like depends. Like if I'm shooting a gun, I don't have to take into account anything because I mean I take aiming shots, and I mean that's it. If the target
Well,
doesn't move,
there's a
I
list.
don't-
There's a list of things that go into play, like when trying to shoot long range distances, like let's say 1,600 yards or so. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna have a ballistics chart on the buttstock of your gun, and for every single distance and increments, you're gonna have you're gonna know how to essentially adjust your scope, right? So that you can be as efficient as possible when you're in the field. So there's a slew of formulas that one has to go through, and in order to put the first shot on target. And within these formulas, Coriolis isn't applicable. And even if it was, it wouldn't be a fixed formula due to the fact that
Yeah,
sorry,
it
my son.
depends on location.
Well,
Exactly.
I've got a, it's funny. It's funny. I've got a next door neighbor. He's a stupid rich guy, you know, collects military equipment, and he owns a self-propelled howitzer. He used to fire them in Nam, and he says you'll either calculate for Earth rotation or you'll miss. That's his words.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about, because what gun did they use in what gun did they use in
Palace.
it was the M16. It was the M16.
Self-propelled howitzer.
Self-propelled
big cannon.
howitzer. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's artillery. That's not ballistics. Those are different realm.
What?
And even
Artillery's
those
not ballistics?
Yeah, that's
artillery and ballistics are a little
Same
different.
No, artillery is
no.
ballistics.
Well, here's the thing. Artillery, right? You have a little bit more things going on because the complexity of the fact that you're arcing, you're not hitting straight on. Whereas
Hold
in
on.
a bullet,
Artillery shells are ballistic, right?
listen, it all goes within the scope of ballistics, yes, because a projectile is being launched. But I'm saying
Ballistic, yeah.
they're when we talk about bullets from a rifle, it's different from artillery from a cannon. You're talking different ranges, okay? And the fact that you can't see the target from the perspective of where that guy's launching that cannon, they're relying upon a coordinate system that's being given to them.
Aim by optics, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to exactly. So they got to use this coordinate-based system, and so it's a little different, right? And the problem is that it would take too long, right, for them to actually hit a fucking target. When you have a moving target, you got to be dynamic. You got to be on it, right? And your guy is supposed to be crunching this shit for you and giving you the coordinates. But if they actually had to calculate Coriolis and drift, man, the war would have been over by the time they actually figured this shit out. So that's inaccurate.
Oh, but it's totally accurate. You can look into the Navy charts and find it on the battleships.
Well, we've talked to artillery instructors in here, not in this channel, but on Pseudo, and they've said to the contrary. I'm not an artillery guy, so who am I to say? But I'm just going to give you the information that was relayed to me in the sense that.
I mean, they don't. Well, then they'd miss.
And I can make a quick claim that I'm an airplane pilot, and I mean we don't use the globe for navigation. I mean everyone can say things.
Well, it's funny how you're using crosshairs to navigate yourself over that horizon that's supposedly curved in front of you, but yet your crosshairs aren't curved, indicating anything to correlate your correspondence with your. What the
fuck did you just say?
I said the crosshairs that you're using on your airplane, right? They don't mesh up with your supposed curved horizon.
Oh God!
Why is that?
You're an idiot. Because you're an idiot. That's why.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the ad-hom game, are we?
No, we're not gonna start with the ad-hom game. That is.
Are we gonna have moderators? Are we gonna have moderators deal with this guy, or am I gonna have to start getting nasty?
Yeah, Paid. We're not doing that, dude.
I'm sorry, I fell back to it. Okay, you are totally misinformed about how airplanes work. Is that better, Gio? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear the actual points. You know, to me, the ad homs are boring. So it's like, okay, you're dumb, you're stupid. It's like, let's get over it and actually talk about something interesting.
You're totally misinformed about how airplanes work.
What
I thought,
crosshairs did you mean? Crosshairs in the ADI?
Yeah, like, I mean,
Why should they curve?
Well, doesn't your horizon in your mind curve?
What do you mean curve? I mean,
Does the horizon in your mind curve?
in which way do you mean, like left to right?
Does it matter? Is there curve to your horizon in your mind?
Curve,
I
the
mean,
horizon.
obviously it's a circle around me, so obviously it's a curve.
Okay, so then why would you use right angles to guide yourself upon a
don't.
curved horizon when you're in the air?
I don't.
Oh, okay, you don't look out the window?
No, you were talking about the crosshairs, so
Yeah,
we're now looking
crosshairs.
out the window. Where's the crosshairs when I'm looking out the window?
On the joystick of the video game screen that you're guiding yourself upon.
So there's a
Are you saying
joystick
you're an
video
actual, are you an actual airplane pilot or are you just pretending to be
Oh.
one?
No, I just said that everyone can claim to be anyone, so I can go to a flat Earth server and say that I'm a ballistic teacher and there's no choreography.
Well, no,
That
but this
was
is a
my
military
first
instructor. This wasn't just anybody.
Sure. And you know that because
I
he
don't know,
said
I
he
could
was-
post this video. Yeah, he says I mean, that would be illegal. It's called what's called stolen valor if you make
It's not.
false
Listen,
claims of being.
that's bullshit. Don't go there because
Yeah, you can't claim to be a
No,
part of
you
the
can claim
military when
all
you're
day
not. This
long.
is called.
You can
this
claim
is
it
called
all day
stolen-
long. You're
Excuse
wrong.
me. This is called.
You're
Okay,
wrong.
thank you. This is. So this is called
And
stolen valor.
There's
It's
very
called
few cops
stolen
out there to
valor.
stop you.
Yeah, you can't put on a
You can
badge
claim
and
it
say
all
you're a
day
police
long.
officer. Excuse me.
I
honey,
can't claim all day long.
That's fine. We heard
All
you
day
say that
long.
about 10 times. That's nice. If you got something else to
Well,
add, then please do. Other than
it-
that, just
Well,
sit
you're
back.
wrong.
Well, I'm not
You don't know
wrong.
what you're
It's called,
talking about. But
it's called
you're
stolen.
wrong.
It's called stolen valor, and it's illegal. And you can't
no,
do
it's
that.
not
You'll be brought
illegal.
to justice.
Well, Twit,
so-
what in
no, you're
particular
wrong.
do you feel like he's wrong about? Like what in
So-
particular?
So it's
well,
going
number
65
one,
down the
I'm-
highway when it says 55. but
veteran.
People do it all day.
I'm a veteran and I was in the Army. And a lot of people have this misconception that it's illegal to say that you were in the Army or in the military. It's not illegal to say that. It's not illegal to dress like one. It's illegal
Yes, it is.
to. No, it's not. Let me finish.
Yes, it is.
It's illegal to try to
Illegal.
make money off of it. To say that
No,
you.
it's illegal to
Yeah,
make false
You're
claims.
wrong. You're wrong.
Make false claims about being a part of the
You're
military.
wrong.
Even if you're say if you say you're the police, right, and you make claims to being law enforcement, it's the same thing. Like you're gonna get in trouble.
You're
No,
wrong.
it's not.
You
You can say you're a
cannot. You
cop all
cannot.
day. You
you
can say you're a
cannot
cop
put
all
on-
day.
No,
You can put on a
cannot- you
badge.
cannot
So
put on-
wrong.
The
You just
sec-
can't
the second
stop people.
The second you put on a badge and you start imposing yourself as
Can
an
you cite
officer,
this law? Can you cite the law?
Yeah, that would be good because I mean I'm
yeah,
in
it's called
Finland, so if
impersonation. It's called impersonation of an officer.
You
Try
have
the
to
military
add-
one.
That only happens when you start stopping people or telling them you're
Yeah,
the police,
No,
telling
that's
them
not
to do
true,
something.
man. If you walk
Dressing
down
up
the
like
street,
a cop is not. No, sorry.
if you dress like a cop and walk
No,
down the street
God.
with a
Again, you're
badge,
totally misinformed.
you will be
Yeah,
in
he
trouble.
is.
dress
Clearly.
like cops on Halloween every year.
We're not
people
talking
dress like
about
police.
Halloween. We're not
Well,
talking about
then-
Oh,
strippers.
so there's an exception
Not
at the
talking about
Halloween.
Halloween.
That's
We're
a
talking
day
about
when people
imposturing.
dress up like
You
cops.
cannot
It's
try to
31st of October.
you cannot try to go out in public and point your finger and give directives imposing as an officer. It's illegal.
Yes, then you're imposing as one and ordering people. That's what
Yeah,
you can't do.
it's called imposture of imposturing an officer of the
Sure,
law. You
but
go
you
to
can
jail,
talk.
bud.
But you can
Try
talk
it. Go
as a
try it.
police officer. I can
Yeah,
try
try
it, and I will not go to
What?
jail. I can talk to
try
you
it, dude.
now and give you orders, and I will not go to jail.
The second you claim to be a police officer and tote your badge in front of me and give me a directive, you're imposturing an officer, dude. And if I got evidence of that,
Stolen,
adios amigo.
Sure, did the
Stolen
military? Sorry,
is not
go on.
illegal. Stolen valor is not illegal. It is immoral, but it's not illegal.
Thank you.
Yeah, and anything I do over here, I can impersonate as anyone, and there's no ramifications for me. I can say I'm
Well-
from FBI.
Well, hang on.
Because
That's
I'm
not
from-
necessarily true. Well, if you
It
if
is.
you dress up like a police officer and you paint your car like a cop car, that is definitely a problem. They will definitely not let that happen.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right.
there's cars, but there's cars. I've seen like cars in USA that look like cop cars, and they're just driving. I mean,
So
you
Are
if
can
you
I
spin your
dress
saying the
up,
car.
same
if I,
model? Yeah,
if
maybe
I
the
dress up
same
like
model.
Mickey Mouse, if I
No, the
dress up
same
like Mickey
color.
Mouse, should I draw a fence when somebody asks me if I'm Mickey Mouse? Or how about when a woman dresses provocative, and she
Oh.
goes out and somebody looks at her in a demeaning way? I mean, people's
Wait,
feelings
but
kind of essentially kind of dictate nowadays. They're not supposed to, but they do. They dictate who's going to essentially face some sort of criminal charge if there's a fence
No.
taken. Yeah, man. If you're dressed up, right, like a female, but you're clearly a man, but you identify, and I keep calling you a man, this could be considered hate crime.
what the hell are we even talking about now?
Yeah.
We're talking about
Yeah,
identification
nothing
and
to do with that.
imposturing individuals and
Yeah.
how this is associated
Oh,
with your proper pronouns,
Imposturing
right?
isn't a word. Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
imposter not a
Yeah.
word.
Well, I think we were actually
Imperson-
talking about air flight. We were talking about airplanes. Like we were on.
Yeah.
We've gone down.
Yeah,
a
I was
different-
wondering about the joystick thing that I'm looking out the window, where there's a joystick and a crosshair that isn't curved.
Yeah, but you're not flying a plane, so as close as you're gonna get, it's gonna be your video game with your crosshairs. So that's what I was getting at.
Ah, okay.
It's sort of a
But-
video game when they fly. I mean, the big commercial jets and the larger planes like that. I mean, they're not like pointing through the air and aiming, steering with a steering wheel. It is all done through a system that they're given.
Well, yeah, exactly. How about submarine operators? Like, do
No,
they
that
have to
would-
constantly adjust their trim supposedly, like to fit this
what?
spherical thing? No, there's crosshairs, man. They just go straight.
No, they don't. Jesus, they don't look at the
No, they
crosshairs to
totally
go
smoke.
straight. They
Gosh,
use
damn it.
elevations.
Is that so? They only have one reference screen for a top-down perspective. They don't have anything.
Who's the most famous flat Earth pilot that we can look up?
Yeah,
All of them.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Bob Nodell.
No, none of them. But
They're
Uh,
all flat Earth pilots.
when you
Who is that rocket guy that tried to launch himself and died or whatever?
He is not a flat
he was
earther.
God,
Oh,
Mike,
okay.
you can do better.
Looking
He
around.
said he wasn't. So
But
And
if
he's
I'm
dead.
flying, when I'm flying in this the simulator that I have, I mean, I just use altitudes. I don't use the attitude of plane to decide the elevation. Just
Yeah.
use the altitude.
Yeah,
How
planes
do you
don't
how
care.
do you trim?
Planes don't care about the shape of the earth.
How do you
Yeah.
you trim? Is this a constant adjustment, or is this something that you don't have to deal with?
No, because if
Yeah.
it would be if it's a constant trim, then it would be a squared function. So you'd be tilting more and more and more all the time, and you'd be doing loop-de-loops and crashing your plane in a second.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like submarines and planes, they don't adjust themselves for this curvature. Like if the submarine didn't address this trim, he would essentially come out of the water instead of
No.
staying below it.
No.
So in order
why?
to be
Why?
parallel
No.
under the surface, they
That's
just
not
go
right.
straight.
It's not true.
No, it's not true. Like if you're
you know
drawing if you draw a circle on a paper or a curve, do you have to keep going tighter and tighter all the time, like trimming, in order for you to make a curve that is like a sphere? If you draw a sphere or a circle on a paper.
Yeah, what you're talking about is like an arc gradient. And what I'm saying is that this submarine travels straight in a straight vector. It's not like arcing itself in any way.
In relation to what? To the surface?
In relation to the water. It's just moving through the water.
Yeah, and maintaining equal elevation.
But
to
it doesn't have to do that. They're not constantly adjusting their trim to stay under the surface, to stay parallel with the surface, subsurface. They're just moving about. There's nothing indicating that they need to essentially take this arc gradient before they start changing their depth level. They just move
But
about.
if you change your depth level, then your changing your depth, you're not following the curvature then.
Their depth is
Buoyant.
based on their depth is based on their bladder. They have like something like a bladder
Yeah,
that
the
allows air
buoyant
in and
is-
out. So they
Yeah, it's
adjust their
buoyant.
buoyancy to deal with the trim, but that's what I'm telling you is when they're in motion, they don't adjust this bladder, if you will. It
Yes.
stays fixed and they
Yes.
stay parallel. So how
And they
is this
follow the
possible
curve.
on your
Yes,
sphere?
because,
And they-
because
And they follow the curve.
yeah, the pressure also follows the curve, just like air density.
Oh, come on.
No, that
Well,
is
that's-
what would happen on a globe. I mean, come on.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Follow. You
Do you
don't know the
think-
model, do you? You don't understand, do you?
Oh,
Do
there
you
you
think
don't
that on a-
understand.
Do you think that on a sphere, the ground is curving, but the air density is like in a horizontal, like if there's 10 psi pressure, there's a straight line of 10 psi pressure into space? Or is there a curved line of 10 psi and like below above it and more
Listen,
below?
the bottom of the ocean floor doesn't determine the depth or the pressure. This is determined upon the surface. So if they're subsurface, right, below, and they adjust their depth dependent upon this bladder and it's fixed, it has nothing to do with what the seafloor is doing. It all has to do with the volumetrics upon the water
No,
coming from the
it has to
surface.
do
Now,
what the top is doing. And if the top is curving,
that's what I'm telling
then-
you. The top is not
Yeah.
curving. The top is flat. Therefore, they're not adhering
No,
to anything
because
below the
You're
surface.
presupposing.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not. There's no indication of water curving upon these distances. You
There
have
is
nothing.
though.
There isn't.
Well, there is.
Even
You
your
can deny it.
horizon.
but there
Even
is.
your horizon. I asked you if your horizon's curved, and you said which way. Tells me that you're alluding to the fact that your eyes tell you it's flat. The only indication
No,
of
I
there's
was
curved
asking
horizon is the paradigm you subscribe.
Let me ask you this,
Oh.
mailman. Let me ask you this: if you have a gyro compass in a submarine, a gyro compass is going to stay fixed in one direction. Now, let's just say you're in a submarine. You're near the ocean floor. So let's say you're a couple hundred feet above the ocean floor, and you've got your gyro compass, and you set its direction. You set its position, and you travel in that position. If you're just heading straight in the direction of that gyro compass, at what point would you need to be adjusting and actually going around a curve? And wouldn't you just go straight up and off of the ocean floor, because the gyro compass is not accounting for any curve? So where do you account for the curve when you have a gyro compass that's fixed in a particular direction?
Do you mean a gyro compass with the pendulous vanes?
I love how you guys do this. The second we bring up gyro compass, it's like, oh, which gyro compass here? Let me tell you which one I know about.
Yeah, because there are two different kind of gyro compasses.
Yeah, I'm sure
So
there's
that's
plenty
why
more
I
on
asked.
top of that too. So let's stick with the
Yeah.
one we all know that they use inside these systems.
Okay, I don't know what gyro compasses they use in submarines. I've never been to one.
It just always points to the north and just use it for heading. I mean,
What?
what? Yeah.
Are you talking about a magnetic compass? We're talking about gyro compass, dude.
Gyro
What does
compass.
a gyro,
It
what does a
orients-
gyro compass do?
It orients to true north based on rotation.
Yeah, that's why. I mean,
Gyro compass gives you your fixed tangent, whatever you set it to upon firing it up. This is how you remain true.
Right.
No, it fits itself based on rotation.
No, it doesn't. When you
You
fire
know.
up the plane, the first thing that goes off before you ever leave the ground is that gyroscope calibrating itself to that level of surface there. Then it
A
takes
plane-
off and it remain
a
fixed
plane-
so that it knows.
No,
Yeah,
a
we're
plane
talking
doesn't have a
plane,
gyro compass.
submarine,
A plane-
all of that.
Plane
but you're
doesn't have a.
talking about is gyro compass and gyroscope interchangeable?
Yeah, they're separate
No.
things.
Yeah, they're different things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gyro compass uses a gyroscope, but it is different than just a regular gyro. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives you headings.
Well, because
Yeah.
the way they explain down is that it's a circle. So you could have a gyro in their outrageous idea and have it do a complete 360, but never register any of that, even though that's exactly what it's designed to do. It's register when it's being tilted.
Yeah, in tilted in reference to what?
There to itself, like itself, dude. You tilt it.
Yeah, to
How
you
can you
whatever.
tilt?
the world
Listen,
around
you're
it.
locking in. This level, if you will, before you take off, and everything's based on that. So that's
No,
the surface level.
you're talking about just an attitude indicator or a gyro compass.
Fiber optic gyros are usually used in the airplanes.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do now. But your manual heading indicators, they use pendulous vanes to orient to the vector gravity, right?
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
manual gyros way back before they had electronic ones.
Yeah.
And those are if there's any physical movement in any axis change, they'll register it. Yet somehow,
Yeah, just exactly maintains its rigidity in space, or just whatever type of. It just maintains a reference frame essentially.
Yeah, and with a gyro compass, my understanding of it is, and there's a lot of different types of them, but it takes a gyroscope, and then the gyroscope is precessing. Now, the globe earthers say that it's precessing because the Earth is spinning. So that's their claim, which is why they think that's their explanation for it. Nonetheless, the gyroscope does precess. So a gyro compass basically uses these ballast systems, usually with mercury and different. There's a lot of different ways that they can be built, but there are these ballasts that can use usually liquid metal to counteract that precession. So the whole purpose of it, the reason they're so precision is because the more accurately you can counteract that precession, the more you can keep something in a straight line. So if you aim it north, at Polaris or whatever way you want, even though it's precessing, you have to oppose that precession so that it stays completely north in that straight line, that straight vector. So in that case, the gyro is actually able to keep a consistent position that's even more accurate than using magnetic compasses, which is why in submarines and in huge ships like ocean ships, they use gyro compasses as their number one line of usage. This is the number one thing they use.
That precession that you speak of is always pressing in a downwards vector towards,
But the
or
thing
actually,
is,
should I say, away from space.
but you can fire up a gyro compass, say pointing at 45 degrees, and just sit there and leave it alone, and it will orient itself to true north.
No, not with a gyro compass. You have to set it with the gyro compass. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like a magnetic compass that attracts anywhere. It's not even affected by magnetics. It's literally just using the precession of the gyroscope and to counteract that so that they can keep it in a straight position.
Well, what good is it then if it doesn't point to north? What do you do with a compass that doesn't point north?
Well, in a gyro compass, they align it to north. And once they align it to the position they want, then they're able to use it to travel because it keeps that straight line. So all they have to do is follow that straight line, essentially, that it creates. So no, you have to set it. It doesn't point itself with a gyro compass.
Yeah, you
Sure.
set it before you take off. That's what I was trying to say. You have to calibrate it before you ever take movement.
But are you now talking about the gyro, like?
Well, like in a ship, what they'll do in a ship is they'll fire up the gyro compass. They will align it to true north, often using like Polaris in that case, or celestial north. They'll align it to that, literally using the star. And then once it's functioning, that direction that the gyro compass shows will stay locked on Polaris. So at that point, you can then navigate based on that heading, based on that consistent direction that's being held by the gyro compass.
If there's no Earth rotation or anything, why don't you just use just normal magnetic compass?
They're just not as accurate, but you can use magnetic compasses as well.
What does the gyro help?
The gyro compass, like I said, it keeps a straight line heading, whereas a magnetic compass just keeps pointing towards the north in line with the magnetic field.
It maintains rigidity. So the second you leave the physical surface, whether it be under the subsurface of water or up in the atmos, this is how you can have a reference frame as to what the surface is doing below you, so that you know what you're doing. So you don't have to sit there staring at the ground or looking up trying to find out and make sure, you know what you're doing. This is how you keep your heading, right? So you don't, so the submarine doesn't come above the surface, or the plane doesn't go off into space or crash into the
No,
ground.
this is no.
That's
You're
so.
talking about you. Yeah, like Geo is talking about gyro compass, and you're talking about gyroscope.
Well, yeah, they use both of them. I mean, they
No,
use
they don't.
both of these.
No, airplanes do not use gyro compasses.
Listen, they use something that superseded the gyro compass, which is what you guys call what did you call it? The fiber optic gyroscope.
GPS.
So they've got
For
digital.
Yeah.
They ditched the analog instruments and went with digital instruments that are connected to their globe, satellite GP positioning and shit.
No,
So
it isn't. No, fiber optic gyros aren't connected to any satellites.
My
okay,
understanding
but I'm
is
sure
that
it works off the same principle.
my understanding is that ring laser gyroscopes and fiber optic gyroscopes are used in airplanes because they're able to show tilt in all directions, and then gyro compasses are used in submarines and ships like ocean vessels.
Yeah.
So they do use gyroscopes in both. Like
Jesus, that's a noise.
Somebody
Yeah, you
playing
got
the
a-
drum.
you got a hot mic, Zek Tugs. You got a hot mic. Just let me know when you fix it. I'll unmute you. But yeah. So yeah, they are both gyroscopes. I mean, the fiber optic gyro is used in airplanes, so that's a particular type. The gyro compass uses a gyroscope, so they both use gyroscopes.
I'm not really.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm not really familiar with the gyro compasses and gyro compasses. I haven't looked into it. I mean, I never thought about it. Like, why do you have to spin it? Because you can still use it, just a normal magnetic compass. I mean, so
they've used magnetic compasses have been used obviously a lot, but once they really developed the gyro compass, it really preceded or superseded the use of magnetic compasses. So like on huge vessels like military, just huge, yachts and ships and all that. I mean, maybe not every yacht is going to have one, but of course, all the military and the big shipping trips and shipping vessels and things will. So they use the gyro compass now as their number one go-to method for it. Then, like I was saying before, then the magnetic is just used as a backup.
Well, the main reason, from what I understand, is because these big ships are made of metal. And the magnetic compass is not accurate.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard that. Yeah, because the gyro compass is pointing the true north, and it's using the rotation to point north.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
in our paradigm.
Well, the gyroscope precesses. So if you want to claim that the gyroscope precessing is an Earth curve is causing that, then I guess it could work logically that would be the case, I suppose. But what I was also bringing up is that it doesn't account for any actual curve, because that was the other point. When it's headed in a direction, it's creating a plane of direction. So if you then go that direction, you would fly off of the ball eventually. You wouldn't curve around the ball.
No, but the gyro compass doesn't give you tilt. It just shows you a heading.
No, they give both. I mean, when they use them in vessels, they're only using the horizontal direction. You're right, but when the gyroscope is precessing, it has to be like the Mercury ballasts have to deal with all of those different forms of rotation in order to do that. It is creating a planar. It's the dielectric plane in the middle. Yeah.
It creates phase due to the its field. It's essentially magnetic torque, but it's field friction generating the magnetic torque, and it's a result. In result due to that, it literally flips the polarity if given enough time. Yeah.
So it's actually like in our understanding, it's spinning, and because of inertia, it's holding its rigidity.
Well, another okay. So like if the gyroscope is precessing, if the mainstream will tell you, if you go Google gyro compass, there's actually some good videos on it that are 4 or 5 videos that kind of go through it all, but they will say it's the cause of the rotation of the Earth is why it's precessing. There's other possibilities as to why it's precessing, and one of them would be the actual ether drift, because there is a 15 degree per hour movement in the sky that we do pick up. So we are that is something that we can observe by just looking at the sun, moon, and stars. So the fact that that's already happening, it's not a large stretch in my mind to think that ether drift would be a part of why the Foucault's pendulum does what it does, and also why gyroscopes. It's just this light drift as the sun, moon, and stars. The whole system is drifting and rotating in its unique way.
Agree.
So you would say that with the fiber optic gyro, we actually pick up motion, but it's not the Earth moving, but it's something else moving.
Yeah, I would say the ether. Yep.
Yeah.
It's the magnetic field, the toroidal field of the ether. It's in like, there's like local vortexes. Actually, Bob Nodell from Globebusters did some interesting measurements actually with that gyro that he was doing, and picking up different readings at different altitudes and at different locations. It indicates that there's actual independent vortexes that seem to be at play rather than a consistent spin of the Earth. Everybody, all the globe earthers like to do this thanks Bob stuff or whatever, which I guess you guys do that. But in reality, he actually unlocked the reality of the situation, that it isn't Earth curve or it isn't Earth movement, because it's not consistent at different latitudes or different altitudes.
I've heard some people say that he was moving it, or there was different pressure causing it, but I haven't looked into it too much, so I don't make any claims about it.
But yeah, I mean, there is like in Michelson-Morley, I mean, there is a phase shift that we do pick up. So yeah.
What do you mean with the phase shift?
In a gyro like that, the light basically is bouncing like a triangle off of 3 mirrors, and that whole thing is spinning. So there's a phase shift because the light is basically measured as it's bouncing around that triangle, like in a fiber optic gyro as well. And so when you have that motion, you're going to get a shift of the light, and that shift of the light is consistently picked up. So the question then would be, okay, then what is causing that? Is it because we're on a huge ball that's spinning? I suppose you could possibly think that, or it could be a possible idea. But the other one would be, does it have something to do with the actual medium itself and the way that light, transduces through the medium? Like there's an actual shift as it's being read.
I'm just wondering how we can, with that, if it's ether drift and it's fluctuating, how we can accurately use those gyros on inertial navigation systems on airplanes, and it just works.
Yeah, because that's, in my mind, that's what they're doing. They're basically calibrating that phase shift to create a rigid planar structure that then has an X, Y, Z axis, which they can then, because it's not just one, like the actual ones that the airplanes use, it's not just one of those, it's multiple of them that are all placed in a particular position. So it creates so then you can get the X, Y, and Z. So because of this drift, which seems to be moving at roughly the same speed as the stars, the sun, and the moon, because of that, if you're going to use a device like that, you have to be able to counteract that. And in both the gyro compass and a fiber optic, that's what they're doing, which is why they can get them to be so accurate. So, I mean, spin of the Earth. So I guess it's just like, okay, spin of the Earth. Is it the spin of the outside of a big ball whirling through space? Or is it the spin of the inside of the crystal ball ether system that we're in? I guess those are the two main ideas here.
I'm just wondering, like, if there actually was like an ether drift of sorts, would it work the same way over a flat plane on an inertial navigation system? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Not saying that the Earth is flat, but just like if it could be possible for you to use the like aligning your IRS using those.
Right. Well, you're basically using that. I mean, you know how a gyroscope is like a flat plane within a sphere?
Yeah, sure.
So, and then a fiber optic has that, has a quality of that as well. So what you're doing is you're creating it's like the dielectric inertial plane basically of a toroidal field, but you're basically just creating and maintaining that plane. And so once you can get that position, then it stays completely rigid. But there is the precession. Yeah, so it's actually a little bit similar in navigating with stars. Not to go on, that's a whole different topic, but like with sextants, there's actually something with that as well. Well, there's a similarity, is what I'm saying, in terms of because well, it's a little bit different, but you're basically creating the the circle of equal altitude. You're creating planes and circles essentially to map it over the plane. So it's similar. That's why all those are connected to navigation.
But you don't have to do that to navigate with the stars, though. You can just make angles. You don't need circles or anything. Like if you're going north, you can just check for the Polaris, check the angle, know the GP, and know the distance to it.
Yeah, you can just blindly travel to points of like GPs of stars. But if you're going to really do it where you want to be accurate over long distances, you're going to have to have several points on a circle of equal altitude so you can get accuracy. But I hear what you're saying. You could just go towards Polaris. That's the easiest one, I suppose, going north, right? Because it's stationary. You can just go right at it.
Semi-stationary, but yeah, it doesn't move a lot. It's just a small circle.
But I mean, if you want to get to the tip of South America from South Africa and you're just going off in the ocean, it would be ideal if you knew all of the GPs and circle of equal altitudes of the path that you're going. So that's usually how they map it out. Like at the beginning, they're going a little blind, but as they do it repeatedly, it begins to map it out onto a larger system. Then you can make maps, which is like what, pirate maps. I'm just kidding, but ancient maps and things. I mean, that's how they would make them is by starting to map out all those points. And if you're good at it, you can get an accurate map. If you're not, it's not so good.
But then again, I would say that we have accurate maps, and you can use the stars to navigate. But that's kind of our point, that it just forms a globe with the GPs. I wonder if there is a star that's GP is in the tip of South America, and if you can see it from South Africa, you can know the heading, if it's east, if it's southeast, no, west or southwest or northwest. I gotta check it out. Sounds interesting.
Well, I do think that the circle of equal altitudes and the GPs do, like by doing that, it is possible to decipher the shape and layout of the Earth, not only of the land, but the actual shape of the land. So I know that people claim it works, quote unquote, on a globe Earth, but I think they're just assuming that other people who have the maps today used sextants to do that, and it's really not the case. They've used other things like government agencies and military and quote unquote GPS and satellites and all this other stuff to claim what the map of the Earth is.
I think we can test it today. We can take some guy who lives in South America, and simultaneously one guy that lives in South Africa and the guy who lives in South America picks up a star that is at its zenith, and the guy in South Africa measures the angle to the star and which direction the star is in relation to him. And that would be a good test.
Yeah, exactly. If you did a bunch of those all around the Earth, that's how you could get it. You'd have to kind of do it yourself, because there's a difference between just doing it in local areas versus large areas. Large swaths of ocean, and it would take a lot of money and time to really, and then also like an interest to do it. Most people that have big ships and yachts, they're probably not trying to do this. They're just going around the world. So to really like make a project of it, yeah.
Yeah, but the people who go around the globe, like navigating, they just use, GPS and charts. But then again, that kind of also would work on a globe better than on a flat Earth, in my opinion. because of the distance. But it doesn't take much to get two guys on different points on the Earth, and then one picking up a star at his zenith, and then another guy just measuring the angle. He can just do it with the phone or.
Well, how
or
cool would it
sextant.
be? Yeah, but I'm not sure that'll be very accurate.
Well, you can use the sextant too if you want. I mean,
You're saying all the way. I mean, you're just saying looking at one star from South America all the way to Africa. I don't think that would be accurate enough to really get there, though. You know.
I don't know. I mean, you can see the Polaris from the equator, so I don't think that well, on a globe, the distance from South America to South Africa should be okay, maybe. I don't know. And in the northern summer, you might actually make up a time when there is like dark enough in both of those places. Not sure though.
Well, what about if we had like, oh, I don't know, maybe 30 million, and we could just get a whole bunch of groups together and basically do that? Like, even have groups that are, if you wanted more globe earther or people more on the stationary plane side, if you even wanted to do that, like to have different ones, but where you would have the finances to like have the boats and the equipment to go out and actually do this at all around the Earth to do, sextant readings, actually out in the ocean. Even like in the southern oceans, and to map it all out and then come and see what the results are and see whether, because if they all get a planar system because of the way the points actually match on the Earth, then if the globe earthers did it correctly and the, stationary Earth people did it directly, then what would that actually show? What would that reveal? That would be very interesting to see.
It works on a surface, and it's either curved or not.
Well,
So,
I think
I
the
mean,
only way it works on a globe is that it does. First of all, it's not as accurate. All you're really doing is getting one directional heading based upon a reading that doesn't involve a real triangle, but like a curved triangle. So it can kind of work. Like a lot of these guys, when they're debating it, the globe earther guys, I'm not necessarily like my position. I'm not saying that it doesn't work on a globe. It can partially work on a globe, not as accurate, but it does have some functionality of working on a globe earth model. But the real difference is if you actually link all of it together, like, because they give you all the maps and they give you the almanacs and they give you all that stuff at this point, like the way that it's done. Like these guys are not going out there, on their own with sextants and actually measuring. They're being given certain positions and certain measurements.
Yeah,
they're then calculating what they're calculating, and they're just getting a general direction. So that general direction is going to take them, wherever it does on their map, like their WGS 84 map. That doesn't mean they're actually mapping the real territory.
yeah, I mean, the WGS84 isn't a map. It's just the geoid, like the contours of like the mean sea level.
Well,
Sort
they
of like it's
claim that that's the datum that is the correct Earth structure. Yeah, that's what they claim. The
no,
military.
but it's just the vertical datum. It doesn't tell you anything about the.
No, it's the whole sphere. It's the whole ball of globe Earth. And the GPS, it's what all
Well,
the GPS, that's what the GPS systems and the quote unquote satellites are all based on.
Yeah, but like it doesn't like it's the mean sea level. So when we have elevations above sea level, those are not included in the geoid. Like you're saying that the Earth is a sort of a horizontal plane. So we couldn't, like, there's no mountains included in that. Like the topography is not included in that.
Well, there's cartography on both, but I mean the WGS 84 is the coordinate system for their entire globe Earth model, and it uses.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah, sure, but it doesn't include the topography. Like it doesn't care if it's land or water or a mountain. It's just the coordinate system, and the elevations are measured from it.
No, it involves the land as well.
But no, it doesn't involve the topography of the land.
The WGS 84 datum, the full datum, because the full datum is Earth. It's a datum of coordinates of all different elevations of land and sea on the Earth, across the Earth, of what they say is the globe Earth.
No, the elevations are referenced into the geoid. Like there's elevations above the geoid, so the topography isn't in the geoid. It's just referenced for elevations. Like Mount Everest is X kilometers above the geoid, because that's where the elevation of Mount Everest is measured from.
Well, you know how your GPS can give you elevation?
Yeah.
The WGS84 is what they use for the whole GPS system. So it definitely maps all of the land and the cartography in addition to this, to what is sea level, because all of GPS is based upon the WGS84. So it definitely does give you the land layout. Well, what it is it's the elevations of the land over the sea level. But then it's
No, but the sea level is the geoid.
well, I'm not really talking about just the word geoid. You're right. There are words like geoid which means something different. I'm talking about the actual WGS84.
Yeah, and that is the geoid.
No, well, my understanding is that it uses the geoid in part of the mapping of it. They use they use ellipsoid and geoid coordinate systems to essentially convert the planar model of what the Earth is into this model.
It's like elevations are measured from WGS84.
But the WGS84 is the World Geodetic System, so it's the reference coordinate system. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you believe in this globe Earth model, you have to trust this agency. It's called the United States National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. You have to literally trust. You have to trust these guys that have. I'm not even joking, but a complete cartoon on their for their logo. Like, I mean, this is actually a cartoon.
I don't have to trust them.
Of a ball Earth with the sun off in the distance. And this is one of the intelligence agencies of, in the United States, up there with the CIA, the FBI, and all of these. It's literally in that same category. It's part of the Department of Defense. So that's
what do they provide?
The WGS84.
That's from them?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Because I can use other things other than GPS. I can use GNSS.
There they are. I just posted it. Yeah, that's the intelligence agency that it publishes the WGS84, which is what all airplanes mapping, sea navigation and all of that is based upon the whole, and it's part of the Department of Defense. So yeah, I'm just saying, if you believe in the globe model and you think that they're pretty correct about it, that's the agency you have to think is actually doing the right thing.
Yeah, I don't do that because I can just test it myself and use it. So I don't have to trust an agency in that.
You mean to figure out if the Earth is planar or whether it's curving? You've done that for yourself?
Yeah. No, I can do it if I want to. I can go and travel and measure.
You're saying you can go travel around and tell yourself what you think you feel? Is that what you're saying?
I can measure distances while I travel. I can plot those on a surface.
And you can plot those how?
By scaling them down on a smaller sphere, maybe.
Scaling them down on a smaller sphere, that would be nice. Thank you. But you're gonna have to show us and be accurate now, your change of angle upon this surface that you're traveling. And if there is none, then you can't account for that. And if you can't account for that, then you're gonna have to give us your honest conclusion once you make your overall perspective.
Change of angle to what?
My Bluetooth died. What was that?
You said that if I don't have a change in angle, I'm an angle to what?
Yeah, angle proportional to your surface. So if you're perpendicular on the surface, right, and you're transversing across it, and there's no angular change from where you started to where you ended up, let's say over a mile, right? The surface elevation seems to be fairly level, no angular change, and you keep going and keep going and keep going, and you're not seeing over your coordinate system that you're creating,
any sort of deviation in your angular pitch going downward as you transverse over your supposed sphere. If you don't see that, then you have to be honest with your conclusions. You can't just say, what you feel. So I would suggest you be honest and try it. That would be good.
I mean, I don't understand like the angle in relation to your coordinate system that you created. I mean, are you saying that if I'm moving on the globe, then my angle to the surface should change?
Yeah, fit the contour of your radiant.
So if if I'm driving over a hill, am I changing my angle to the surface? I'm still level to the surface when I'm driving over a hill.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Depends on where you're at. But again, like I don't see any curve when I drive down the road, other than like maybe hills or stuff like this, but peaks and troughs of, the surface contour of the topography. But there's like overall, there's really nothing. And in a lot of states, it's super flat.
Yeah, I mean, it's super flat.
Yeah.
Do you mean like salt flats, for example, in the Bolivia?
Yeah, there's large, vast areas for the majority that appear to be blatantly flat. I mean, like literally minimal topography. I mean, maybe a little couple
Yes.
hills and stuff like this, but for the most part, most of the land is flat. And then, you'll have like mountainous areas, but even the valley floor surrounding it, again, flat. So sure, you've got like bumps and imperfections, but for the most part, everything appears as such.
Yeah, I mean,
Including the water.
The Bolivian salt flats have, was it less than a meter of vertical relief in a large area, but that's in relation to the WGS 84, so it's still a curved surface when measured, that is.
Yep. So I think if we were to start taking these surface square footages and put them down on paper, right, and start seeing how much of this is actually flat versus not flat, I think we would find that majority of it's flat, including the
Just
water.
like I said, the Bolivian salt flats are flat in relation to the WGS 84 geoid, so the WGS 84 is a geoid, it's curving, so I mean, it's curving, but they say it's flat because it's in relation to the curved surface of the Earth. And I didn't put the word flat into their mouths, but I've seen the measurements that they've done. QE has them. He just skips the part where it says that it's in relation to the WGS 84 geoid.
Well, what if, Mailman, what if we could actually confirm that WGS 84 is not correct?
Correct in which way?
Like that it's not the correct actual map and coordinate system of what the Earth actually is.
It's just, I mean, do you mean like the coordinate system is fake or doesn't work? Or the elevation?
Well, if you have a model like that you have specific coordinates that you're claiming is the correct Earth, then if those coordinates are correct, the Earth would be a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if those coordinates aren't correct, like if it's not actually how they lay out over the actual surface of the Earth, and
then it doesn't work. Then something's wrong with it. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is that I think it's within our capacity to do that. It would take money, times, to do all that.
I don't think it takes a lot of money because I mean there's a lot of like ships that are going over the oceans in the southern and northern hemisphere, so you can just buy a ticket to there and take a, I don't know, GPS, use sextants, geostars. You can do whatever you want and just test it. It takes time, but I mean, it doesn't take a lot of money. I mean, I think 10,000 euros would take you quite far. I gotta go now. It's 10 over 7 a.m. Just going to my house from work.
All right, man.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, peace
Yeah.
out,
Yeah,
no
man.
man.
Good chat. Peace out.
Another Glober eliminated.
It's too easy.
These guys, it's like they're not even putting an effort in. Zach, I'm gonna take you off mute. I think like your mic is something going on. But you should be good.
I think Mailman's in that anti-flat earth or anti-glober camp.
You think so? I think he might be. He's got his moods, right? Ganja, would you call yourself anti-globe? Are you an anti-glober?
I've never.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there such a thing?
I don't know. I
Define
like the sound of it
anti-glober, I
though.
guess. I mean, because I would say, like a year ago, I was like just a globe skeptic because I never really tried to examine any of the evidence. And I think that listening to these guys make arguments and have to double talk and backtrack when it comes to the geographic horizon and the Coriolis, and just hearing them have to double speak to that stuff has kind of turned me into an anti-glober. I mean, it's just made me more sure, I guess. You know, a year ago I was like I said, maybe a globe skeptic, but just, you know, I didn't feel strongly one way or the other. And since entering kind of this debate sphere and listening to the arguments, it's, you know, pushed my confidence level like way higher.
There's a lot to come out like.
Well, it's just, it shows people are lying when they have to change the story, right? And that's what always ends up happening when you start talking about the physics of it, when you start talking about gravity, or you start talking about the, you know, like I said, the geographic horizon or Coriolis, there's a lot of double talking and there's a lot of mental gymnastics they do.
For me, anyway.
How about a lot of abstract concept and a lot of presumptions upon the nature of things that
Yep.
they don't even, that they can't even explain, but yet every time they answer anything, these are the words they're using. Fields, waves, forces, electromagnetism. You know, like it's like, come on, dude. If you can't break it down for us, then don't just go throwing stuff out there. You know,
Well, it's funny because it doesn't matter whatever the topic is, they always have to take you to imagination land. They can never talk about reality. They always have to take it to, well, let's picture this or let's imagine this.
Yeah.
And then,
Well,
like you said,
that's a part of description, like describing something that you maybe not don't have a word for. So that's the next best thing is to come up with like a story to kind of present it to make you understand what it is they're trying to convey. But I don't even think they know themselves. That's the problem.
Well, they always assert it as if it's truth. They'll assert it as if it's fact. Whereas the tendency for flat earthers is to say that I don't know. Here's what I can speculate about. Whereas they'll say we know this. They'll talk collectively as if they've proved it some way even to themselves. And I think that's a little bit of a dishonest position because when you ask them, like we all do, how did you validate that light is a photon packet? It's like how would you possibly be able to validate that apart from just somebody told you about it? So I don't like how like self-assured they seem to be about this kind of thing.
Yep, you got to have some evidence, man. You can't just go making up things and giving us concepts in lieu of actual evidence, and that's all they've done.
I think I need to start saying we more. It sounds more credible.
No,
like we've
don't say
discovered
we.
this a long time.
Trying to troll me. Or try to troll bait me.
I've got to try to take a page from their book.
Yeah, the whole we. Like, who the fuck we, right? And it's
Well,
funny.
it is we because it's who you subscribe to. Who do you associate with? Who, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you guilty by association or are you convicted and confirmed by association? Like, which is it?
No,
Yeah,
the-
unless you're discovering or inventing, then you're doing nothing but nothing but tagging along with the narrative of whatever camp you subscribe to. Unless you're creating your own camp, well, it's up to you. But
Yeah,
we're all in a camp.
was riding on eggshells the other day. He said that when we had the whole we blowout, he goes like, we went to the moon. I'm like, well, who the fuck we, right? He goes like on and on about how it's a me problem. I've got a me with the word we. I'm like, no, all I'm saying, dude, if you're gonna say we, at least quantify that. Who? Who's the we? Like, you get upset if a flat earther says they. So you want to know who the fuck they are. I want to know who the fuck we is. So he says the human race, right? He tells me all of humanity. I go, so all of it is about the moon.
No.
I said, so all of humanity went to the moon. He's like, I go, it wasn't just Nixon. It wasn't the federal government under Nixon. And he's like, okay, sure, it was Nixon, but he did it for all of humanity. I'm like, well, his version of humanity was quite small. He didn't consider liberals, like communists. Some of these people, some of these groups of people that you think he did it for, he barely considered them even human. That they had no right to even life if he disagreed with you. And I go, even if you want to say, well, Nixon was just a guy at the time, it had nothing really to do with him. It was the federal government. The motto of the U.S. federal government is in God we trust. So are you part of that we also? Because he'll claim atheism.
Well, that's the thing. And I've always said, if you're abiding by the laws here in the States, then you're axiomatically associated with Christian fundamentals, being that our entire nation is founded upon it. It's within everything that declares us different and unique from the rest of the world. And you're right, in God we trust. So if you're going to align with that, consider yourself to be an American, then automatically you are fundamentally a Christian. Can't get away from that.
Yeah, and if you want to get away from it and say, well, I'm deist or I believe in a creator, well, that's not atheism either.
It's because of
Yeah.
the spiritual things and what have you.
Yeah, the spirituality, because the founding documents of America said.
I can be honest about that.
Well, it's
I
more
don't-
than spirituality. Morality is enshrouded within this too, because there's nothing. If you're listen, if you're not a God-fearing man, there's nothing to prevent you from furthering yourself in a monetary way by killing and stealing. If you're not going to get caught, there's nothing to prevent you other than morals to stop you, right? And if you're not doing that, if you're not living that life, then automatically it's pretty clear you have morals, or you do believe in God, because morals and spirituality, i.e., God, the Creator, they go hand in hand.
believe in God.
You cannot separate.
And this
Cannot
is why.
separate morality from God.
This is why, and because of tonight's conversation as well, it's made me question that as well. This is why I think we'll have the psychosis and what have you. People outside shouting and arguing and all that, and it's usually people I know. I think I know it's all in my head, but I think it's because of all that, because the guilt and the fear as well. But I know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of influence.
I know what. It's just difficult to come out with that, I guess. But
I appreciate you sharing that, man.
Yeah, I have a problem with atheists. A lot they try to reframe that, I'm just here ripping on atheists. It's quite the opposite. Atheism in like flat Earth used to be allies. It was like solid, like you could look in like a Carl Sagan or a George Carlin or a Voltaire and make a direct line to flat Earth. Yet somehow this third wave atheism said that the God is the government. It's this government. You can't question it. Like the whole conspiracy theory.
That's the scientism, right? It's like it's not even so much atheism as it's the scientism. It's that faith in experts, that faith in science, that faith in government.
Isn't it interesting how they're all super coordinated on the same page when it comes to what's scientism? I don't know what you're talking about.
They never heard of it. I've never heard of that term before. Like all of a sudden, then their Google stops working. Right then. Like when it's time to look up something flat Earth related or something they disagree with, their Google just can't seem to find anything for them to read or understand.
Yeah, that's why I try to get away from using sources anymore, because no matter what the source is, I'm interpreting it wrong. What else is there? Oh, he didn't really say that. Oh, you're taking it out of context. Oh, yeah, for that time and in that culture, yeah, it's exactly what Christian apologists use to wriggle out of some bad things that the Bible says. So, got to drop that whole thing.
It's for a really long time.
Yeah, QE really exposes that because he'll show them citations, references, everything, and they just deny it. They'll just deny the science to say that, well, does he think the Earth is flat? Like somehow there's some sort of weird litmus test that, flat earthers can only use citations from flat earthers. If by that logic, then atheists should only be able to use citations from atheists. And you basically got Feynman telling them they're full of shit. Feynman said, I would rather have questions without answers than answers that cannot be questioned. Yet they'll go by and tell you the globe cannot be questioned. Your own atheist superstar, probably the only one I can think of that's worth a damn, is telling them you have to be able to question even the things you find unquestionable.
And see, that's what I try to point out with like the climate change argument we talked about today, right? Because it's like, don't you guys, find it weird when everywhere you look, people are telling you the same answer, whether it's the corporations or the government or academics, Hollywood, the tech companies. It's like everybody's on the same sheet of music. But isn't that suspicious? Like, how do you ever get everybody to agree on any topic?
The thing is, like, when they say, well, like when an atheist says, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? It's like, why would all the people who believe in God lie about that? So you need to tell me why they would lie, or I believe you that God does not exist. Oh, you got Muslims, Christians, Jews, Hindu. They all believe that there's God. So why would they lie?
Well, it all boils down to monism versus dualism, man. It's one of the longest standing battles still being fought today that most people are modernly unaware of.
Damn, it's like this is what I talk about too. This idea, like all you gotta do is open the news and see the Earth is flat. So here's a teenage girl who got into a high schooler, got into a fight with another teenage girl, decided fuck it, she's leaving, and the police school officer shoots her. Like, in what world did you think it was okay to shoot a child under any circumstance? Then one who's leaving, then over a fight that they got into. Like, get over yourself. If she leaves, you know where they live. It's a student at the school. It's like some sort of unidentified perpetrator you have to stop.
What's that got to do with that? That's never. What are you even talking about?
Oh, sorry. Actions taken by the executive branch for 100, Alex. The same psychopaths who are telling you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity, not flat, we checked, are shooting kids at the school that they tell you have to take your kid to or you're a criminal. The story doesn't add up to anything logically consistent.
Yep, I agree, man. I say
it's so
hypocrisy.
broken.
Yeah, double speak and hypocrisy is just everywhere. It's like it's so just apparent at this point, man, and like literally every aspect of our society, our governmental facilities, like everything, man. The science, the academia. It's all just kind of unraveling.
So.
Oh, okay. It looks like that she's basically dead. They're talking about that if she doesn't recover within the next 72 hours, they'll take her off life support. So that's something that you want those type of people, and even if that shit's real, if you can go to space and interact with something out there, some sort of alien consciousness, is this the type of person you want doing that? I would say right from the very beginning, this story only makes sense on the flat Earth. Government always trying to enforce its will on people who want nothing to do with it. It was just a fight between two teenagers over a boy. Who knows what they were fighting over? It didn't require any government at all, even more so government with a gun. And if you let them go, if they can go out to space, they're going to do the same thing.
Well, here's the thing. Look at all the cases that are unreported from the mainstream about teachers having some type of an affair with the student. There's way more. There's way more than we know. And if you look into it, it's like in the hundreds of thousands of cases, and this is going on nationwide. And yeah, man, our kids, man, are subjected to a lot of shit when they go to these facilities, and it's pretty scary, dude.
Well,
Start really looking into it all.
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Yeah, here there's another one. There was a Wisconsin resource officer who was like dating the teenage girls at the school. Oh, another one
Yeah.
here.
So not to be too illicit, but essentially, yeah, teachers are having affairs with students, like relationships with
All right.
students, underage students, and this is happening far more than we're told, and at least like with what's reported on the news. Not that it's not reported at all, because if you looked into it, you would quickly see how bad the problem is. But the point is when you start addressing stuff like introducing this type of education, sexual education to students younger and younger ages, and you got people advocating for these types of things, what you're doing is you're making a worser problem far worse, right? You're opening up Pandora's box. We're dealing with gun violence on school grounds, drug abuse, um, and now teachers are supposed to be, the the people to go to, like for for the kids to look up to, and what are they, what are they turning to really? They're turning to individuals that are not really there for their benefit, but for their own benefit.
Yeah, here, check this story out here. Resource officer Adam Pelton, 40, charged with multiple counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct and 4 counts of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct. So there's 7 victims.
Yeah,
All
I don't want to get
teenage
too
girls.
involved in the cases because there's, like I said, this is in the hundreds of thousands.
Oh
If you start, if you look into it over 2 decades, you would be amazed at how much of this is going on, man.
And just think, if you're that dude's that girl's father, what do you do? A police officer
Well,
sexually assaulting your teenage daughter at school. What do you do?
Let's not get too illicit, but
yeah, that's actually not really on the list of topics here. Yeah.
So
okay.
This is what I've been struggling to work out is, have I been in some kind of thing all this time or what?
I guess here I can frame it a little bit better. The government police officer is assaulting you. Who do you call? What do you do? Who do you go to?
yeah, I had a similar case, man, where I was hit on my motorcycle. I got the license plate, reported it all, and the officer was perceiving me and kept questioning me as if I deserved this, like implying, and was more interested in whether or not I had insurance and registration and the proper documentation to be even on the motorcycle than what had happened. And she even went as far as to following me to the hospital, just still further pursue me upon this documentation. And, I'm out of it. I had head injuries. I was knocked unconscious. Anyhow, I ended up giving her everything she needed. But again, she never even pursued the individual, even after getting the license plate. It was a hit and run, intentional, road rage. And I asked her, I said, she kept insisting that it was my fault. And I said, look, there's cameras here at all these intersections. It started here, it ended here. You simply go back and review the data. And she said, we don't have access to those cameras. And then I said, who does? And she says, I don't know. Never got back to me. I'm just saying, man, like no reason to do what she did. But again, justice wasn't served, and I was a victim. And then the cop even wanted to try to convict me for not having documentation required, assuming that I didn't have it. So I mean, it's just, this is like, I've had so many bad interactions with police. I've had good ones too, but for the most part, they need to be personally held accountable. Like, this is the problem. Like, if they were personally held accountable for their injustices, then, and it wasn't ultimately the taxpayer paying for the lawsuits that they're incurring, then we wouldn't see all this corruption. But right now, there's a ton of corruption upon multiple counties, upon multiple states. And if you think it's a conspiracy, I can point you to sources where you can watch documentation on YouTube of individuals reporting open cases, and it's pretty scary when you look at the involvement of the law enforcement and what they're doing, running drugs to all sorts of stuff, man. You would, this is America, man, and we turned into a third world country within literally 2 decades, and all due to this system, the inherent flaws within the system that have never been revised, and they're exploiting the loopholes within it. And when I say they, I mean the lobbyists, the corporations. You know, they've oh, we're almost on our knees, man. And once you're to your knees, you're out of options. So you can sit here and act like it's not happening all you want, but it's happening.
Crit, I watched that video of that shooting in Long Beach, and just the little clip that they showed, that just looks like a really bad shooting. Like, you know, the cop could have pretty much just let her drive away. It's not like he was in front of the car or something, or she was a threat to him.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. This it's some of these shoot or no shoot scenarios. It's like you don't. I don't want to judge somebody, in uniform. I mean, who is in a life and death situation. Yeah, but it wasn't even any reason for him to pull his gun, let alone shoot. He was like the car would just. He knew who it was. She's going home or going wherever. It was like some sort of fleeing felon that's a danger to the public. Yeah, this is an interesting one. The police union already is not backing them. If I read the quote right, it said everything he did that day was like completely out of line and not within protocol. Like even a small amount of force would have not been authorized in this situation.
But ultimately, Crit, the problem is, man, is even these guys have immunity and they're protected and under, a certain type of, they're not prosecuted under like you and I. And so with all that being said, like it's the taxpayer that bails everything out at the end of the day. It's you and I that pay the price for these few individuals that are supposed to be upholding the judicial system and the enforcement of it. And what are they doing, man? They're abusing it. And their answer to that, their ramification to that is make us pay for it. Make the victims essentially pay for it. And that's not right, man. Like we need to be holding the individual department responsible, and it can come out of their, whatever allotted funding they have. And I don't know, man. I mean, that's the I can come up with is.
I will say it's been changing in the last few years, that a lot more cops get fired. Not that they don't just go to a different police agency and immediately get rehired somewhere else.
Exactly, dude.
But a lot of cops get fired, and some have been prosecuted. So it's changed a little bit, compared to like 10 years ago.
Well, and then another thing they're abusing is the civil forfeiture. Like they can place accusations upon somebody, strip them of all their assets completely, like their bank accounts, access to their bank accounts, everything, where they can't even like get the necessary counsel to support them in court, and then take the kids from them, and then place claims upon them that they have to now try to defend themselves. And meanwhile, all their assets are being liquidated on auctions, after such time, if they can't, it's bad, dude. I mean, we got police task forces have turned into thugs with badges. That's what we're dealing with. And on top of that, they're all interconnected for the most part with a lot of these cartels along our coastal areas or bordering areas. And they're doing business, and they're allowing business to happen, whether it be within our prison institutes, I mean, you name it, man. Every fucking agency right now is should be audited to the fullest. But the problem is you can't, even if you replaced every individual, it's the corruption is internal within the system. That's why I say, like, even Thomas Jefferson, I think it was, said every 15 years we need to revise the system, tear it down, and rebuild it because it'll just essentially this is inevitable. This corruption is inevitable, and it's never been done, dude. We're dealing with a fucking Stone Age archaic system when we've got technology that's just been ramping up at a perpetual rate, and law can't keep up with, you know, adjudicating it, you know, on time. They're coming up with drugs and changing the fucking molecular structure by one molecule to evade the fucking loopholes of the system faster than they can create the law to stop it. I mean, yeah, dude, our system needs to be revised, dude. We're dealing with the library versus the internet, you know, cryptocurrency versus fucking bartering. Like, this is the comparison level.
Yeah, what do you think of cryptocurrency, Dyslo? Like, do you think what do you think about it? Do you think it's going to be a technology that will be used in the future in terms of the
I think
blockchains?
I think a lot of what we're seeing right now with some of these chaotic situations are parallel to this wealth transfer taking place through this digital adoption, both central and domestic and foreign. I mean, it's everyone's on board. All the networks are in place. Beta operations have been ran. It's just a matter of pulling and pushing the trigger. I think it's the future. I think if you haven't board, then you've made some bad decisions. I think it's far greater of a risk to not own crypto than it is to have it at this point. With watching how fiat has just essentially just gone down to nothing, right? Like we're working on nothing at this point. No one trusts it. No one wants it anymore. It's a dead system, and I think they're ushering it in inadvertently. And I think that they've just, what happened is that the retail investor acquired it before the commercial institutes could. So they had to create this hiccup with the adoption. This is why we saw the SEC essentially put a lawsuit upon Ripple so that they can kind of slow down the progression, so that they could essentially, you know, get their ducks in a row, because they knew that now they know at least that it's inevitable. And if you can't beat it, join it, right? So they're taking that kind of road.
I know everything I've said in the past. I know what have been stories and what are real. And I don't even know why I blundered through life, but I actually am adopted. But there's a lot of stuff that I've said, and it, you know, I don't even know, you know. There's a lot. I have a lot to.
You got the floor, buddy. Get it out.
I don't know. I think that narcissist side of me, I don't know what else to call it. Like, I don't know. I've just kind of blundered through life, I guess, and up until a year ago, and even though I've been aware of that, I still, you know.
No, we're listening.
Yeah, just try. I know sometimes it can feel awkward because these are thoughts that you haven't said, like articulated. So try and just work through it. I mean, no, I give the almost a maximum amount of charity to everything someone says. I always take it in the best possible light. So just shoot from the hip. I mean, just go with it and just see what comes out.
All my life,
Yeah,
really.
we're not going to judge you, man. Go ahead.
All my life, really, even from being a kid. So yeah, I've said a lot of stuff. I've done some stuff, and Yeah, a lot of it's not even real, you know. And now, like, the hardest part now was how do you admit all of that, you know?
Yeah. Well, you can't identify with your beliefs, man. You got to learn to disassociate with that and really try to find wisdom, right? Because ultimately, um, that's what you keep, right? This when you pass on from this experience here, like the thing you get to keep is what wisdom you've gained. And if you lacking in that area, then you're kind of bound to just acquire whatever comes nearest, and that might not always be best. And that's kind of been my philosophy.
And Don Gio were here. Don Gio would tell you you have to forgive yourself.
Well, he
You know,
would
you
talk
can't.
about forgiving the mother. Yes.
Yeah, you gotta forgive yourself. You know, you gotta let this stuff go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
We all got our struggles, man. Nobody's perfect, right? But it's your intent, right?
I need to.
And,
I need.
and we're
Sometimes we get
our
off
own worst
course.
critics.
I need. Oh, sorry.
Well, you can be like your own worst critic, you know, and you can be way more critical on yourself than maybe other people would be. So it's trying to find a way to forgive yourself.
Yep. Never too late, man, to change that path you're on and change the outlook and the perception and forgive and repent and whatever you have to do to disassociate with that old you from the new you. Like everyone's a new person every 5 or 10 years roughly, and physically and mentally and spiritually. Like we all kind of we grow, man. It's inevitable. And but what are you growing towards, right? Like you got to really think about what you're thinking about sometimes, and make sure that you're on course with what you feel that your purpose was intended to be. We kind of got our path.
Trying to shed that old personality.
Recalibrate that internal moral compass, or yeah, ego and pride really sometimes gain grasp of all of us, right? Like we tend to associate ourselves with something we're not. We see ourselves sometimes as what we aren't, right? And a lot of that's through ego, pride, arrogance, envy, things like this. And you just got to be honest with yourself. And as long as you can be honest with yourself, man, then you can be honest with anyone. Don't allow your feelings and thoughts and beliefs to, support what your founding values are, or what determines reality for you. You got to stick with the facts, the logic, wisdom, rational common sense. As long as you assert yourself with those things, right, you're always going to be true to yourself, and you're not going to be just taking what's comfortable or what feels good or sounds good, but what actually truth isn't always what you want it to be, man. Sometimes truth is just that, it's not what you want it to be, but it is what it is. So tell us some more about.
There's a lot to go through. Yes, I will.
Go ahead and go ahead and tell us, man.
Yeah, I've been living this other life, just lying and what all that. And at the time, I don't think I was aware of like how I was fucking people over throughout. But now, lately, yeah, it's been all yeah. And
Well, how were you fucking them over?
stories and lies. Also, um,
And why do you think that was?
and just living these whole fabrications.
Well, what are you gonna gain from that? Is it like acceptance or something, or what are you looking for in doing that?
I don't even know.
Well, I can tell you, man, truth is very how do I put it? It removes like a big weight, right, off your shoulders. And yeah, man, lies carry a lot of heavy burden upon them, you know, like whether you realize it or not, it does. And yeah, just being honest with yourself, right, is always important. So what kind of bullshit do you think that you might have been saying that could have affected somebody?
There's so much for all.
Any subjects in particular?
Practically everything I've said, I can't like.
Now, do you think? Go ahead.
Has something happened because of that I'm not aware of?
Sometimes it takes hearing a connection, right, to realize, right, you've been maybe projecting feelings or something, or your thoughts rather than, you know, truth. Sometimes it takes that. I don't know. You think that's something that took place?
Never been aware of that.
Okay. I'm not quite sure I'm following to the fullest degree of what it is.
Just what because of what you were saying. I questioned it. Well, I've like fabricated, and it's just been natural, and it's just been all the time, and I can go back, way back to as a kid, even to recently. I still do it, and I don't even know why. a lot of stuff is there practically. Sorry.
Sometimes our thoughts aren't always our own, right? And that's why you always have to like kind of discern what's coming to mind before you comes to the tongue and you speak it into fruition. And sometimes it's real easy to like be
The problem
unaware.
is I've said so much that this is really big problem. Been all the time.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Maybe just try thinking about what you're gonna say before you say it, right? And asking yourself if have a conversation with yourself, right? And ask yourself if this is valid or not, where it's just coming from. Question it, right? Question that thought, challenge it, right? And look and follow it through. Eventually, you're gonna find the answer. It has to make sense, though, right? Anybody have any topic of discussion they'd like to bring up?
I got one for you. More of like a thought experiment, if you would. Say you're marooned on an alien planet and you need medical attention. There's a civilization there, like aliens and shit. Something similar to what here. Where do you go?
Medical attention upon a foreign terrain.
Yeah, that's really what it boils down to.
How friendly are these locals?
Well, I suppose you don't know for sure, right?
Well, how immediate is the medical attention required?
Like it's something you can't do on your own. Like say there's like a injury that you need stitches, but in a spot where you can't get to it, or it may be a foreign puncture, like a puncture.
How much time do I have before there's an
Oh.
issue?
Let's say maybe you would survive it, but it could be complications like infection and whatnot.
Why
It
not
might
make
be
it
okay,
more?
but it might not.
Why not make it more real world? Like you're in the middle of a battle and you're by yourself and you're crossing enemy lines.
There you go. Like enemy mine or something like that.
So then why couldn't we use like some of the natural elements around us to, essentially administer some type of, aid to ourselves?
That sounds pretty good.
I'm trying to speak, but it's mom and dad.
I hear you.
Pretty much everyone who's ever been close to me.
Well, I could tell you this, man. If whatever it was doesn't matter 5 years from now, then I wouldn't worry about it too much, right?
Huh?
Said is if whatever you think that you've done isn't gonna matter 5 years from now, then I wouldn't really worry about it too much.
I'm not quite understand.
I'm not really following you myself, but I'm just trying to give you some helpful advice to soothe your whatever's going on. I mean, what are you really trying to say here?
There's
I feel like you want to tell us something, but you're just scared to say it.
there's someone in America.
That's true. It's a very valid point.
I'm one of them.
Well, what about this individual? What's the significance to you in this individual?
Zach made a really good first impression the other night.
Sorry.
I said you made a really good first impression the other night when you came in with you had all these poems and stuff. I thought
Yeah.
that was really creative and
That's
you
part.
really,
That's
yeah.
part. That's part of that. That. I don't know what else to call it. That fucking all of that.
The guy in America, yeah.
All of that stuff. All that side.
So did you have a You didn't know what you were getting into when you joined the server, right?
In this server,
Yeah, like you didn't know what you were. Did you have an idea of what the server was about, or was it like you kind of discovered like, oh my god, there's a group of people like this out there?
it was weird. Like a lot of times, not just then, before then as well, you keep thinking you're seeing little, I don't know, things or whatever, but because of people outside and stuff, I'm always trying to figure out if it's, you know, and you're always stuck in that state.
Exactly.
I need to. I know what I need to do.
You
But
said you do or don't?
even that creative side though, even that's as good as that is. That still comes from that side of me, you know.
Exactly. I think we all have that side. It's just that certain people are better at preserving it or hiding it away or not even ever really exploring it to begin with. And I, by the way, I don't know what we're talking about. I have no clue what we're talking about.
I want to hear about this person in America. Are they still breathing?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So what's the significance to this individual?
I got close to them.
Yeah, and you feel your information given wasn't up to par.
Sorry.
You feel the information you gave this individual wasn't good information?
Yeah. Well, mixed.
Well,
Mixed. Really mixed, actually.
well, there's always time to, rearrange and recorrect things, right? Like it's never too late. Yeah, we could always be mistaken, right? There's always a threshold for error.
Sorry.
So there's always a threshold for error with anything of measure.
I missed your poems. Do you want to share one with us now?
I can just send you the notepad.
Yeah, that's cool. DM me.
Nah, don't do that. Just
It's
read
not-
one.
Well, they were like creative scenarios. They were like predicaments. I remember. I was really like whacked out last night. I had a bottle of cough syrup. I don't know if you guys have ever tried that.
Cough syrup.
No, probably not.
Yeah, if you drink a whole bottle of cough syrup.
Yeah.
Why don't you just get some alcohol?
Well, it's the only thing.
Robitussin.
It's the thing on the bucket list that you want to check off.
Not
And
really.
I was expecting some sort of effect, right?
Sorry.
You went to sleep.
Well, no, it was weird because it was like a high I've never had before.
You were sipping on some syrup.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is it? The acetaminophen in it or something, or?
DXM or something like.
Or is it the coda hydrocodone?
Yeah, codeine, that kind of stuff. It was interesting. It felt like the world was collapsing in on itself, like geometrically, just like walls constantly.
Yeah, that's the toroidal. That's the toroidal field.
Yeah, it was like I don't know. It wasn't bad. It was really like a sedative. It was more of a you don't feel anything. You just feel like unbothered by everything.
Well, you talking about DXM, dextromethorphan?
Yeah, like they said you're supposed to like start tripping out, and I guess I never got there.
Yeah, so DXM is a compound that it can alter consciousness very strongly. It just happens to be in the cough syrup stuff.
Yeah.
But you can actually some people get it in like a powder or whatever, but it happens to just be in the cough syrup. And so, yeah, you can drink a bunch of it. And I remember kids like in high school did it. Like I had these two friends of mine, like they tried it and cause they just heard about it and they drank a lot of it and like they got really high and it was like not good though. Like it was, yeah. Anyways, that's the whole story, but
oh yeah.
You
gotta be
that's exactly it.
Well, it's like there's like a I don't know, it's a trend I guess for like I don't know, rap and hip hop or like shit like that. They'll drink a lot of it, right? So I was like, okay, let's see what this is about. I'm not 14-year-old anymore, but I'll try it, right? And it was like you get into this like good type of sickness. It's like a good type of sadness. Kind of, I don't know if you guys have ever been depressed, but it's like a good depression. It was kind of like a sickness that you were okay with being sick. And I don't know how to describe it.
I've heard varying experiences with it. I mean, some people like kind of just feel like they trip a little bit, but like if you take a lot of it, people can have like full blown, like when I say tripping, I mean, it's not like mushrooms or anything, like, cause those are medicines. It's not like that. It's not really a medicinal kind of trip. It's more of a just being really altered. Like the room is spinning. And I've heard some different experiences people have had that are pretty wild. So it's not like, yeah, it's not like a kind of healing type of a trip in that sense. It's more of like a chaotic, it can be pretty wild and people can get kind of messed up on it too. But if you just did like a somewhat low dose of it, maybe that was your, feeling of it. Cause it does have like that kind of relaxing sedative effect too, I think, from what I understand.
It had the well, I was kind of trying to be careful with it because it had the DXM in it, but it also had this other active ingredient that would naturally make people want to throw up. So
yeah,
I tried to get
that's what I've heard.
The dosage, I was like, if I drink this whole thing, it's gonna make me. I have to resist the urge to throw up, but it might be a payoff that
Yeah, I just know these two friends of mine I'm talking about because it's like in high school where they both like, that's why I just think of that. But they both, because like not a lot of people I knew really have tried that one. I never have. I mean, maybe I've had a little bit of cough syrup when I was a kid, but I've never like tried it, at that higher dose. But yeah, you can get pretty altered on it. I know those guys, like they drank a lot of it and they were like puking, they had all this vomiting. So they drank enough to get that sick. But then apparently if you do that, you get a lot of it in your system too. So yeah, those guys like did probably way more than is in any way healthy to do.
Yeah, I don't know if I would try it again in the future, but it was definitely worth it just to see, because I like the altered states of like consciousness that you can get into, because you can think all sorts of different, you can like unlock hidden menus within your brain just within a different state of so I was like, let me just try it out, but I don't think it's ever something I'd want to do again.
Yeah, there's also guys that actually like synthesize it, they'll actually make it and then like, sell it or whatever they do. Like it's not that, from what I don't know much about it, but I just know that it isn't the hardest one to make, that some people do that or whatever. The DXM stuff. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people like to mix it. I mean, I'm sure like if I mix it with alcohol, it would have had it would have activated something else, but 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
Yeah, nothing I've ever felt drawn to in any way, but it is interesting. I have heard some experiences people have had with it. Well, because the thing with that though, like we were saying before, like you're taking DXM and a bunch of other stuff that's in there. So yeah, I wonder what the other stuff does too.
all that stuff doesn't help.
Yeah, I feel like I was spending half the time battling like the repulsive ingredients that were trying to make me like the other stuff in there. So it was like I couldn't really differentiate it all too well, and it probably ended up affecting the overall experience and enjoyment. But I feel like I got the point of it. But I felt it felt like a really immature thing. I felt like I was a 14-year-old. I was like, what am I doing?
That's funny. Well, yeah, because back then, like maybe at that time, like kids just wanted to try something, you know, and it's like, oh, cough syrup, it's like easy to get. So yeah, I think probably people have tried it. Kids have tried it. It's just some way to have some wild experience. I think I got the live stream set up now to where it's gonna play the actual GIFs, like when we play GIFs, because before it wasn't actually playing them, you know, but now it's gonna actually play them. So just kind of got that going now.
Gio, what is this? The live stream wasn't on last night, so I tried the /record thing. That brought in Earth Leveler. I don't know where that was streaming to or what, but I was like, okay, this probably isn't the right thing.
So, well, yeah, the audio went off. Actually, that's what I've been fixing today, because basically the live stream account, if it leaves the chat, then the audio doesn't go through. So yeah, I'm trying to get that all fixed so it stays going. But the record thing is actually a feature that bot has where you can just do !record and it brings the bot into the room and it'll just record whatever's going on in the room. And then you do !stop-recording and then it'll stop the recording and then it'll give you an MP3 that you can download, like right in the chat right here. It'll post it. So if you do it for like 5 minutes, then you can go download that 5-minute MP3 and it'll be whatever was happening in the chat, which of course, if we're on live stream, it's fine because we're live anyways. But if people bring that into one of the other rooms, like they would have to let people know they're recording first before doing it. And if that becomes an issue, I could like disable it or whatever. But I thought it was a cool feature, like especially like if somebody, you know, there's like a video or a movie or a quote or something like that like let's say you said an awesome quote right now, I could be like, oh, dude, that quote's amazing. Like, can you say it one more time? Pop the recorder thing in, you could say it, and then I could have that on an MP3.
Boom.
It's kind of it could be used for that.
Yeah, I did something like that, and then there was like an audio file attached, and I was like, oh shit, this is kind of creepy. I don't know what I did, so I deleted it. Like, oh shit.
I'll do it right now. So see, I just typed it, and it said started recording, and then it's, you know, the Earth Leveler popped in, even though it's muted, but I guess that doesn't matter. It's
I muted it the other night. I was freaked out by it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's unmute it for now. Oh, now it's like going green. Yeah, it could probably just be muted. I don't know if it matters, but anyways, all right. So now it's like doing that. And then if I do, then I'll type the stop-recording and then it'll pump out a little MP3. It's through, you know, Me6, MEE6.
Yeah.
That's what this bot is. They have a feature where I could change the avatar to the Earth Awakenings logo, but it's just the Me6 bot. So it's the same bot. It just has they have a feature where you can, it's called custom bot. So it's like a premium feature where basically it'll let you use the Me6 bot, but with your own like name and your own avatar thing.
I don't know. Did you notice when you were adding the Me6 bot that there was from what I understand on other servers of people that use the Me6 bot, it auto creates a role.
Oh.
Did you notice that?
What, for the bot?
Yeah, the Me6 bot, I think when you connect it to a server, it automatically creates its own little role. And I was looking into what that role was. I don't know if it did it here, but it was like some sort of way of them crypto mining or something. I don't remember. It was like some money making thing that was built into it. I don't know.
I'll be right back.
See, Gio, you just sent whatever we were talking about straight to the Chinese.
Well, sorry, we can go back to what we were talking about. What?
No, I'm talking about that recording, wherever it went. I don't know. It's just gone in the ether.
I know it didn't come around. But yeah, Me6 does add a role called muted because it has a mute feature in it. So yeah, if that's what you were saying before, yeah, if you add Me6 to your server, it's gonna automatically add the muted role to every channel or to every permission. So you have to either remove it manually or adjust it how you want. And Dino does the same thing.
That could have been what it was. It was like it called itself gold roll or something. I don't know.
But yeah, Zach, if you want to talk about what you were talking about before, I was listening to all that, man, and I do hear where you're coming from. And yeah, if there's anything else you want to share about that, feel free. We were just starting to talk about this bot thing, but it doesn't have to be the main topic. Yeah, so the recording didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll try it again. But yeah, it's just through Me6. So yeah, it should just... Well, if you click the link, it takes you to like a Me6 website, and then you can download it.
Is that real?
Is the Earth real? Is that what you're asking?
No, the bot things.
Yeah, they're real. Little macros. So Zach, what do you think about the Earth? Like, what are your thoughts on what the Earth is? Zach Zugan?
I used to think it was like a bump. I spent a lot of years down these conspiracy things and what have you. Then I used to think it was shaped like there's a Gleason map or something, but it's raised. It's like a bump. Closest thing bump. Well, you'll already know. But as times went on, and I don't know, like the Earth. Man, I don't know, but kind of got less important as time went on, really, because I've spent a lot most of it trying to figure out.
I think that one in chat is one of the weirdest ones I've seen. I noticed Nathan Oakley uses that one as his little background thing for most of his YouTube videos. But that's what reminded me when you said the bump. Looks like a tit.
Bump cake.
Yeah, that one's actually. I mean, if you want to go into biblical cosmology, that's probably one of the more accurate ones in terms of the four angels being the directions and causes of the winds. But the curvature that you could probably measure, it's like the concave, convex, ball, flat Earth. I don't know. The a la carte buffet version of what Earth might be.
And a lot of it's was just trying to reassure myself as well.
I found this one recently. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, that's what like I don't know. One of these days I want to buy like huge like pieces of art. Like I'm talking like a canvas size, like a huge canvas of these flat earth models. There's something like so like innately intriguing about all these flat earth models that's just like it like inspires your imagination. And they're all kind of consistent with each other. Like you could, I mean, most of these, they all have, I don't know. They're not all just out in left field. There's a lot of similarities in these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zach, flat Earth. I mean, I don't know if this was for you, but you sounded like you were trying to figure out what's real. Like,
Spent a lot of time doing that
yeah.
lately.
I mean, that's what like when I started looking into flat Earth, and I'm not saying it stopped. It's like you have to consider all the options, and it's like you never stop asking or stop trying to figure it out, but you're just more aware of all the things that you might not be aware of, I guess.
Yeah.
Gio, is that what they call a toroid or toroidal?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because that's like a description of a magnetic field, right?
It's well, that one right there is just sort of like an animated graphic. It's not really necessarily a more like a fully kind of accurate toroidal field. It's just sort of that's just sort of a general structure of it. But yeah, like electric fields and magnetic fields create that structure.
Grim's got some breaking news. What's going on,
So,
Grim?
so
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Grim?
Hey, hey. Don't want to interrupt the conversation. I'm just quietly dropping shit in the background. That's a nice GIF, Gio.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
This one's the Ken Wheeler made this one.
It's weird
Yeah,
how like
I like
was
I like
was a
this
lot
one
of
that
that
you
was a lot
posted
was a lot of
about
that
Ken Wheeler, the polarized disc. So if you look at that, right, what owl or what animal does that remind you of? Doesn't it look like an owl's face?
The eyes, yeah.
Yeah, and coincidentally, owls navigate themselves using the magnetic field inadvertently. Ken Wheeler was, I think, one of the first people to kind of talk about that.
Turns out a
Scientists
lot of
knowing that,
animals do. Even humans
well,
have we have a bacteria that's magnetic in our in our stomach. That this bacteria also is found in our brain. It's like they I don't know what's going on there, but this is like some sort. We do have some sort of magnetic.
has
It's just been discovered. I can't believe that either. That's weird that it's just been discovered.
has this been
well,
going on?
the thing is they don't actually use the magnetic field directly, and neither does that bacteria. I'm assuming it's inadvertently.
Has this been going on a while?
Yeah.
Reminds me of that.
longer than we've been talking about it.
Way longer. Millennia.
I just find this model, or even what I guess Ken Wheeler was trying to describe. I don't know who it was posted a picture of the Milky Way, and from what I understand, at the center of most of these galaxies, it does have that, you know, the supernova, black hole, whatever, starburst going like vertically, exploding outwardly, and then creating a flat. I don't know what you would call it, flat galaxy ring or whatever. It's like consistent with most of what they see in astronomy, I guess. But
An event horizon.
I think that was, isn't that the name of a band?
That's a
No,
movie.
if you
It's
talk
a good
about
one.
something like that and you want to make it horizontal, event horizon, it's an event that happens horizontally, a reaction, an event horizon.
Well, like the
So-
Milky Way's got
So
the
this
cloud. Sorry, go ahead.
so this is bingo like yeah, I think I understand fully what you're saying.
So the Milky Way would be a horizon.
Well, there's a geometry in there, even in the heliocentric understanding. There's a geometry that completely aligns with that image Geo posted, in the sense that, oh, the Milky Way has the starburst, and then there's a perpendicular to the burst, like there's a I don't know. It's strange.
Hmm. And in the second paper there, it talks about that magnetic bacteria being found in the regions of the brain having to do with orientation. So they're just figuring this. They're just touching on stuff that right now they didn't even. It's weird that this was published in 2021.
Well, it's weird the words we have, and we don't really pay attention to them. Horizon, rise on. Our eyes rise on the
The
horizon.
horror rises on. Yeah.
The horizon rises as our eyes rise on with the horizon as we rise.
Reminds me of a joke I made the other day. You guys want to see a horizon? Watch your mama wake up in the morning. I'm just like. But
I mean, but seriously though, like in the word horizon, like horizontal or horizon, that just simply means horizontally flat. I mean, that's the word itself. And when when they're like, why does this follow your eye level or whatever, and from a spherical idea it would fall away. Yeah.
Your mama. Playing.
So
Our eyes on till.
Well, why do? Because I've never. There's a lot of criticisms of flat Earth, I think, that are pretty valid. But one of the ones that you'll always hear is that horizon should be at eye level, and I think that a lot of flat earthers push that, or maybe like an old school talking point. But I've never understood why they would say horizon always goes to eye level. Like if I increase my altitude, I don't see why they would, like, you're gonna have to look down, right? If you're higher up. I never understood that one.
At what point do you have to start looking down is the question.
Well, it's like
and
they say
if
it
you're
like
on
on
a
flat Earth always is gonna be horizon's always gonna be
well,
at
I
eye
mean
level.
that's the thing. If you're on a sphere, I mean, it's going to act different than it would if you're on a flat, and it's so. Yeah, I guess in their interpretation, it's going to always follow your eye to always meet you. If it's fucking huge, and then we can see to the edge of it, but a blurry section of it. You know what I mean? The blurry surface.
But like
of what
if you're Demok, say you're in like you're at morning time, you're floating above a foggy pond. Like it's so foggy that it's not like there's gonna be a density to the air that's gonna create a certain opacity that won't allow you to see through it anymore. And like they already have the light attenuation, all these other things to consider, but like I don't know. It just seems like an intentional straw man. But I also
Well,
hear flat
I
earthers
think the
say it
main
too.
point
So
is if you're on a little bitty fucking sphere called a rock and a sphere, and it's one certain diameter and size, and you know damn how little it is, and it matches that size as you go up, that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the idea to get bigger and bigger and bigger and to keep going in size when it should stop there at 39.59, and it's not. Therein lies our problem. So that's why they say it follows. You know, just to say it, it kind of does. It follows more than it would if you're on something that would shrink and stop.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, because like if you take a basketball and put it up next to your face and pull it away, it's going to get smaller. Now, if you have a flat surface and you're laying on the ground, you know, how far do you got to get away from this damn ground before it becomes unnoticeable to you at all ever? Like when does it become
It
space?
starts getting smaller too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, to you personally, if you went up in a hot air balloon from the dirt, how far do you have to go up before your eyeballs see anything other than dirt or earth?
No, I thought you meant if I just took a plate and put it above my head and then started moving it away
No,
from me, it would get smaller
no.
too. I was thinking.
Well, in that case, I'm just comparing the sizes of a plate compared to a ball compared to another circumference. You'd have the 39.59. If the plate was 39.59, it would stop at said radius, and it would be that. It would become that. You would see it. You know, you'd back up and see, okay, that's a plate of that radius. It wouldn't be bigger and 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 yet bigger, 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 and yet bigger. You know what I mean? That just doesn't make any sense.
No.
When do you see it getting bigger and bigger? For your example,
No, but I hear the Earth is supposedly so big that we haven't marked the exact fucking size of it, which is stupid to say. Like, so big, you know.
Well, you know, guys, I saw on today on Netflix. Sorry to interrupt you. I saw the whole Earth on Netflix from the Virgin thingy.
Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Earth, man. The whole you saw it. It fits in their window.
51%.
They're way above, higher than the
51%.
Yeah, was that? Well, I mean, the whole half, the whole expected view of the Earth from one side of it. Yeah,
As
I'm
you
just
said
being.
it, they all asked if you saw the whole
Well,
thing.
that would be ridiculous. I mean, no, just let's take for granted that Grimm knows better. Okay, guys.
bro,
Just
check
while we
check
have
this
that
pic out. See
conversation.
this picture? Ever since I saw this picture and learned about this type of filter or lens effect, I toss everything out. Like
I'm wanting to know the flat
ever
plane
since I saw
radius
that type of shit.
versus the round plane radius. Or the round, you know, they got the round ball radius supposedly, but we don't match
Well,
it anywhere. It's just
they
in
have a defeater to that. They have a defeater to your lens theory because there's also curved objects that curve the opposite way, that are attached to the ship itself, and you can see that those objects, the straight objects are straight, the curved objects are curved.
Oh, they got flat
it-
objects, hollow objects, cup-shaped object, half balls. Anything can look like a sphere. Yeah, a quarter. Yeah.
No, he's saying if it was those lenses, and when the ISS shows a live feed of it, and you see curvature,
they would all bend the same
and
direction, not one bending one way and one bending the other.
Yeah, the structure wouldn't have any straight lines.
It
They
was
would all
pretty
be
funny because there's video where they had like some kind of a pole in front of the camera, and the pole was bent, like the like everything they were trying to bend with their optical illusions they were creating, and that pole prior to takeoff, everybody showed the pole wasn't bent, but when you looked at it through the perception of the lens creating that distortion, the pole was bent. So it was pretty apparent
When
that
you,
everything was being affected.
oh, definitely. When you look at a basketball, does that motherfucker turn square and straight and flat and horizontal
Did
to
you
you?
guys see the video yet, or are we just gonna knock it away before you even
No,
watch?
no, I'm asking a really
Holy
good
shit!
question here. When you look at balls, can you take a lens and make them look flat and straight and perfectly square? Do we have that ball straight lens?
Yeah, they have like
Well, if
photography
they
editing
did, then you'd
software
have
that
So we
allows
have
at
a
it.
least
ball.
something for that flat Earth evidence.
So we have a curved straightener lens that, like, any curve we look at, it'll straighten that bitch
Yeah,
right out.
they have that. I mean, it goes both ways. Flat earthers can make it look more flat, and globers can make it look more spherical.
Well, my
Isn't
thing
the
is, why don't we
interesting
look at a
question?
basketball and make it flat? And then, what I mean? Just to give us the idea, like,
Didn't really
Earth's the ball, but we see it flat. Let's see how that looks, and
Well, they
as a
did that
round
when they
ball.
zoomed in
It's
on
called
it,
an
right?
AE map.
And they showed you the basketball had a flat horizon to a very small perspective, as the same like as if you were on Earth and smaller than Earth, it would look flat to you. Remember that basketball?
Well, no. I'm not
They
talking
zoom
about
in
no
on it
imagine. I'm not talking
so
about
that the
imagine.
field of view shows a flat
Yeah, but I
horizon.
don't mean to imaginate a proton of the ball or a
Well, it's
particle of
not
the ball.
imagining it.
What are you
Is it?
talking
Is it
about?
really?
Yeah,
It's just,
you're imagining a particle of the ball.
it's just
I want
using a
the
smaller
ball.
perspective, right?
I want the ball to be round like it's supposed to. I don't want it to be imagined particles of not roundness that it is. So you
What
can
do
Hard
say
to take it
flat.
seriously,
I
man.
Yeah.
mean, the Globers are going to beat you all over that with you. They'd be like, Democ, you're stupid. Grimm's the best.
Well, Grim, don't you think that's a
No,
little
Democ's not
it's a little
stupid.
misleading? Because if
I
you
am
had
the
a
best.
straight line, I could zoom in on it to an extent that it doesn't look straight anymore. You'll see it's like jagged or
When?
whatever. I mean, you
Okay,
could
no.
probably do this with
No,
anything.
I'm just saying the simple fact that you can do that means you can't just dismiss the fact that we have to take perspective and size into account, and that's how come it can look like that. Because we
Oh,
absolutely know a basketball is curved, and I mean we can't just ignore the fact that we can get a small field of view onto the horizon of a basketball and make it look flat, just like we can do from a small human being's perspective to the size of the Earth, and so that has to be accounted for. It can't. You can't just say, "Oh, well, that's not a thing," because it is a thing. We have to
Oh,
be able
yeah, I
to
agree.
say, "Well, that's a simple thing. We might want to get around it in a different way," Otherwise, it's just
When are
being dishonest.
when
But
are
yeah,
they gonna
thank you for
fly?
agreeing. I appreciate it.
When are they
It
gonna
doesn't prove
fly the
anything. It's just
Virgin Galactic again?
Was never the Earth was like it was never. This wasn't important later on. Like
Virgin Galactic. What?
I stopped.
I was saying, when are they gonna fly that again?
What's that?
Oh shit! I forgot. I just heard about it. I just heard it a while ago. Like 9 months or something, or
I mean, because we waited for like 14 years for them to come up and fly, or actually, it's been
they
longer
did
than
it.
that.
But they did
You
it.
know,
I was just watching the Netflix thing on it, and it was like a bunch of sad stories and stuff, and different types of people, and the reasons why they were chosen, and all this, stuff like that.
The Virgin, I don't know when they're going to redo that one, but the SpaceX one's going to be picking up steam, and they're going to be doing a lot of stuff in a very short period of time. So it's going to be really exciting to be a flat earther and watch them try to pull this stuff off in real time. I think there's a lot of exciting thing Globers are getting up to. So there's no better time to be a flat earther.
Did you see that Dragon capsule video level
I don't
up
know if he's being
server
sarcastic.
put out the other day?
You're talking about the girl who had cancer and she went up with the rest of them and they looked out the window or something?
No, they sent the Dragon capsule to send supplies or whatever to the ISS, and here I'll show you the video.
Synclinzer, earlier I heard you democratizing. You were telling the other people how to think for their, just think of something themselves that like might be a conspiracy right in front of their face that they would never know, but it's right there.
Yeah, you gotta sneak it in. You can't just argue it. You gotta sneak it. That's what I learned. You gotta. Well, I see. You know, I learned that when you debate Globers, they try to get you to imagine things, like Ganja was saying earlier, and like for practical reasons, I think that can kind of let people lead themselves to conclusions. But I think a lot of this shit, if you just think about it, you don't have to arrive at the conclusion that, I don't know. There's just so many different ways of thinking about this shit.
There's more than one way to skin a bat.
Was the people outside at any point then, or was that all in my head?
Was it? You said was it all planned?
No, was the people outside at any point, or was it all in my head? Is it all in my head? That.
Probably a little bit of both. But if you mean like in space, no, there's never been anybody.
2 years. I was signed off for 2 years a while ago, so it wasn't as bad as this time round.
What do you mean it's bad?
Why aren't we using like emeralds and like rubies and like diamonds and shit instead of like transistor like connectors and like
Ruby lasers, bro. I think if we had real modern computers, like
No, I mean literally is like a filter. Like a ruby will be a filter to a certain extent of a frequency of a certain ray or a certain offset of a electrical continuity. Emerald, sapphire, jade, like it'll allow so much or a certain amount of wattage, amperage, or whatever you want to call it. Like it can like be, each one will have its own little idea of focus, amount, or ability, or how it can do it. And to me, we should be using that idea.
I agree. Have you ever heard the phrase that the door to hell is made of amber? I think if they had like you can think of these crystals as gateways into looking into different wavelengths of light.
Right, kind of like a filter or a cloth, like a kind of like a filter. Like if you put that on the thing, put that on the way, and then breathe through it. In a way, I mean, I know it probably doesn't make sense.
Okay, you just took it up to like 10. You went.
Yeah. Well, I mean, literally like a filter for another object. So it can filter out a certain energy, and then a certain amount at a certain frequency can be let through that, but not the other one. Kind of like a little opening, like zoop, 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 zoop. Like you have a 10 gauge or a 3 gauge. Just simply whatever size the jade or crystal or emerald or whatever the thing is its gauge. And when you put it in the little area and you get a certain amount behind it or whatever or build up, it can
Hold
let
on,
that through.
I want to stay on this because this might. Are you saying that like if we have a ruby laser and we shine the light from a ruby laser through an emerald, you're gonna get even a more filtered wavelength?
Yes.
And then
Yes,
that
sir.
light you could filter it again
Or more
and you shine
magnified.
it through like
Yeah.
a piece
A
of
stronger,
Dude, that would
more
be genius
focused.
way of
A more
quantifying
ruby
light.
focused, sapphire focused, an emerald focused, a
Yeah, like
diamond focused.
Well, hold on. Actually, I think that's what they do.
No, it's not. Most lasers are actually they got a plastic lens.
Well, no, because I know that at the Gek Observatory in Hawaii.
I mean, as the lens itself.
They have the telescope that looks up into space, and they have a revolving carousel of amber lens and then like a red lens. So they try to look through the telescopes with these, but lasers, I think you could magnify it
Well, they
down.
should magnifying glass them. Make them like a magnifying glass, shape them like that, and then focus the light through them and see what kind of frequency you can get or output or input from each one.
You could triple filter it.
Or resistance or extra, you know what I mean?
No, I'm right there. I know exactly what you're talking. I don't know if they do that though. I don't know what study, like what would that study
Well,
be
think about fusion, cold fusion. You can use that in the process.
Dude, DMOC, I remember we
You
were
can
talking about
focus the
the
energy
most
through it
advanced.
and have it.
DMOC,
It can be like nano.
The most advanced telescope would be a telescope filled with water with magnetic rings that were made of amber and lenses.
It would be a big eyeball. It would be badass.
In a vacuum.
Yeah.
Shit.
But the idea to use the vacuum itself and the actual element of the ruby or the crystal or the emerald itself too, through
should
like
make
for
telescopes,
the static or the kinetic energy. Say like, okay, they're like, okay, well I found this. I accidentally did this with some pots and pans. We'll do it with some emeralds and lasers, and then emeralds and rubies and shit, and put that focus laser, emerald laser, ruby laser, sapphire laser at the water and see what kind of reaction you get.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. That would be cutting edge telescopy or whatever they call it. Telescope technology. A magnetic
And
lens
each one can
powered with
vibrate
lasers
too. You
filtered
could
through
like an emerald motor, a 10-watt emerald, a 40-watt emerald. Just depending on which one you got, or depending on what kind of work you want it to do, what kind of watt, amps, meters, ohms, whatever.
Would this potentially be strong enough to penetrate the depths of your anus?
Yes.
Would we have to essentially spread back the
Spread the
bendy
piece of time
space-time?
and look directly.
Yeah.
There's always something new to discover. Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a
in a vacuum itself. In a vacuum
I'm wondering if there's
itself.
going to be a bush of quantum entanglement that we might have to mow through to essentially penetrate the nexus of this stuff. Is that too far?
I was just thinking.
No, it might not be quantum entanglement you have to deal with. All that shit might be wrong. You might discover all that's just backwards and asinine. Like string theory and all that. You might as well just like discover that's like all like fucking wrong. It's more of a puke-based theory
all right,
than it
Zach?
is a string theory. Yeah, stuff goes
Zach, you
together
okay,
more like a puke base, or like you throw some shit on the wall and see what sticks, kind of.
D-Mock, you
More
all
than
right?
you would. Fucking perfectly fine. Are you okay?
Zach, you're doing the thing where your mic goes into super sensitivity mode.
Sorry.
It's all good, bro.
I'm saying, that the ideas that we've been given for quantum theory, quantum physics, it's all dog shit. Are you all right? Are you okay?
Yeah.
I was just saying because Zach was hot micing and you're still no one can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, I can't tell who can hear me, buddy. I mean, yeah. So no, I'm not all right. I
I
don't
think
know.
when D-Mock talks,
okay,
he can't hear anybody else, so it sounds like everyone's.
Nope.
He's talking. I just think he's just engaged in thought and talking.
No, I just don't know what you guys can hear because I'm not you. I don't know.
Well, you could be me in a way that would entangle us quantumly in such a leap of logic that would be
Sounds
compelling
gay.
for your No, well, it's not gay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, you
Now,
guys are
listen,
entangled in
listen,
some other type
listen,
shit.
Well, how come they're always worried about infusing and not defusing? Why don't they defuse something?
There you go.
Like defuse a sapphire or emerald or crystal instead of infuse it. Why don't they
have you
undo the frequency?
have you heard the term docking?
And
What
redivide the
docking
frequency?
means, Synclenser?
I've heard of
Like
docking, and I've
unfocused.
also heard of Lori. Here's something to put on your list of research: red vining. Do you know what red vining is?
Yeah.
Red
I'm
vining.
not sure about that
you
yet.
could probably even dock and red vine.
Yep.
There you go.
Well, I was thinking since you and D-Mock are quantumly entangled, maybe you could also try quantum docking.
Well, that's going to have to come with experimentation.
No, I don't think quantum entanglement is real. I don't think particles is real. I think that's all garbage. That's where we need to come to the new conclusion of flat Earth. Fuck quantum entanglement. It's more like the bleeding effect, right? Things go and do what
probably
they
going to be
can.
a bleeding effect.
Now listen, it's the path of least resistance,
have
right?
mercy.
Oh my
God. No. It's the bleeding effect, kind of like a lightning bolt. It can go through the medium and cut through from where it can. It'll be displaced from what it is. The energy it has will displace the medium, and when it's done, it'll go right back. It'll even itself out every fucking time. It'll do it every time. Just like helium, when it's produced a certain amount, it goes through the next medium, resides where it has to reside, and then it's not there no more. It's where it had to be. Everything goes where it has to go. It's not like a fucking string theory, everything, no banjo type shit like that. It's like a bleeding effect. You can, like liquids, gases, and electricity.
Wait, did you say
Magnetism. No, I'm serious. It's a bleeding effect.
the
It's like
string
a
theory was like a banjo?
yeah. It's a jank ass fucking theory. We don't like that.
I would say it's probably more like a menstruation effect.
Too far, dude.
Well, it's just a bleeding effect. Things bleed into other things, right? Heat bleeds into cold. Cold bleeds into magnetism. Bleeds into the next. It pushes or pulls, like it bleeds into it. So like things bleed in. Like light bleeds into the next medium.
And we
Sound
uses
bleeds
its
in.
blood. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we
Sound bleeds. Sound bleeds into the next medium. I don't know nothing about that.
But why do you think
I'm talking
Jesus
about,
wanted his blood?
I'm talking about energy and mediums and things like that. I'm not talking about liquid of our blood like that. So
Sounds
it's
like
kind
we
of
needed like a quantum,
you can do blood
like a
too.
quantum tampon or something.
Oh my. Okay.
Well, I mean that's how it works. Soil soaks up water, soaks up liquid, soaks up oil. The other shit, that it lives off of that. Then like a molds, soak up shit.
D-Mock, we're
Everything.
not
soaks
really
up
talking about
everything.
quantum tampons, please. Holy shit.
No, I don't know what the. I never said anything about that.
You're talking about
I never
the
said
bleeding
that.
effect.
Ever.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about string theory. I'm talking about the effect that something can bleed from one current or wattage or ohm or ratio to a next. Something can put off a heat or a radiant energy from one thing to the next. It can bleed into other things like sound, liquid.
Well, I think you're confusing the quantum
No, I'm
menstruation
not
with the quantum
confusing
douching
shit.
effect.
Listen, cunt
Quantum
wheeler.
douching
We're
effect.
not talking about that. We're not talking about douching cunt wheelers. Listen, we're talking about the bleeding effect of
Cunt
electricity,
wheeler? That's a new one.
energy, and motherfucking liquids, mediums, everything. It's the bleeding, the path of least resistance, right?
It's a
You're
menstruation
allowed to
cycle,
go.
man. It happens.
Hold up, I'm interested in like understanding what Demok's talking about. What do you mean by the bleeding effect?
It's like a
You have
dilution.
like these
diluting.
particles going through, and what happens?
Yes, sound can bleed through to other shit. Sound can bleed into other things, like through the material, into like the liquid, into the dirt, into the air. You understand what I'm saying?
Wasn't
So
that just
electricity, everything does it.
isn't
That's
that
my
just
point.
sound going in a different direction?
Everything does it. Light does it. Energy
let me
does
ask
it.
you.
Heat does it. Everything does it. The
D-Mock, got a
pumping effect,
clarifying
the
question,
vacuum,
D-Mock.
everything.
When you say bleeding, are you talking about like the visible spectrum could bleed into the acoustic
Yes.
spectrum?
Yes. Into the
Okay,
light
there you
spectrum,
go.
into the sound, into the liquid, into the gas, into the solid. Yeah. Everything's a spectrum of bleeding from one to the next, depending on the temperature differential put into it, the heat, the cold, you know what I mean? Just
So
depending
give
on
us an
what.
example of one thing bleeding into the next thing, like one, a visual thing bleeding
Well, you
into
can
an
bleed oil
auditory
into
thing.
water. You can bleed oil into water, and they separate each other, and there you have the bleeding effect. They path of least resistance. They go into each other, but they don't want to go into each other, but they do. They can bleed into each other, like sound can bleed into light. Light can bleed into sound. Energy can bleed.
So in terms of the oil and water, they're both liquids. So
yes,
how's that bleeding into
yeah,
another
but they're both
sensation, like sensory
They're
thing?
also how to what?
How are these two liquids, which are both visual things, bleeding into something that's not visual? Like something that's auditory, for instance.
Oh, through heat, through a transference of another way. You force it. Path of least resistance. If you force a resistance, if you force it, or if you were resisted a certain way, or force it a certain way, then it'll do that. It'll react or turn into another medium. Like sound will turn into light.
Yeah. What about like synesthesia, where it's like you can hear light, you can see sounds.
Yes. The electrical property of how your fucking mind and brain takes everything in is electrical continuity. And that's the whole point that I'm talking about. And it's a bleeding effect of electrical continuity, liquids, gases.
This is a product of being dropped on your head from a young age. And
yeah, well, don't get dropped on your head and that'll be okay.
Well, hold on. No, this is a good point, because I remember I went on when they had the 24/7 arena. I went on there and Ed Freeze, and I challenged Ed Freeze. I said the acoustic spectrum is a part of the EM spectrum, just the same. Like if you have the electromagnetic spectrum of wavelengths and frequencies of light, you're
It's
gonna
same
have
as a light
acoustics
wave or a
somewhere in
sound.
there.
It's the same
Yeah,
thing. Light wave, sound wave, frequency.
acoustics are gonna fall somewhere in the wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, the static kinetic energy flow that bleeds from one thing to the next. It gets a conversion. That's how we get the fucking sunlight too.
You're damn
A
right.
bleeding effect. Shadows work by bleeding effects. Everything works by a bleeding effect. So you can take your cunt wheeler, die slow fucking tampon talk and stick it up your butt. We don't do that. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about tampons to make it all goofy and stuff. I don't know why you would ever do that, die slow. That's crazy.
I don't know, man.
You
I
guys are
That's
apologize.
one of those arguments you got to bring up with QE, Dyslo.
I apologize. I couldn't help myself.
I thought that was hilarious. I was sitting here laughing behind my mic.
Well, I mean, it is, but I mean, I'm actually, being serious. I'm not like.
Yeah.
No, you're making good points, D-Mark, and I don't mean to tarnish your points because they are very good ones. I can't help myself but throw quantum on everything that sounds like complex, just because that's what they seem to do with everything. But you're right, man. Frequency is everything, man. It's all running off of frequency. Go ahead.
It's like the same thing with a superfluid dice flow. If you take a fluid and you force it, it'll react so fucking violently or in a weird way, you get a crazy reaction. Sound reacts so violently under duress, it becomes light.
Well, that's why I say all matter is essentially light.
That's source of energy. Yeah.
It's the impotency of energy depending on what state it's residing in. Like when it reaches its equilibrium, like let's just say a piece of wood, right? That has energy, but it's just not manifested. It's impotent. So when you increase the pressure of the temperature upon that, now you're going to release the energy within it, and you're going to see light manifested.
Well, have you guys ever familiarized yourself? So, the lowest levels right below the visible spectrum is going to be infrared. But in the acoustic spectrum, they have what's called infrasound. Now, infrasound is like a very low bassy. It's the highest thing we can. It's like just at the fringe of visible and audible. And if you've ever looked into infrasound, it's like infrared sound. But it's like a deep growl. It's like, when a lion roars in the Serengeti, it reaches what they call a frequency that is in the wavelength of infrasound. So it's a very deep growling resonation that it's so
Yeah, this is
audible that
how
you can feel
elephants
it.
communicate.
It's almost like a tangible thing.
It's how elephants communicate over vast distances, like literally several miles. It's all through sound vibration through the ground, and but nevertheless, man, it's yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was really into infrasound for like a little while. That was like even before I got into flat Earth, I was like, let's figure out acoustics. Harmonics have to be some sort of fucking language, right?
Well, it is. It is. I mean, like I said, like it's, but like the free neutrons that turn decay into protons and stuff, like that's happening due to this frequency blip, and essentially, like you could say that there really is no neutrons. There's only the proton, and it's only the neutron only exists due to this frequency indifference. And but essentially it's all just protons. The frequencies,
Well, see, I
like
don't know if I believe that for obvious. Like when you go down that path of saying these things are tangible, physical things just moving, come on, that's what we've been trying to get rid of when it comes to the ether physics, is that atomists like to like utilize their language in a way that describes everything physical in terms of states of matter. And I don't think
When I
everything is
when I say
necessarily a
atomist,
state of matter.
when I say atomist, you can't like. I'm not denying the atom. I'm saying atomist in the context of materialism, like essentially particles. Like
No, I don't
they
think
subdivide everything into particles. But I don't deny the atom. But again, I think all atoms are essentially, like I said, harmonic compounds of hydrogen. Everything on that periodic table is consistent of hydrogen.
Well, if I think atoms are going to take you down a path that it might be useful to describe something by its attributes, but its attributes don't necessitate that these things are physical. If I was describing to you energy, I wouldn't. I mean, how would you? They're modeled. Listen, you can say everything interacts with energy, and that there's some truth to that. But I don't think that electrons are just another way of describing how energy
Well,
interacts.
ether doesn't subscribe to energy. Ether says energy is a loose, vague term that nobody's like really nobody ever really subscribes to that because it's just too vague. So like you can replace it with the word field, which would be
You
like
can
way
replace all
more.
that shit with a lot of stuff, really. They're all just a guy's idea to explain another guy's idea,
Well,
right?
hold on. I've been using when I try to get people into ether, the question I always ask them is in the globe whatever model, the standard model, they don't have a cause for energy, whereas the ether absolutely has a cause for energy. It is the field. The field causes energy. How? Well, it provides a framework from which all energy can perturbate.
It's
And so it's a
resistance.
lot of the same language
Well,
that I hear.
the field is the energy.
It's
Yeah, but
called the
it's
resistance
a
field,
framework.
guys.
Yeah.
It's not ether. It's resistance. Same as
Well,
God.
yeah.
It's resistance. You can't do shit without it.
Well,
I guess.
resistance
In a
is
way.
just shit interacting.
Right.
That's only
So
half
that
of
is
the
the
coin,
ether. It's
Emo.
called. No, it's not. What do you mean half the coin? You got the shit or the stuff
Yeah.
that it's in. Okay, you got a bucket or the air the bucket's waving in. That's all the fucking coin.
The half the side of the coin, man. All that resistance you speak
No,
of
no,
is
no, no.
literally
Resistance.
okay. You're saying no before I even say anything. But go ahead.
You're saying no before I said anything. Go ahead.
Oh, please, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Well, it's resistance.
Well, since
If
neither
you
one
can
of
get
you
away-
is
if
talking,
you
then
can-
Dimox, you are wrong.
If you can get, yeah, okay, said the cornbread. If you can get anything without resistance, let me know.
Well, that's not what I'm saying, Demo. I'm just saying everything on our visible side is due to that resistance, right? This is what gives us our whole time variable and just our experience to begin with. But everything on the other side, which is just energy, pure energy, there has to be resistance to have that experience to begin with. So I'm saying that it's half of the phenomena. Pure potential to the resistance is what generates our whole reality.
I think if you go down the path of accepting atomism, you've gone down the path of quantifying conceptual characteristics. Just because something exhibits an interaction doesn't necessitate that these things are quantifiable little small balls, bouncing and doing Newtonian whatever. I think that's just as you would call it, a convention of you're quantifying things in a way that makes sense to you, but that doesn't mean that's necessarily how it interacts or even what it really is. It just says that there's a certain everything has a certain potential to interact with certain things in a way that you just wanted to quantify. That's all. But that if you go down, you go into like the full Autismo route of that, you're going to end up with neutrinos and everything else. Because you're just going to say, what's smaller than this? What's smaller than that? Can we think about things even smaller or bigger? Like, come on.
Yeah, they're kind of like the judge when it comes to like the horse race or the fight, right? Versus the commentator who's actually getting into what's actually taking place, the explanation behind the phenomena. Like all they're doing is just counting punch for punch, and
Exactly.
they're very narrow perceptional. They're what's the word I'm looking for? Like when you tunnel vision, right? They don't have like the peripheral to see like the full picture. They have like this very narrow scope of understanding, and it's kind of like my best analogous way, I guess, to put it.
No, you said it.
Short-sighted.
Well, yeah, you said it like that's the best way to describing the issues with atomism is that when you go down that route, you're really cutting yourself off from the peripheral. I think peripheral is the main thing that, they intentionally don't focus on because they don't want to go down the other path. They want to stay focused and see where it ends up mathematically. But that's, I mean,
Let's sort all this out.
and it's like they're willing to tell you this because if you watch any documentary about CERN or the Hadron Collider, they're going to say all we're doing is running these mathematical equations through these computers and then shooting energy things out and trying
to put it back to the fight, right? Analogously, like if you weren't really perceiving the fight or hearing it, right? Like as it went down and you were trying to hear the perception of what took place from the perspective from the perspective of the judge, he's going to tell you this many punches were thrown, this many missed punches, this many, such and such, right? He's going to give you quantifiable measurements, right? But he's never going to give you the essence of what was captured in that fight. He's never going to give you the background story, the explanation, the commentary, if you will, right? And it's
you could
like
even
that,
like make it simpler by just saying that
what about
qualitative, like the qualitative value of these punches. Someone could throw more punches, and they could seem like like they're what's the word that they use?
This is the
heavy
problem.
punches or
This is the problem with Mayweather. He's a technical fighter. He's not a heavy puncher. He's a point boxer. So he's scoring points, but he's like evading punches a lot, and that's how he's winning. But punch for pound for pound, is he gonna throw the hardest punch? No. But does he have the most victories? Sure. But from the quantum perspective, he's perceived as the all-time greatest, where any real boxer would tell you that he's talented from one aspect, but overall he's not the best boxer. Like,
there's no defining
you're gonna get
but it's not like an issue with the subject. It's an issue with the sport, or the issue with like the system. So the system, it makes it so like because it's hard to judge qualitative things, and it's easier to be more fair and more objective quantitatively. That's how they judge things, and it's like hate the game, not the player. That's what. So for instance, in that fight that they had like last month with was it Jake Paul and Tyrone Woodley. Woodley threw the heavier punches. He basically knocked the guy down. Like if it wasn't for the rope, it would have been a knockdown, right? He didn't have more punches, but he had the heavier punches and stuff like that. But still, he lost the bout because that's not how they judge the things. They lack the wherewithal to qualitatively assess it accurately. And if they try to do it in their subjective manners, then there'd be it'll be a shit show because people aren't good
Well,
at qualitatively
here's another
assessing things
aspect.
similarly.
Here's another aspect to that. So Tyrone Woodley lost due to the differences within the scoring, and maybe rightfully so. However, in a more realistic scenario, or outside the context of that ring, maybe in a dark alley, I think Jake Paul would probably be lunch. And so this kind of like goes back to the perspective of like the reality within the full totality of perspective versus just this small confined laboratory where we're conducting such experiments. Like we're gonna see the full essence of everything through like just simple measly tests, like per test. Like it's gonna take like connecting all of this to a larger database to kind of gain a broader perception of how all of this segues. And again, like that's why I'm trying to compare this whole fight thing, because I think it kind of fits well, and there could be a lot of good points to derive from that. What would you say? Would you agree with me? Jake Paul would get destroyed in a dark alley outside of a
Absolutely.
ring?
I think
Okay.
he lost that fight. If you see, if you're not judging it purely on the amount of jabs and stuff like that, he should have thrown more punches, no question, because he should be playing the sport as it's, as they want it to be played, as the judges judge it. The aim should be to win. And in terms of the other aspects, he was chasing the guy down. He was dominating the ring most of the rounds, and he had got that knockdown, but it wasn't actually technically a knockdown because of the rope and what have you. But he had the heavier punches and stuff like that. You could see that he physically edged out Jake Paul, but Jake Paul just played it smart in terms of throwing more punches and conserving his energy.
And that's my point, is you can always kind of exploit these loopholes within the confines of the parameters of your experiment or fight or whatever it may be, like until it's placed in the ever dynamic reality of what it is, like tested within the field per se, right? Then you're never going to grasp the true essence of what the nature of this thing is that you're like trying to understand, whether it be a fight or light or what have you. Like things look different when they're under a microscope or on paper or in a lab than they do like in the natural realm, like when you have other variables to contend
The
with.
paradigm gets skewed when the system is tainted or when it's not a good system. Like an analogy of that's in boxing. Analogy would be like in terms of taxation. You have all these companies making killer bank, and there's they're working their deductions and their capital gains benefits and all this stuff so that they're paying little to no taxes. Netflix and Amazon last year paid 0 taxes, and they're playing by the rules within the system, but the system is fucking trash. It's just like another way of showing how this system right here is the issue. It's not the players. You can't blame the players for exploiting things to their, it has to be, you have to have an amoral kind of approach to assessing the actions of said players, right? The issue is with the system and the people that create the system and maintain it.
Yeah, it's not inclusive enough, and when there's hitches in the system or compromised infrastructure or areas, like this stuff needs to be like refortified and re configured or engineered to harbor the new data or understanding or vulnerabilities, whatever it may be. Like it has to adapt, and if it can't adapt, then this is inherent issues like.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely Jake Paul would have gotten his ass smashed if it was like, a street fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it always seems to be the case when people, like I said, people kind of find the weak points in the system and just kind of play the meta
Bro,
bet,
if
the
you
meta
don't
game.
think all sports are fake, then you guys are hopeless.
Well, I mean, I'm
Sports,
not even speaking.
regardless of
Yeah, I
which
agree.
one, all fake.
I agree. But even if it we're hypothetically assuming it wasn't, like, there's always going to be that meta game, like when you
Dyslo,
have.
we watched that shit, man. That shit was so fake, bro. I was cringing the whole time. Like,
No, this is a different
I
fight.
was watching it to
This
be
was the
convincing.
second. This was the second or third Jake Paul fight. You and I watched the first or second. I can't remember, but
Bro, I mean, I watched all. Like, listen.
He's probably talking about the Ben Askren fight.
yeah, that one.
Dude, I'm talking about all of them. Every single fight I've seen within the past 6 months has been one of the fakest things I think I've ever seen in my time on. Like, I don't know if you guys remember what actually happened, but all of that stuff was just like, oh my god, I'm getting conned. They're conning my ass just watching this thing.
Yeah, it's like the level of entertainment.
was rough,
the level of entertainment like is parallel to like idiocracy at this point, man. Like, it's gotten so flamboyant and ridiculous. Like, Oscar De La Hoya was cracking off. I mean, what else was going on, dude? They had
all of it.
WWF. Remember John
I wanted
Cena?
to like it.
They had John Cena out there, and it was just, it was a shit show.
There's
Circus event.
Dyslo, you remember the guy named what's his name? Matthias. He used to always fucking say that, oh, crowds are just like herds, and give them their circuses and bread. Give them their shows and bread, their festivals. It really felt like I was being pandered to. Like, I don't like when I feel like I'm getting pandered to, but holy shit, like, it was like, come on. Like, I know when it's entertainment, but I also know when they're trying to fucking
troll you.
Well, they're like, I know when
felt trolled.
someone's trying to give me when someone's trying to give me what I want, I don't like it. And that's exactly what they were doing. They're like, oh shit, this is crazy. Like, I
They're
don't
not
want...
trying.
Okay.
They're not trying to troll you. They're trying to control you.
Con and
Oh.
troll. Yeah, they're conning and trolling. Yeah. Damn, that's a red pill.
That was deep.
That's something D-Mock should have thought of, but he didn't.
He's over there with
He
his
breaks the
bleeding
word
effect,
down.
bro. He's got a bleeding heart.
Yeah. He's separating the waters
Merlin,
from
that
the
was a
waters.
good point, but I still credit it to D-Mock, unfortunately. Sorry. Just the way I rule it.
His brain fluid's bleeding into his spinal fluid or something. I don't know what's going on.
It's all getting weird.
We need Pete
All
Shea in
blurry.
here.
Dude, he was
Lord have
in
mercy.
here. I don't know why he left. We were trying to talk him into it. What happened? We were in the voice check-in room, and we were checking in Pete Shea. All right, Pete, we got a new place. Got a lot of good things. You're gonna love the engagements. And then fucking Rumpus joins, and Pete Shea lost his shit. He's like, Rumpus is here. Well, I know your standards. Blah blah blah. I'm not gonna, Jim Panda, all this stuff. And then he never looked back.
Is he sitting in there on his own?
Yeah, it's Pete Shea and Fallon. And Dawn. Dawn's over there too.
You gotta forgive your mother.
No,
That
not Dawn.
Dawn? The other
Julia,
Dawn.
Dawn Treader. I really like
Press
Dawn
Dawn or
Treader.
whatever.
Where's Don Gio, anyways? I haven't seen him
No,
in a
not
few days.
Preston. No.
Oh, there's another Dawn? Oh my god.
The Australian
We
Don
got
with
Dawn.
the DAWN.
Oh,
He's Australian, right? Maybe he's British.
He's UK Dawn.
Yeah, British.
we call him Dawn.
He's
Dog.
beefing.
The press
That's
on.
Australia dog.
Dude, I talked to the press on that dude like 2 years ago, maybe. The guy, I don't think I've met anyone who tries harder to stay in the middle of the road. Like, that guy will go out of his way just to stay on the fence. Like, it's incredible how
He's a very intelligent dude,
into
though.
it. No, he's smart, but he knows he actually puts an effort in to stay on
Yeah, he
the
likes
fence
to play
in
like the
every different
peacekeeper,
type
like
of
the mediator of both ends.
Yeah. He's like, that's a good point, but, you know, couldn't it be this? It's like, come on, dude. But no, he's a good dude.
He's very smart, yeah.
Glad this happened actually. Today.
Did you post one of your poems in here? Did I hear somebody comment upon that? Let's see here.
Dude, what would you call it's like what do they call it in sports when there's like a rookie who's got high potential? That's what I would describe Zach. Zach is
Up and
like
comer.
No, I'm
yeah, no,
just glad this happened. Today.
potential unbounded.
Blue chip. Top prospect.
Yeah.
Prospect, yeah. I think it's just that he's shy and he's new and he doesn't realize that most of us are just assholes for the most part. And that comes with learning. You know?
Speak for yourself, man. I'm kind of a dick, right? And dicks fuck assholes, and I'd rather do the fucking than get fucked. So speak for yourself.
You've never got fucked?
Well, not in the asshole.
Never had your shit pushed in, man?
Why do you limit
Where'd you
yourself,
get fucked
bro?
then? In the mouth?
Okay.
Yeah, let's just keep this kosher. All right, go ahead.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Keep it kosher. Heard a rumor that he might be one. Not that it matters, by the way. Kosho being a Jew, is he a Jew? Confirmed?
I wouldn't doubt that. There's a lot of circumventing, and that comes from him, and sounds like more of like a genetic, natural, inherent thing.
Well, I mean, I've heard him like sort of offhandedly mention it, but it's one of those things that okay, I'm gonna jot that down. Doesn't
His
really
dad.
mean anything. I'm just gonna.
His dad's a rabbi.
I mean, I think there's some individuals you can just kind of hear the Jew within them.
The Jew in me is the
It's
Jew
just like
in
the
you.
schnoz gets in the way as they're speaking, you can tell.
Well, there's that. You got
Okay.
that aspect a little bit, right? But then there's another aspect to it.
Is your dad a rabbi?
No.
Kosher is.
Yeah, I know.
My
I'm
dad's
just saying,
a rabbit.
like, just saying, you can hear the subterfuge coming from the frequency they admit.
Yeah.
How do I even begin?
My dad's a rabbit. Or at least he fucked like one. He had more holes than clothes.
Yeah, there's a deep connection with quantum understanding and Kabbalah.
They're closely entangled, aren't they?
They are. I mean, I think Michio Kaku talked about it. Don Gio does his little lecture upon that, but yeah, man, essentially they're like
Babylonian, Jewish, Talmudic, Kabbalah mysticism, essentially. You know, I know it's kind of a long one, but that's all. That kind of sums it up, essentially, dude. It's all broken down into these spheres. Like everything in their understanding is based on these spheres that were spilled out upon, like with these 7 vessels, and they think it's their job to essentially put all the spheres back into the proper 7 vessels, and this is essentially their understanding in a nutshell, fundamental
So can I ask
understanding.
you a personal question that I don't want to sound offensive, but it may be taken offensively?
Oh, God. Go ahead.
You like how I phrased that? Good start. Okay. So we have people like Don Geo, right?
Wait.
Completely intimate with the Bible. Say what, Zach?
I don't even think I'm beginning to understand just how much.
Oh, dude, it gets worse by the day. Trust
You
me.
think more, and you're thinking more and more.
Oh yeah, when
It's a
you know
blessing and a
enough to know
curse.
better, there's no way back. Yeah.
Like,
You can't unknow things.
Yeah,
like
your brain's
yeah,
opening like
no,
flower,
I mean, like,
and
everything I've done, like I don't even think I can comprehend how far much, like how much I've actually. This is like daily basis, isn't it? Going
Oh,
back,
it really
I
is.
don't remember. I don't even remember.
That's a good thing. It's a
I'm
good
not
thing
even.
though. When you learn
in-
that, you can forget.
don't worry, Moyoc Man will be here soon to pull weed killer on your flowering mind.
And
Yeah.
He's
How do you guys
people
feel
like
about
that
the
are here
human
to
memory?
I've done it so I don't know. I don't
certain
even
people are
think
here to
I'm
stop the
aware.
Earth awakening.
I think I'm not. I'm not even. I'm not. I don't think I was. It's just. I've just
Well,
done it. You know. It.
well, hold on, Zach. To your point, and also because I've been dying to talk about it too. Percentage memory and the idea that things can be forgotten. I've been thinking about what it means to forget something or someone altogether. It's like they never existed. That's pretty damning.
No.
it
It's
happens
more. It's
rarely.
more like.
Pretty
It's more like. It's more like. When I'm talking, 24/7. Not like. It's more like.
Wrong server, bro. I'm kidding.
No. It's more like. Because it's happening all the time, practically all the time.
never ends.
What's happening?
And I'm unable to.
Doesn't stop.
Comprehend.
Yeah, but what's happening?
Merlin, if I met you in real life and I said, "Why is this happening?"
I'd say what's
Would you
happening.
know what I mean? If I looked you right in the eyes and I said, "Merlin, why? What is happening? Why is this happening?" Would you know what I mean?
No.
Like.
You guys are on one. I would know what you mean, Sin Cleanser.
Well, like if I ask you, like, why are people doing these things?
It's like, why is it
are
a
they
clown
doing what
world?
they're
Why
doing?
is this happening?
Why? How did we get into this situation to begin?
Exactly.
What the fuck is happening, Merlin?
I'm ready for that offensive question though. Let's get back to that real quick. You had Don Geo in
I like
there.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I threw Dawn in there. Yeah.
So what's going on here?
Well, my internet connection's rough, so I don't want to be like all shoddy. So just talk over me when you think it can't hear you, whatever. How do you think? Because I know Don Geo well enough to think that not all of his biblical foundations are well settled. And I know people that want to believe in God typically posture a little bit more than I can detect that they're genuinely confident about. And I understand that's some sort of defense mechanism for better, not for worse. But I also realize that people lie to themselves for the sake of bettering themselves. Do you ever find yourself doing that?
Doing what?
Lying to yourself
Exactly.
for some sort of
Comfort.
well,
Hell no.
long-term
Some kind of
consistency.
spiritual blanket that you can hold.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
can
yeah.
go-
Like
Fuck
because
all
I do
that.
it. Everybody does it, right?
Yeah,
Hell
we're all
no, they don't.
we're all guilty
Shout
of
out
that.
to the
That's a part
spiritual
of
blanket.
it's a part of
Hell
maturing. It's a
no,
part
do
of.
that shit.
I
Go ahead.
don't even
Go ahead.
know.
D-Mock's got something to say. Go ahead, D-Mock.
I was just gonna say hell no.
Well, that's the thing, because I want to hold down, like, and through this debate, I know when someone's posturing, and I know when someone is projecting. I know what I believe, and I know this, and I'm going to tell you how sure of myself I am through me trying to convince you. Now that may
Yeah.
work on other people, but when I hear it, it's crystal clear to me that they are really trying to project some mental security that I know is a
Yeah.
lot more fragile if you looked into it.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
never-
that's why I kind of dug into Don a little bit, right? And I don't know. I
But
mean,
he's doing it
remember
for
we
good
didn't see him for a few days. Remember he took some time off, like because
Oh,
I
he
was
always
hitting some
takes
soft
time
spots.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hitting some soft spots, man. Like I'm not gonna get into it, but you know, I think the guy wants to.
I don't
He
even
kind
know.
of wants to be a show host, right?
Well, no, hold on. No, because I don't want to make it about
Oof.
Don. I was using him as an example, but literally
He
everyone.
gave me the grounds.
Over the
Well, hold on,
target.
no, because I've been thinking about this for a while. I think intelligence is a defense mechanism. I think the people that really try to sound smart are probably some of the most insecure people that are just overtly protective about their insecurities to try to
Well,
convince you
see,
that they're not, right?
yeah, this is true. This is very true, and it takes somebody that's humble enough to openly be honest about it, right? Like I'll tell you right now, flat out, dude. I didn't graduate high school. I got my GED. I did a semester of college. Probably the smartest retard to exist, dude. And I say it that way, not in the sense that I'm literally retarded, but I'm not an
Sure.
educated man, dude. And maybe I am. I could be.
Well, that's a
Maybe
good
one
thing.
of
Well,
those
possible.
savants.
This is possible.
I
I've
don't even know
often
who I
wondered
am.
sometimes, but
well, here's
This
the
is
thing.
so
So-
big. This is so big, and I'm starting to. It's sinking in more and more. I don't even know who I am.
That's a good thing, Zach. That's a great thing.
Do you want to know?
Honest thing.
Do you want to know?
I know this has gone on. This is huge. This is
No,
fucking
but
global.
honestly,
Big thing.
like if you could find out, would you want to know, or is it more fun yet being a mystery?
Hmm.
I just wanted everything to be sorted out, not just for me.
Total clarity.
Well, hold on. The only reason why I brought that up is because I think there is a silver lining, especially if you think about the Christian. Like, there's no way that cognitive ability has anything to do with what really matters, because there are certain people that are born legitimately autistic that have no chance.
Hell
in the
yeah.
scheme of things of understanding. So we can safely assume that it doesn't really matter what you think, because there
It's
are certain
okay that
people
I
that
was
are
born
just
autistic.
ineligible.
It's all right.
So I think that, you know, I don't know. I think you guys get my point.
I've always wanted to smoke crack, but I've never been brave enough.
Do you think
I
addiction is
wonder
a
how
real
it feels
thing?
to smoke crack if you're autistic.
Everything's
Oh
just
my
so
God.
fundamentally wrong.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
yes,
is.
yes,
It,
it is.
I don't know. It's like I've been living these different realities, but it's all on me, and it's getting bigger more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm only just starting to realize, like more and more.
That's why I love Flat Earth, Zach. It helped me realize I don't really know much of anything, to be honest.
Yeah, you have to be honest, and that right there is being honest with yourself.
You have to
And
start
once you
from
can
zero.
do that, yep, once you can do that, then you can start discerning things and making sense and going, wait a minute, man, like this is vibing with me, so I'm connecting on this, and it's not on a feeling, base level or belief level, more like a fact or logic level, undeniable, right? You can't deny certain things, man, when it presents itself. And for me, Taylor has shown a lot of that shit. He's connected a lot of things that I wasn't aware of. He's not the only one I gotten any of my information from, man. Don't get me wrong. Fuck, 40 years old, bro. Ken didn't
So-
raise me.
How the fuck? How the fuck?
The best thing you could ever do is pick up a pen when I talk
And write it down.
and write that
Store
fucking
it away
shit
in
down
house.
as fast as you can. Stab it in the
Yeah.
face.
Yeah,
down.
you're right, D-Mock. You're
Well,
right.
I don't know if this helps you guys, but I know DMOC does it. It's good to write things down, whether it's in like a text thing, because I'll text myself all of my best ideas, and then I'll look back on it like the next night. I'll be like, man, that was worth holding on to. It's like a little diary, but less gay. You know what I mean? So it's good to write this shit down.
I was gonna say that's how you came
I
to
said
the
less gay.
conclusion.
There's a I qualified it.
Do you know what a dream machine is, Zach?
Like,
I know what a dream machine is. I made one with my friends.
Well, I was in England, living in Brighton. That's sort of near London. Anyway, I was watching this dream machine video. It's a bit late at night, and it's called the flicker effect. Anyway, it started strobing, and I stepped out of my body, and there were aliens. And I shit myself, and then just got sucked back into my body really quick. And that happened. I wasn't on drugs. It just freaked me out, and I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna trigger anything in you, but it fucking scared the absolute shit out of me.
For anyone that doesn't know, a dream machine is
What did they look like? What kind of aliens were they?
strobing light.
Hold on,
They
hold on,
didn't-
D-Mock. Hold on.
They
hold
didn't
on.
look
Ken's-
friendly.
Ken's giving us what a dream machine is, and then we'll go back to that.
Yeah, a dream machine, just for anyone that's like if you have a light bulb and then you take construction paper and cut some holes in it, and then you put it on like a record player or something, it's gonna rotate it's gonna give you like a strobe effect of light, and if you close your
Oh.
eyes and look at it, it'll look like you're having some sort of psychedelic effect.
Well, I hear that certain series of lights flashing in certain intervals can have an effect, like whether it knocks you out or gives you a seizure or could even kill
Yeah,
you.
no,
but-
that's what Merlin
Yeah.
said. He shit himself.
Well, it didn't actually come out, but the fear, like that, the feeling of being out of my body for one,
Shit, fear.
and then there actually being entities there that weren't friendly at all. Like there was nothing there like, do you want a cup of tea? It wasn't like that. It was like, oh. And I just wanted to be back in my body like so quick, and it was just like just sucked straight back in. Everything was like really in my socket, really nice, like a nice fit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that happened, why it happened. It just happened, and yeah, it made me think about things like that. Who am I really? Am I, the body, the body being the suitcase or whatever you want to call it, the vehicle, the machine. There's definitely like me. There's a me. What do I say? Me, myself, and I, right? So there's three right there. Anyway, I don't want to trip you out, but I think it's good to think about this shit sometimes.
Funniest thing you said was socket. You said in my socket, a really nice fit. That was some funny shit, I swear.
I was happy to be back in. But you know, you hear, you know, they astral traveling, or people who can lucid dream and they can, you know, control their dream or do stuff in their dream, like pick a glass up or something.
If I do end up I'm dreaming, I can usually do whatever I need to do in there.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I don't know. I think they've not told us a lot about who we actually are and where we actually come from.
That's why, Merlin, that's why I like to it's good to think about this. I think it's mentally healthy. If you can try to remember your first memory, like what is the first memory you can recall, and try to write that down or remember it somehow. Because it really doesn't differentiate itself that much from any other dream. It seems like some sort of thing stored away that you remembered for no, like, how can you differentiate your oldest memory from just a dream? Like, it's, you get into some
I'm with
weird
you
stuff.
100%.
You can't at all.
Well, it was because I tried to think of every memory I had, and I got to the point where I was like, okay, I know I was 5 years old, and I can think of all these things I did when I was 5. But like, you try to peer back a little bit further, it's weird. It's just all black.
But even those memories, if they're memories that you've thought about throughout your life, time and time again, then how much of it actually happened and how much of it is like you kind of altering it as you're thinking about it throughout your life?
You do kind
Yeah.
of
Well,
distort it.
have you ever had a dream that? Well, have you ever? Well, most people. I don't know if you would know it if you did it, but a lot of people can think of dreams as if they were memories of things that actually happened. And it's kind of like a bleeding effect that DMOC was kind of mentioning earlier.
I
How
think
do you
you're talking
differentiate
about
reality from memory and memories from dreams? You know?
Yeah, you're starting to get into
Quantum tampon.
deja vu, and there's actually like I think 6 other versions of deja vu that aren't quite all of the same, and it gets really interesting.
But yeah, the thing that I think that really ruins these conversation is someone saying, "Have you ever heard of the Mandela effect?" And I'm like, yeah, that's just one facet of how this can take place, but I think it goes way deeper than the Mandela effect, because you're talking about who you are and what you know and what did you experience versus and what dimension did you experience it? Was it a dream or was it reality? How would you know? I've had people that have had dreams that they'll say, I don't know if that was a dream or if that's what was just something that happened a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. I'm the same.
I've had dreams.
When I was like 3 years old, I'm pretty sure I remember reaching up onto the stove and like pulling down this like hot kettle of water and burning myself. But when I asked my mom about it, she said that never happened. And I like distinctly remember this happening. So who's to say?
Dude, I've distinctly remembered things about, like, because I grew up in a house. I had 2 other brothers, and I had a very distinct memory or something that I remembered me and my brother like doing like a huge high five, and it was like the most badass high five I can ever think of. But come to think of it, I don't know if it really happened or if this is some sort of archetypal like wishful thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
That is really weird. I don't know. I've had dreams that felt more real than reality itself. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, like super vivid dreams.
Well, just more than super vivid. Like, I guess sensual would be the best word to describe it.
Damn.
Damn, nice.
What'd you dream of?
Nice.
Well, I'm sure you could imagine. You know, I'm sure you can imagine.
Who was it?
Well, there's been a few. There's been a few. Oh boy.
What was his name?
Ken Wheeler.
It's Ken Wheeler.
No.
Well, hold on.
The
Before
Pharaoh
you go,
cells
hold
right
on.
there, baby. You know what?
There is a connection that people have that they look to leaders that resemble themselves. Like, it's not coincidental that Daiso and Ken Wheeler have similar characteristics. It's that people look for something that they see in themselves in other people for all science and shit. You know what I mean? Psychological deep stuff, man.
I mean, that's possible. Maybe, yeah, maybe there is something like that going on. Why I aligned, but
It's true for
I,
me.
I think,
can tell
I
you.
mean, it's possible, but I think a lot of it is the words. Like, I don't really judge the book as much as I judge the content, right? And what he has is pretty astounding, and I don't know, man. It's helped me connect a lot of things.
It's funny, like we haven't run the gauntlet that many times together, and I don't go over to Oakley's anymore. But I can remember one distinct time you were in there, and you were talking about magnetics and things, and you had an image, and QE was asking, and shit just kicked off, and it got really it was hectic.
It was the downward
And
bias with the arrow pointing down, and
that's the one. That's it. You get it?
Yeah. Nathan's what the fuck is this downward arrow right here? Take your funding near me.
That was intense.
Yeah, it was great.
Dude, that's what I love most about that server is you get to poke the bear a little bit. Like whenever QE comes into the voice channel, like in the after show, it's really actually fun to try to tiptoe around the things that you know are gonna set them off. And I love to do it even like as a flat earther, like. But oh my god, it usually goes downhill really quick, as Daiso is familiar with.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know if I mean how much, because I was in the mix, so on Discord. So as far as like YouTube viewers go, I don't know how much of that like came across to the viewer, but I hope at least they were able to hear my response with the fact that there was no key or legend upon what I gave him to perceive that in the context that he was perceiving it in. Anytime you have a map, you have a key or a legend. So I don't know if that came across to those guys, but nonetheless, yeah, that pissed me off.
I've probably been on over like 600 of his episodes. Like I'm on the panel. I don't ever talk most of the time, and so like out of 600 shows that he's done, I'll probably speak like 4 times. And I've talked with him sometimes, and he'll be like, "Dude, you are like." This guy is fucking slamming it for flat Earth. He's fucking killing it. And other times he'll call me a glober and all this other. It's like I really don't think that. I don't know. I don't know. It's sometimes not worth it to really ever. I don't know.
Don't know. Like what?
I don't think that. Well, I was actually wanted to ask Gio this, because this server has been said to have, oh, you guys ruined other servers by making this one, and I'm like, I look over in Nathan's server now, and it's like, okay, apart from QE ranting, there's not really much activity, and you look over at Brandon, not really that much activity, but it's like. It's interesting to see how all these communities change but still stay the same, Because it seems like we're all looking for something and we're getting more precise about what we're looking for. So
Well, yeah, I can put my hand up for that. Like after a while, you realize that the flat Earth is almost like a
Part of
portal.
the equation.
Yeah, like it's kind of like an entry level, and then that might have been the initial thing, but then it kind of leads into things like Zek mentioned before about the self and identity and other things like that, the psyche. But at this stage, and I was saying this to Geo too, and it's part of the reason why I got triggered as fuck with Moyok and having the mod power as well.
Yeah, what
This
happened with that, Merlin? You're no
well,
longer
well,
a mod now.
this server's called Earth Awakening. So I think for some of us, that's actually what's happening, and potentially that's what's happening to the Earth as well. If you want to go that far to think it's a sentient being that just presents as a environment or a realm, but whatever, that's another whole nother conversation. But people are awakening, and that's a very delicate thing sometimes. And then what I find sometimes with the mainstream or the hardcore baller view, it's like weed killer. That's how I see it now. It's like there's this flower and it's opening, and it's a little bit delicate. It's just trying to establish itself. And it's just real easy just to fucking douse it with some, something not that nice and just shut everything down. And yeah, that's kind of what happened. It was just a dynamic that spilled over from gems, where I'd kind of go in gems sometimes and try to open up different avenues of conversation, just because it was looping and it was stuck in a boring as fuck paradigm that goes nowhere anyway.
Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying? It's sort of that's the yearning to grow and develop, and for our community to bolster itself and really find its way and stand on solid ground and know what the facts are, know what the hubris is.
Merlin, you've been around longer than me, like by a few years, right? So, I want to ask you, like, when you think about the globe now, you described it as like weed killer or something like that. Was pretty good. Like, when I come into these little communities and engage with the people, it's like it does seem like the globe proponents are there ready and willing to stamp out any other alternative line of reasoning or thought. Like they're ready and willing and completely capable of doing it. And it's like
Yeah.
a lot
You
of these
spell it
ideas
seriously
are young.
fucking fundamentally wrong.
You think
Well,
I'm
I
wrong?
mean,
I
no, he wasn't.
Well, I've noticed it in my own, like, you encounter people through engagements and conversations, interactions, that it's very clear that they want to stamp out flat Earth.
Well, I
Whereas
mean,
I thought of flat Earth as like it's just like a logic tree of possibility. There's so much potential in where we could go from this.
yeah. I mean, see, I kind of like there are a bunch of people I'd consider the first wave. So Jubei, Powerland, Sargent, the crew, Oakley, Weiss, Dell. They're all out there first. And then there was a second wave, and I was in that second wave. But along that time, it's nearly been 6 years. Like we've seen a lot. Like we've seen a lot, and this was before Discord too. Like it really went down on YouTube in a thing called Hangouts, and there were some intense battles and really intense conversations that went for hours, like here. And I don't know, like there was something though in the air and in some of those battles, something definitely emerged, that there was a split in humanity. Like that just became really clear and really glaringly obvious that there was a split.
Right.
And it was kind of profound and powerful and exciting, but the weird thing was it was like, you know, pick your side for a little while, and then depending on what side you're on is how you'd be handled or dealt with, if you will.
Yeah, treated.
Yeah, it was sort of like, you know.
To this day, QE always, I mean, say what you want about QE, but he always, if anyone ever says, dude, why don't you just chill out or whatever, like, why don't you just relax? Like, there's something emotional about that time period that you're describing that really changed people for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And yeah, and
Dude.
that's long lasting. Yeah, so
People tested their metal, and I mean, he goes way back before a lot of even Jubei. Like, he was involved with Gem Panda and Hannah and other people, Dross, people like that. They're in the creationist debate, creationist and atheist debate, and that's spilled into Flat Earth. That's where Panda comes in, and that crew. So it's kind of it's an interesting intersection, but
do you think
I
it's
don't know.
changed in any way? Like within the last year or two, do you think that
Yeah, it
is it
has.
better or for worse? What do you think? It's less hard. Maybe I don't know if it's more hardcore or less hardcore. What would you say?
It's less hardcore.
Less hardcore, yeah.
Yeah,
It's more
but
diluted, maybe.
I think like people like, you know, SE, Rakia, Travis, Bev.
Sin cleanser, you know, out
You
there.
know, it's like I think everybody needs to find their lane and establish. Again, like kind of like what we're saying, it's like it's finding who you are. You know, because you got to ultimately you've got to stand on your own 2 feet. And once you can do that,
I really like the flat Earth in 2021. I mean, I know what they would say if you asked them directly. You know, we have people like Rakia and SE Montreal. Now, in my mind, I think of them as flat earthers. I've known them for a while, you know, right? Like a long time, or at least for the past couple of years. I think these guys are, you know, they're not cutting edge, right? But they're voices in the community that are so hard lines and necessary that it's kind of like we got a pretty good roster of people nowadays. Whereas I don't know what you guys were dealing with, you know. You guys were developed. I don't know. It's just I wish this was documented. You know what I mean?
yeah. If you could have seen the whole thing unfold, right? And it doesn't matter that you haven't or you have, but just for perspective's sake. And Dell said this to me a couple of, like, whoever was there first they're not more significant or more important than anyone else. Like, if you're building a fence, they just put the first post in, and then other people just, you know, it's like it just continues on, say, where it began. But what you will find is it does loop. So a lot of the things that were being discussed early on are still being discussed now, and people are coming to it's like a process of, and you need to go through like quite a bit to get to different realizations, if you will. I don't know. That's just how the brain
Well,
thinks.
Merle, what do you think about like
Bite-sized pizzas.
okay, so like your contemporary modern day flat earther, the ones that come through here. I'm talking about, you know, all the ones I mentioned, Essie, Rakia, myself. Pick any one of these guys. These guys are, you know, a lot of these arguments weren't invented within this past year, and we're kind of dealing with people that even on the Glober side that know the arguments well enough. So all the weaknesses of our arguments are already out there. All of there's nothing fresh about it, but it's more hardcore in the sense that I feel like there's something that makes it, you know, it's not fresh as it was maybe back in the day, but it's kind of more hardcore, I feel like, because what else is there to be said about most of this stuff?
Yeah, but that can be really what's the word? It's not disillusionment. It's kind of turns into yawn for some of us. Like it's just when you've heard
Not
it
as
for
fresh,
years,
yeah.
it just doesn't, and it doesn't progress. It just stays sort of stuck. And I think some of us want
That's
to.
why you got to pull that new stuff out.
Yeah, that's also another point. That like I feel like because I've tried to talk with QE multiple times, right? I mean, probably more so than most people on a regular basis, in the sense that
Yeah,
I like
almost
to hang
like
out
a
over there
mentor,
with
right? A little
yeah.
bit.
And
Yeah.
the only reason why I'm saying that is that like I've detected there's a sense that new ideas aren't necessarily welcome. And that may be some sort of defense mechanism built into them knowing I'm not going to get burned again by these guys, and I want to be really sure about everything, and protective and conservative, and that makes sense because I don't know, but I think there's a stagnation also that exists within the old flat Earth guard or whatever you would call it. That really, it's stagnated a little bit. So, and it's hard to get new ideas out there because with all the censorship on YouTube, and I don't even know. I don't even think a lot of new flat earthers really want to like preach it. We're not out here to like apologize or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, let me just maybe leave you with this because it's not it's not meant to be a downer. It's more so say a car, okay, and you're a mechanic. There'll be a point where you really know that car inside out, back to front. You could take the whole thing apart and put it back together, piece by piece.
But why the fuck would you want to?
Right, but that's what does it for some people, right? And that's where some people have arrived with this subject. That there's until things open up, there's more. What we were left with was we started asking questions, and answers came, but really what emerged was more questions. So now we have more questions, but there's some questions that just simply can't be answered until we have access to certain things.
Well, hold on. No, I don't know if I agree with that because I know there's a certain logical like I'm not going to go to Antarctica or whatever, but like when I first got into flat Earth like a year and a half ago, like I'm not like a vet or whatever, but like when you go into 24/7, for example, and you're like, I don't know, maybe the Earth doesn't have a dome. Like that was
Yeah.
shot. I've been muted so many times and 24/7 that I had to find a new way to think about flat Earth that wasn't necessarily accepted by the fucking run of the mill 24/7 type crowd. Because if I
Saying
tried
that
to
got
go,
me banned my 5th time.
yeah. So you have to find your own way, and guess what? Throughout the years, as I've looked at this, 24/7 starts to be a little bit less crowded. Things start to be changing. The carpet seems to be slowly pulled underneath them. I feel like it's good that it changes, but I think that you gotta look for the change. You can't be dogmatically defensive about I got burned. I don't know.
So where are you now on that conversation of the dome?
Yeah, I'm more saying like, so there was this girl from Scotland. She kind of busted it really, like she busted a nut. Her name was Kinell. Anyway, she came over to one of the most dogmatic people in flat Earth, Jin, and there was Jibby Jedi, a couple of other people. So her question was this: a flat what? And it was amazing. Like it was a flip out. So if the Earth's flat,
flat realm,
a flat what? you know,
realm or reality.
and but at the time, I mean, bless Jin, but he had fuck all. He had fuck all but his own dogma. And
the flat world, the
she,
flat realm. Why is that hard?
but that doesn't. They're two words. You know, that's not enough. Like, it wasn't enough for her. It's not enough for me. It's not enough for Jibby Jedi and a bunch of other people. We want to know what the fuck we're standing on for a start. You know, we want to know where we came from, what the game is. There's a bunch of stuff. So that's not good enough.
There are things that we will never know.
Well, that's defeatist thinking to me.
It's not defeatist. It's realist. We are not the creator. We won't
That
know.
you can know something you can't know. No, that's just. I mean, that is that. Therein lies itself, the conundrum, the most known unknown, the thing you can't know.
Well, hold on. I want to see if percentage agrees. Like, when I debate flat or when I debate Globers, part of the enjoyment of me getting the gratisfaction of wrecking these guys is knowing that I know that they don't know. And I know that they don't know because I know the limitations of their beliefs. And when I hear someone lie and tell me that they know things that I know that they can't ever in their lifetime ever validate, I walk away with that as a win. I know you won't ever know these things, but to tell me, like, as assuredly as you want to present yourself, you want to carry yourself like you know these things. So I appreciate the defeatist. I mean, skepticism and critical thought is the foundation of flat Earth. Like that's a good thing, I feel.
I agree completely.
So,
but I mean, talking about progress and development and growth, that's going to come, right? When
that was very well said, by the way.
Well, hold on, because I mean, we can. That's science. If you're scientific, you're going to be critical and skeptical. I mean, the logical explanation. Every flat earther should be an atheist. Technically, atheism and flat earth should be the perfect match.
No, I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Well, if you can, well, when it comes to what do you really know?
Oh, of course, in terms of what you know. Okay,
you know
but
I mean?
we also know that there had to be a start, right? We know that we have causality. We know that the first thing that happened had to be uncaused. It had to be supernatural, above our natural law of causality.
Yeah, I agree.
So that tells you that there was something supernatural, whether you want to call it God or some other form of some other deity or whatever.
Percentage. Do you ever listen to Darth Dawkins?
No.
Dude, I mean, he's a Christian, whatever. I know you're not a Christian, but I feel like he has one of the best logical presuppositional arguments someone could ever make, because he says that if you're gonna know anything, the thing that you know has to be true, and you have to ground that somewhere. So if you're gonna say you know things, you have to ground that in something that you know will always be true. And that's where he grounds his faith in God. He says, if you have something, you have to have something that can be true. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that shit, but
he's someone you think I would, like.
Well, no, because what he does, it's a presuppositional logical argument. If you're gonna say you know something, that implies that there's something that can be true. And the precondition of all facts has to be God, because everything has to be allowed from the idea that things can be allowed to begin with. So he's got this really dynamic way of logically arguing for
that God is like the logical antecedent for any
it's,
truth.
It's the best shit you're ever gonna. And the only why I was recommending him to you is he is a Christian, but it's some of the strongest arguments for God. So I think that atheism has married itself to, you have a lot of Globers that are atheists, and that's where I think that flat Earth has to separate, because most flat Earthers are creationists in some way or the other.
Why aren't you? If you think that like this guy has very strong arguments for God, why do you still deny it?
Well, I think it goes to logic. you have the law of identity. You have to define what you want to be true. If A equals A, then you've defined it as an axiom to be true. But there's an also interesting point about logic, and I've tried to talk to Bev about this a lot of times. He doesn't usually want to get into it, but the law of non-contradiction kind of says that if you're going to define something to be true, the opposite must also be true. So if something can be true, the very opposite of that truth must be false. So I think that in a term
Yeah,
of,
I like that. A lot of people miss that part.
well, because here's an argument I like to use against Globers sometimes and atheists. It's the statistical logical argument. The probability of you being correct is nearly infinitely likely to be wrong. You're nearly infinitely likely to be wrong just out of probability. Like the fact that you can get something right is almost nearly statistically a miracle. So I mean, it's a really deep.
Okay, you're
fucking
kind of all
whatever
over the
argument,
place right
but
now.
I don't want to go into left field, so I don't want to fucking go crazy.
No worries.
Can I
I
ask
like logical arguments, and that's where I got a lot of my background in. But
For me, the fact that like there has to be a supernatural entity that started everything off, that's a logical necessity. With our physical laws of the universe, that's a logical necessity that it can't be any other way. You know, I mean, it could be another way, but it would be more fallacious to think it was the other way, which is that the world itself is eternal, because everything inside the world is not eternal. It begins and then ceases to exist. It's all exhibiting causality. So to expect that the world in totality is eternal is fallacious.
That's why I think you would like it. Like that's why I think you would like it, because if you ask like an atheist, does God exist? And they say no. You're saying that it's impossible for God to exist. How would someone determine that something is impossible to ever happen?
Yeah, you need omniscience.
How would you go about trying to try to prove that?
Yeah.
And even if you did prove something was impossible, you would still prove that certain things are objectively fact, which is another very damning thing, because you're saying that things can be objectively true regardless. Dude, it's so deep.
Yeah, no, it's funny that the last thing you said though about how you couldn't possibly know that God doesn't exist, because that would you don't have that level of information. You would need to be omniscient. Yeah. You would literally need to be God to know that God doesn't exist.
Well, no, what he always asks you, he always says to atheists, he's like, how God is false because why? How did you determine something to be false objectively?
Yeah.
If you determine something is false objectively, you would have to say that certain things are true, which means that there's an ultimate truth. Like it's such a, I don't know.
Yeah, it's good shit. I think
I probably completely botched it, but I know Jerry's kind of into it too. But it's not a Christian thing necessarily.
I'm with you.
I'll
check him out.
But he's also a little bit of a meme lord. He's kind of like the Christian version of QE, so he's kind of hard to like sometimes. He likes to call atheists degenerates, scumbags, all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
and I think he might be right though.
To me, as a Christian, that shows immaturity and lack of spiritual growth.
Well,
I think
look,
I'm not even aware at this point. I'm not even aware at this point. I'm not.
Zach, you're my favorite person. Like
I'm not even aware.
Zach is going
I'm not
through,
even
like,
aware at this
midlife
point.
crisis right now.
Don't worry about it, Zach. We're figuring it out, dude.
We're all in this together, baby.
Oh.
Dude, Zach is legitimately.
He's in
There's
throes.
no reason that he was here. He said he found a server because he was searching through Twitch, and he found Gio's channel with 0 viewers, so he joined it because there was 0 viewers. Like, Zach is a real truth seeker.
That's
No,
serendipity.
I don't know what I am.
It was meant to
I
be.
just can't believe. It's. Oh.
Yeah, I'll
So,
bolster you there, Zach. I'll bolster you there, Zach. We're not all in it together. You're on your own.
I know.
You were born alone, and you're gonna die alone. So you better figure it out. Like, what the fuck you're doing here, G?
No, don't make
Oh,
it
but
sound
you'll
so
have good
hard.
company in the meantime. You're born alone, you'll die alone. But in between, you can
Yeah, but like, you know, sin cleanser
get
and
with other people,
percentage, like
like-minded
they
individuals.
they won't help you when it really boils down to it. They won't be there.
Well, what I will tell you, Zach, is that it doesn't really matter what you think, because if it did, then God wouldn't have created autistic people. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
That's a good one. God wouldn't create retards if that was the case.
Autism is our only hope. We cannot post. It doesn't matter how smart you are. Like, if it mattered, okay, think about this. If your intelligence is what would save you, then
Yeah, God wouldn't damn
that's a
all of
harsh
the.
argument.
Yeah, God wouldn't eternally damnate all, or eternally
Yeah,
damn
that's
all the
why I
retarded.
think God is good, because it really doesn't matter what you think. It's gonna happen regardless, and it's gonna be all for the best. Because if it wasn't, why would it be happening? Unless he's a fucking mad God, which he could be. There you go.
But Zach, you got any questions?
Yeah, you got any you got any questions?
Like we don't want
There's
to leave
actually
you in the deep
a,
end, like floundering. So if you have any questions or if we could help with anything, then let us know.
There's actually a passage in the Bible relating to the mad or autistic thing. There's a passage in the Bible that in this road even a madman will not get lost. So yeah, Christianity is sort of the religion of the retards.
Well, hold on, no,
Actually,
no,
Islam
hold on.
has something similar. Islam says that if you're like, mentally handicapped or what have you, that you're gonna go to heaven. Those that have like disabilities like that, mentally disabled, they go to heaven regardless. So it doesn't mean that the people that do have intelligence are off the hook.
Well, hold on. Think about this percentage or anyone else. Like, some of the smartest people are the most tortured-minded people you'll ever meet. They're like, oh, you just don't know enough to know that life really actually sucks. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't sound happy. Like, I think people that constantly frustrate themselves with knowing more and more are going to get what they deserve. I think you're going to be more and more frustrated by all the complications of life because you do it to yourself.
We'll stay naive then.
I think that's why I'm saying that's why like I don't think it really does matter what you know.
You should get a lobotomy.
Yeah,
That's why I feel. That's why I feel bad when I look at like kids or like look at my son. It's like he's just running around all happy, laughing, like he has no idea how much life sucks.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay.
It's fucking heartbreaking.
You're
man.
technically right. Well, I heard something. I heard back in the 24/7 days when I used to go there. I heard a helioskeptic once say that, you can't be ignorant and free. Like, you can't be free if you're ignorant. And I'm like, that's like, I don't know if I believe that. Because some of the happiest people are the most credulous, gullible people you'll ever meet. And
Your husband's listening to you in the room right now.
What if
Just be careful.
happiness is overrated?
I think it might be, yeah.
What if there's an aspect to being here that's really hardcore and brutal? And when you do realize that the creator is obviously insane and doesn't follow logic, and it's completely irrational on more ways than people care to admit.
Well, that was the first thing that I brought up with Darth Dawkins, because I talked with this dude and he got mad at me. I was like, dude, is there any possibility that God is mad and that, there's an absurdity to life that suggests that most things are nearly impossible. There's more ways to get things wrong than there are to get things right. And and you'd have to lie to yourself to say that life isn't hard. Life is fucking difficult on so many different levels that it's impressive that people even fucking hold on as long as they do.
Life's pretty easy, man. You just suck at it.
Well, if you suck life,
Then you're getting more and more.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
You suck
everyone.
life
I don't
and you
know.
give good blowjobs.
It's not like who you know, but who you suck, really. Or is that what you're trying to say, Sin?
Well, I mean, I don't know enough to know that you might be right, but I can't say that you would be wrong. I think that there's a direct correlation with sucking and benefiting.
Well, I think you got to fail to succeed. And with that being said, you got to suck to win. And
Suck to win. That's like a football philosophy. Like if I was a coach.
Can I ask you a question? Hi, St. Cleanser.
Oh, Shadow, what up, homie?
What's up, homie? What's up?
What's up?
So, probably in your personal life, like you hang out with girls and girls like dumped you or something, and you're like, "Fuck girls," right?
let's not get personal, man.
Let's get really
St.
personal.
Cleanser's happily married, bro. He's not
Dude,
an
I'm
incel like
happily
you.
married.
And so you probably told yourself, like, you know what? Why not that? Like, have you thought about like dating the other gender?
Well, here's the thing.
Project.
Throughout my life, I've been very capable with the women, but it's a double-edged sword when a guy flirts with you. You're kind of flattered, right? You're kind of like, oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, I don't know. I have capabilities beyond what
I've always been told when
what I'm allowed.
opportunities present themselves, Sin Cleanser, don't turn down a good opportunity.
That's fine.
Well, okay, so no, that's
These guys have definitely not been hit on Sim Cleanser by guys.
Well, if you're hit,
I
okay,
can't
so
imagine.
I don't know if you, I can't answer for you guys, but if you're a guy and a guy is
good-looking
hit on you,
guys will
it's flattering. It
It
is
is.
objectively
That's true.
flattering to have a guy hit on you, but that happens.
It really isn't.
It's
It
a
really
compliment.
isn't.
No, it really
Nah,
isn't.
what are
really
you
isn't.
talking about, Merle? It's
Yeah,
definitely
it
a
really
compliment.
Like, man, I have such an untapped
You turn them down
I was-
gently, but compliment.
capability.
I was hit on all through my 20s. It's fucked. I've had to punch.
Okay.
I've had to punch.
You
I've had
must
to
have got
punch
the
gay
long
people.
end of the stick.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
had to
know
punch
about that.
gay. I've had to punch gay people.
Oh,
No,
shut
dude,
up, Merle, you
hold on.
I
good looking
doubt that,
bastard.
Merle.
No, Merle, hold on, Merle.
Yeah, you got a bathroom.
Dude, Merle, you can leverage it. You can leverage that ability for your own game, and you don't even have to do
Nah.
anything.
Just finessing dudes.
You just have
Come
to
on,
like
man.
that they like you. That's okay. You don't have to suck a dick.
How did you
It's okay.
leverage it, Sid?
I had an Asian. I had an Asian guy trying to
Oh, hold
tell
up,
me like,
Merle. I want to
how do
hear
I
how
know
he
that?
leveraged the gay guy's affection.
Well, when I had a girlfriend. We dated for like 5 years, and we liked to go to gay bars. And why? Because you could go to a gay bar and have people buy you drinks, easy peasy.
How long have you been dating?
We were well. You learn this as you date.
How long have you
Did
been
you
dating?
just give us your tactic to how you
had
became
guys
Do you guys want to
free
learn,
alcohol?
or you want to stay ignorant? Because the
I
facts
want to know
ready
how
and
long have
willing.
you been dating?
Oh, that's
St.
true.
Cleanser?
Like, I don't
You
doubt
can
that.
go to a gay bar and get
God
free
damn it, St. Cleanser, how long have you been dating?
You're a gold digging alcoholic.
Well, no.
St. Cleanser, answer the question. How long have you been dating?
Yo, guys, hate the game, not the player.
Hey, go.
St. Cleanser, how long have you been dating?
I'm not dating her anymore. Okay.
Well, how long have you been?
I'm single.
Why are you
now.
so invested in his personal life?
Sin Cleanser's
Yo,
lover. That's
Sin, I
his
think
name.
he wants to
You're
buy
finished.
you a drink at gay bar.
No, look at his name, dude. If that's not a giveaway, you don't appreciate me. Okay. Some people appreciate me. The person I'm talking to is Sin Cleanser's lover.
Gay people are fucked.
Gay people, hold on. They can
They're
be.
fucked.
That doesn't mean they always are.
There's something wrong. There's something wrong,
Yeah,
dude.
bro. They got diddled, bro.
No.
What's
I
wrong?
think
What
that
happened?
one of the
I
biggest
punched him,
things.
bro.
I think that most people don't enjoy the spectrum of sexuality that's allowed by God, firmly given to you to enjoy.
Okay, now
Now,
you're just
why
being
do
gay.
you limit yourself? That's a good question. Why would
Now
you?
he's just memeing.
Why would you limit yourself? If you could have the world, would you reject it?
Do you like 5 o'clock
It's bad for
shadows on your balls?
society. That's
Oh
why.
no.
It's negative for society.
Look, all I'm saying is that there's a whole other world that you'll never be privy to.
That is
You
true.
like
that is true.
like
Like I
stubble
wondered
fights?
about it.
It's not. It's not true.
It's true.
It's not
These are
true.
experiences that you'll never be
I
able
don't
to
want to go
like.
too
You
into
can
much
only
detail,
imagine
but
about.
I've been around all that stuff. It
I
sucks.
just need to go and get serious help and fucking start sorting this shit out, and that's it. I fucking
Zach, we're here. For
Zach,
serious.
what do you need, man? We got you.
Zach is our homie. I told you, I love Zach.
No,
Zach
no,
is
no.
my homie.
I don't even know who
I
like,
love you, Zach. You came in
No.
here the other day. You're a real deal dude.
Yo, who flat smacked Zach?
like.
Did you
I
say
don't look.
flat sacked?
Who flat smacked him? For real.
Flat
I
sacked.
feel like they were heavy-handed and they didn't like give him hope at the end.
Dude, percentage. We don't
I don't
flat
know.
smack
I
anymore.
feel like
We
I
flat
feel like
sack.
Zach
who I
walked
am.
into one of my conversations and got his opened up a little bit too much.
I don't even know who I am. Like, and it's like something's just snapped. And
Zach, you're in the observably motionless world, okay? It's motionless. At the horizon, it's flat, and that's all she wrote. Okay, we
You
don't
just
know
gotta
more than
accept
that.
reality, bro. We're not trying to talk you into shit. You know what I mean?
Maybe
Yeah,
just let
well,
him
I'm
talk.
becoming
well,
aware
this is
of
the
what
thing,
I've
when
been
you have
doing
a
all my
flat-
life.
Maybe
I'm
just let him
becoming
talk, guys.
I'm becoming aware of what I've been doing pretty much
Yeah.
all my life. I knew, but I didn't know. And I'm my
I
mind's
love you,
fucking numb.
Zach.
And
You're my favorite new
No,
person.
no.
I
Like,
love you.
I can't.
He doesn't
believe
want your love, dude. Just let him talk.
I love you too, Sin.
I can't. You know what I mean?
Son, you don't love me? I love you, Sin Cleanser.
Hold up, guys.
Hey.
Let Zach talk his shit.
Yeah, let the guy say his.
Can't.
Zach, go ahead.
I can't put it together. Do you know what I mean? And
Yes.
Good talk.
See, that's
No.
why I love it. It's to the point.
And that's real shit.
No confusion. Straight to the point.
Hey, Sin Cleanser, speaking of this, like, if you ever look at celebrities, like, we're not gay or anything like that, okay? We're clearly not gay, like, but, like, if you look at, like,
I don't know, man. Speak for yourself, because you sound a little gay.
if you look at, like, I don't know, Taylor Swift and see, goddamn, he's hot. But you don't know, you know, obviously he's
Taylor
not, like,
Swift,
like,
goddamn, he's hot.
no.
Well, I don't know if you guys appreciate. There's a large movement of Taylor Swift fans that try to make men gay. You guys heard about this?
No.
If you love Taylor Swift, you'll be gay. Have you heard about that?
No.
I meant to say Taylor Lautner.
Of course, that's obvious, isn't it? Like,
Well, if I started posting Taylor Swift memes, I think you would slowly get gayer.
But so celebrity, have you ever looked at
I don't think so, man.
and plotted to yourself like, damn, he's good looking. But you know,
Look out for this new generation. They're
Oh,
fucking.
have you ever
They're
had
twisted.
I don't even know how big this is.
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say right now, Shadow. Too much Justin Bieber music. Like, you gotta maybe get on a horse one day or something. Do some man shit.
Do some man shit.
Do like a couple push-ups, walk around, and do some more.
also, it doesn't
some
help that
soccer.
Taylor Swift is quite attractive,
Go to
but
the
also
park and
male.
join the pickup
Well, hold
game
on,
of
hold
basketball.
on. You know what this really dates back to? It dates back to the fact that there's a lot of cross-dressers that are passed off as famous females. And I don't know if that's necessarily true, that they are female and famous. They could be cross-dressers.
When the frogs start turning
gray.
when the frogs start turning gay, dude, shit, you know what I'm saying? Shit ain't
That
right,
was
bro.
predicted.
Shit ain't right.
You guys tell me about that frog gay thing. I don't. I've heard that, like, you know, it was that Alex Jones mentioned it or something like that, but what's it actually talking about?
Frogs
Like,
are,
did they do a
not
study and
mating.
how they found that they fuck other male frogs, or like, what's it rooted
Yeah,
in?
they're not mating with the opposite sex properly and shit, and they're like mounting each other, and I don't know, man. There's just all sorts of just gay chemicals and shit going on.
Yeah, wasn't that linked to like
So
a
the population of frogs is decreasing because of this?
It was from like a certain like pollutant, like there's like a pollutant chemical that was like in the environment that was causing frogs to have some kind of a sexual change of some sort.
Yeah, that, and then
That's
I
messed
think
up,
they were
man.
associating soy with increase in estrogen, and essentially making males more beta and feminized, and I mean, there's just all sorts of
And is this
weird.
chemical linked to soy?
I mean, there could be an association, but I think this is more of, like he said, a pollutant. But again, like, I don't know enough about it all to say, but I'm just saying
But definitely
something's
the
going
frogs are
on.
literally becoming gayer.
Couldn't this beg
Yeah,
the
shit's
question
getting gay,
that
bro. Like all the way around.
that that maybe government spread this gay thing in the
They poisoned the
the air
well. Yeah.
How far
and
does
make
this
people
go?
gay?
How far does this go? How big is this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who
dude,
knows, man? It
Zach,
might be
you don't
affecting
even wanna
humans.
know,
That might be
Zach.
why
It's
there's more
bad.
gays now.
Yeah. It's all part
Well,
of the agenda.
I just want to say this. I want to say this. I was one of the first flat earthers to use attractive women as a way of winning in an argument. So I've leveraged my profile pictures to sound more convincing because I like to pick hot girls.
No, I mean,
Hot girls
how
are
far
hot and
is
convincing.
all of this
You don't have to
I managed
convince
to
us,
use
Sin.
that to
You don't
my
have to
advantage.
convince us. We accept you, Sin. It's okay.
How
What do you
far?
mean,
Cleanser
Zach?
goes on cleanser.
All
How
this.
far does what go?
Okay.
Well, since I don't know, whoever's been involved's been involved. Like, whatever you want to call it, I don't know.
Could you be a little bit more vague?
Playing this bloody game because of
Right.
whatever I am. Like, how far does that go? Does that make sense?
Well, the rabbit hole goes as deep as you want it, my friend. It literally, yeah, man. It goes deep.
Look, I think we've kind of misunderstood Zach. Zach is completely alien to this, and he's finding out where we are way deeper into the rap. But he's not an alien to this. No, you guys, like, Zach has a lot of important insight. Okay, so appreciate it while it lasts.
No. I'm like melting down because I don't even know. I don't even know.
Yo, Zach, are you on like a drug or something?
Percentage,
You
don't
take something?
speculate, please.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I'm struggling to I'm not struggling to process it, but like,
What's
you
up?
know, I'm
Any medications? Any
I'm-
medications?
I'm on olanzapine.
Okay.
Okay.
That's for the psychosis. Isn't it?
Okay.
I'm just when I'm
Well,
realizing
everything's gonna be okay. I just want you to know that.
when I'm realizing just what's went on fully. Like, I don't know. I don't think I've been really aware. I have been aware, but not really. God
Dude,
knows
you
how.
were in the right place, my friend.
You know
You
what I mean?
found this
And look,
server.
I'm-
You're in it.
I'm fucking, and I just can't get over. I just don't know, mate. Like, I can't get over it.
Yeah, we've all been there, man. We've all been there. It hits you like a
I don't
ton
want
of
to tell
bricks.
you that it gets easier.
Like,
It normalizes.
yeah, you familiarize yourself with it.
You
It doesn't get
desensitize.
easier. I'll tell you that. That's what I appreciate about you, Zach, is that you're real enough to be honest and not hide what you feel. And I feel like most people guard themselves, whereas you have no problem telling people what you actually feel. It's good. We need more of that. So in my mind, you're as good as gold, Zach. Thank you. It's very infrequent that you have people curious and looking for things. Because this community is so ready and willing to shut you down every step of the way and tell you you don't know this and that. Well, what about when we used to just be curious and ask each other questions in an honest state of emotion that didn't really necessitate us being correct every step of the way? Can we start again in a way that is a bit more honest? Yeah, we can. So I think we should try to curate people like Zach in this community so that he can learn just like we all are in honest ways that aren't sort of influenced by you should feel bad for thinking this or that. That's retarded. That's no. But I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows how ready and willing people are to tell you you're dumb for not thinking what the mainstream thinks, or you can't relate properly in some quote unquote normal interaction, whatever. All this shit is just like them trying to talk you into confusion. You're not gonna learn from that shit. You're not gonna learn from people hostile to you. What the hell is that about? You need to have something like a flat Earth server where you start from zero, you start new again, build up from the bottom. And that's why I'm glad Zach is here.
Yeah, reborn again and baptized in the ether, truth and logic.
Baptized in the spirit, yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like,
What?
I mean, I don't know if you guys have realized this, but every day just seems to be more impressive when you literally think about how anti-flat Earth, like, it's not even anti-flat, it's more of anti any other opinion other than the mainstream fucking doctrine. The state religion says this and that. If you disagree, then you can't be a part of we. You don't have the privilege of saying, we know this, we know that. Because you're not we anymore. You're an individual now. And as DieSlub reaches deeper into the bag of Lay's potato chips.
My bad.
Ketchup or what?
Popcorn, caramel, cheese, some shit.
Disgusting. Degenerate.
That sounds good.
It is pretty good.
Probably disgusting for your body, but it tastes delicious.
Horrible.
Just think of the chemical powders.
This is Trader Joe's provided.
Think of that gay thing turning
Think
you
of the gay fluoride.
gay, turning you gay one popcorn
Gayer
at a
by the
time, man.
bite.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Sin cleanser sounding better by the popcorn kernel.
Every bite, gayer and gayer, powdered into homosexuality. Well, let me ask you it's a deep question, because I'm just gonna fucking do this. Do you think God really cares whether or not you have children? Of course he doesn't. That would be insane. Because you have women that are barren. Oh, okay. Let me just ask you: do you guys think that the purpose of life is to have kids? I know parents will say, "Absolutely,
definitely one of our biological
I'm a genius
imperatives.
now. I had a kid."
I know if I wait 3 seconds, you're gonna answer for me. So,
No, I won't. I promise. Go ahead.
what was the question again?
Oh my god.
I think it's definitely one of our biological imperatives.
Well, like, because I have a sister and she is incapable physiologically, biologically, to have children.
Let me get a crack at her.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could give her my number if you need to.
No. We're not looking for more. Well, do you guys think that's a condition? Legitimately.
I think I could prove you wrong. I
Yo,
think
my
we have
semen's
to
so
put this.
strong it'll inspire
Oh
her
my
womb to
God.
create more eggs. No, I'm kidding. Continue though.
It's kind of like Miracle Grow, bro.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. From what I understand, every time that there was a barren woman in the Bible, she eventually just got knocked up. Like, oh, she was barren, and then a couple of chapters later, through the miracle of God's seed, she got knocked up, or something.
Just a bunch
I
of
don't know if being
beta
barren
males.
is a legitimate condition.
Well, what is that telling you? It's telling you that DNA, God's DNA, is a frequency, man. It doesn't have to be a physical thing. It could just be some, he manifested it through transmission of frequency into her womb and pass that DNA along. I mean, didn't they supposedly test Jesus's blood upon the what is it, the Shroud of Turin or whatever it is, that cloth? Yeah, and they found that there was only the mitochondrial DNA from the mother, but nothing supporting, I think, the father, or it was like some sort of a weird chromosome representing the Y
That's one of
chromosome
the
that was
biggest
in.
Catholic. If you've ever debated Catholics, and this, like, typically in these servers, you can find crowds that this is a flat Earth crowd, right? But you can go pretty deep into Catholic circles that will absolutely tell you that the Shroud of Turin is an absolute miracle-proof piece of evidence that Jesus was God's seed.
Well, I would have said otherwise, right? I would have said that was probably just some Arab dudes, schmegma on a cloth potentially, but
No.
Probably just a bad sample.
Dude,
But-
hold on. I got a serious question for everyone on the table. Have you guys ever heard? Do you guys know who Pantera is? Who is Pantera?
yeah, Dimebag Daryl was rad.
No, not
Horrible.
the
He got
band.
shot.
The band.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Dimebag. Yeah, Daryl was. Yeah. But do you know where that band got their name from? They got the name from Pantera,
Wasn't
who
it
was
a
a
pagan
Roman
god?
centurion who impregnated Mary. Pantera is the centurion that raped Mary that gave us Jesus. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. It's pretty
No, I haven't.
blasphemy, but I can give you
Interesting.
guys a reading material. There's a lot of.
Thank God you're not Christian. Thank God you're not Christian. So go ahead.
Well, okay, so hold on, Daiso, you acknowledge that it's said by people apart from. It's said by many historians that Mary was a whore. You've heard that, right? I'm not saying
I
whether
know
you
Mary
believe it or
Magdalene
not.
was.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think that's often confused with because there was several Marys in the Bible. There wasn't just.
Yeah, you got
Mon-
Mary Magdalene. You got Mary. I don't know who else you guys
Just
got.
too many.
you got
I really don't know.
Bloody Mary, if you
Bloody Mary, yeah.
She's not in the Bible.
Well, that's the
Oh, yeah.
sacrament. She was only bloody the first time. That's a whole other worship. I don't want to get into that.
No, she was bloody after she got beheaded.
Jesus Christ, percentage. Come on.
Mary, Mary,
Holy
quite
shit.
contrary. Shave that bush, it's too damn hairy.
So historians think that the Virgin Mary was a whore?
No, hold on, because I want to come back to this. Pantera.
This is pure pagan understanding, by the way, percentage.
Pantera was the name of the centurion who was a part of the Roman legion archery guard.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a commander in the Roman legion of the archery guard that apparently he was known to impregnate a woman named Mary. There is still a statue of Pantera that dates back to the same time period. So, I'm not saying this is either or, I'm just saying there's evidence for it. And what do we do with the evidence? I don't know. We got to look at it.
What's the evidence?
The evidence is that there's a guy named Pantera in the Roman Legion archery guard that raped Mary and had Jesus.
No, that's the claim. What's the
That's
evidence?
the metal band. The metal band got its metal fucking nature because this was a hardcore fucking idea. You can't be
Okay.
hardcore unless you got a badass fucking.
Yeah, it's a hardcore
I
claim.
raped
What's the
Mary,
evidence?
You know? Why would you would name your band after the guy that raped Mary? That would be hardcore.
Yeah, okay. It's a hardcore claim. What's the evidence?
Well, the statue of Pantera, the gravestone.
That's the evidence that he existed.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
written on
I'll
his
give you that. Beyond reasonable doubt.
Hey,
he
Zach, you're
exists.
hot micing. Zach, mute yourself.
Oh
please.
shit. Sorry. Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm
what's-
not saying it's either or. I'm just saying there's evidence for it.
I know, I'm asking for that evidence. What's the evidence? Aside from evidence
You're
of
gonna
him
ask me to
existing, which
post
is not
the
the claim.
Wikipedia article? Come on.
No, that's just a reassertion of the claim. What's the evidence?
Well, it's more of a correlation. And I know that doesn't mean causation. But if we're looking for evidence, we would want to find evidence that matches what we would expect. So there's a lineage of thinking or a philosophy.
Okay, now you're just trying to blind me with bullshit. It's not working.
I don't really know. I just heard about this shit online, bro.
I feel you. It's a, you know, a claim
no
that's
idea.
you know, said, but who knows whether it's true or not.
I'm really just convinced.
It sounds like there's no
that
evidence
I heard
to
about it.
Do they still
Unless
have
you want to
the
constitute, like, you know, tales
spear?
being told generation to generation as evidence.
Yeah, like we would need the spear that pierced her, consummated this understanding.
Or like, you know, some text, some historic text that was around that time mentioning
Look into it,
and they were accurate with other things, so we could, like, you know, infer
Oh,
that
I
they were
mean-
accurate about this, what have you.
Look at Monica Lewinsky. Like we need like something upon her skirt or some sort of DNA evidence linking. And they could still pull that up, right? Like they could go to her gravesite and find this.
No.
Find the jizz stain.
Kidding me, man?
Find the jizz stain, dude, with the forensic. What do they use? The shortwave black
Man,
light.
she had it dry cleaned ASAP. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude.
Shortwave black light. Yeah, that doesn't just go away.
Yeah, hold on, dude. I've had sex with women that were on their period that fucking bloodied the sheets. You wash that shit, no trace.
It's gone.
Fucking trace.
No,
You're
it's
not
there,
gonna
man.
find anything.
That's true.
You got
No,
the
there's
hardcore
there's
bleach
still
fucking
stuff there.
oxy detergent, whatever it's called.
Especially if they're white sheets, you just, you know,
Yeah, fucking
bleach.
it. There you go.
As long as you wash it
Fucking
right away.
curate blood.
That Clorox, man.
Right away. Don't let it set. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
of course.
screwed.
Can't let it. Yeah, the fresher, the better.
Why am I arguing for some rapist of Mary? I don't know. I've heard these things online. I want to just push this off onto you guys, so I'm not alone. You guys have to hear it because I heard about it.
I'll take it, man.
Good luck.
It's hard to know anything really historically. Like before the time of videos, it's really hard.
Well, dude, you know what I find is even more difficult? Now we got more video than ever. I mean, it's all just white noise.
What I think is the best evidence prior to video is text that is coming from either different continents that weren't interacting, maybe over different time periods that correlate to the same stories. Like, because there are like a lot of texts that.
How could they
depict-
correlate to the same stories if they weren't interacting?
Yeah, so they've got events, like whether it be like cataclysmic events that were affected, like large
At all
portions.
different lands at the same time.
Yeah, they got stuff like that. And then supposedly, like, for example, like religious wise, like Chinese, Chinese, ancient Chinese cultures recorded Jesus's existence,
How?
not necessarily as the Messiah, but as a living person, and they were very meticulous with record keeping for
But
a long
Jesus didn't go
time.
to China, so how did they record his existence without
Actually,
interaction?
actually, he did. He disappeared for a portion of his life, and supposedly, stories said that he went from the Middle East into somewhere into like Eurasia or something like that, and disappeared for 7 years or so, and came back, and
I
yada yada.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is what I've heard, that they've recorded his existence, and they're not even Christian. They're not even upon that religion, but through I don't know how it was, but they did do trades and shit at that time, I think, due to
Yeah,
like
like
the connecting land
traveling through the
masses.
Silk Road, but that's a huge distance. And then what about all the places in between? And then, you would think if he was going to,
Well, you got to remember,
do a pilgrimage to
Jesus
other places.
he didn't stay in one place, man. Like he was he moved about a lot, right? And
I hear you,
he
but
went.
apparently he stayed enough in China to have stuff written about him.
I don't know
Doesn't, like,
necessarily he went particularly to China per se, as much as he did, maybe it was the Himalayas or somewhere in between. But point being is that somehow he got close enough and was enough of an influence for them to somehow record him into their existence of record data keeping. And the fact they did that helps give credence to his existence for a lot of people to accept the fact that he was an actual person to begin with.
Jesus is
I think it's
blowing up
more
in
likely
China
that
right now.
traders or whatever merchants, that there was interaction. That's not without interaction, as you said.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, percentage. You don't think that modern Christianity in China is growing because
You got to remember, Chinese didn't
Because
stay
Jesus
in one
popped up
place.
there, like.
he
The
fucking
Chinese
walked
traveled.
the road, man. He was like, "Hey, bro, check me out," and then they remembered it, and now they're still talking about it.
Yeah, the Chinese traveled a lot, man, like to acquire information for their empires and various things, man. Like they didn't just stick around in
I agree
China.
with that. Like that was much more
So when you
plausible.
got, but that's what I'm saying. When you got two peoples from different worlds moving about separate from their indigenous native land, it's only gonna increase the odds of them coming across each other's path like that much more. Like and hearing stories upon each other's.
Maybe, but that's not what you said
people.
initially. You said, that you give
I
credence
don't know.
to it because it didn't have interaction. And what you're explaining now is interaction.
Oh,
So
well, yeah. I mean, you're right. But I'm just saying, like, so, and I was just trying to give different examples of civilizations and continents and time periods that are have boundaries between them, like alluding to the same things, like
yeah,
that
no, I
kind
hear
of
you. And I
stuff
would
for
I
me.
would say like before images that, texts that, were accurate about other events and stuff like that, and you had multiple sources agreeing upon a specific event or something, I would give that more credence as well. It's
Yeah,
I
and
don't
I'm
know if it gets
biased.
to the point of definitive evidence as we have now, but you kind of have to adjust the confidence levels for the method of transmission, I guess.
Yeah, and then the fact that they're unbiased to the information, that like also helps too.
Yeah, and I guess that depends on the rest of their works. You kind of suss
Well,
out
okay,
where
so a
they
lot of
were.
this is just historical bullshit, which is my opinion versus your opinion and what you.
A lot of it is that. Yeah, that's why you have to be careful
Well,
about it.
this is why I don't like history. I mean, I'm not gonna attack your interpretation of history, but when I post a picture like I just did in chat, this is real time things we're gonna have to wrestle with. Now, a lot of people might say this is Earth curvature, but to a flat earther, this looks like a circumference of light over a flat plane. how would we differentiate this shit?
What'd you
Because
post a picture of?
there's nothing to do
I'm
with
too lazy to look at
history
my
here.
phone. It's
This
just
has
a
everything
horizon.
to do with applying what you know.
Well, part of the problem is you're getting a small, very small segment of Earth.
This
You're
is
not
from
getting.
the ISS.
I understand. I understand. But in order to get a perception of what it is to deduce the shape, you have to have a full picture, and you got a
That's a full
segmented version.
picture. All right,
So I'm
guys,
saying,
guys,
Yo,
we're not
I'm saying,
arguing here. This
Sin,
is
I
a
wanted to ask
picture
you something earlier.
from
So
the
you
ISS.
said, yeah. So you said about the dome that you don't like kind of really adhere to the belief, and you had spoken out about it in like 24/7, and they lost their shit or what have you. My question is, where do you stand now on it?
Well, I think that the Arabic people came up with the refraction, and refraction just says that light changes medium. And if you look into what the Arabs said, they had a fucking idea that it was the angle of light changing based on the medium would give you a deflection.
Mm-hmm.
And I got an image of that, right, of the guy who discovered it. Now, that explains the visible spectrum. That explains all the colors. That explains a lot of shit that we need.
Mm-hmm.
The only implication from that is that there must be some sort of dome or some sort of angle of instance. From this instant, light was deflected. And,
Okay, I would go at it from a different angle. Pardon the pun. I would say that the first thing that you need to consider is the gas and like the weight basically of the air and the water and everything like that. So we know water needs to be
Did you
contained.
see the picture I just posted?
No, I'm not looking at my phone. Can you? Is it relevant?
Absolutely relevant. Yeah.
Can you just describe what it is?
Well, it shows a dome with an angle of instance that it was the first description of refraction known to man. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and in their model, if the sun is going to have to change its angle based on the medium, and they say the Earth has air, that air is going to give you a deflection of light because there's a medium differential. That's okay. That's fine. That explains a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I was going at it from a different,
That's fine. No, I'm just laughing.
So consider it from where I'm coming from, which is like just basically matter, right? Not light, not refraction, but just matter. So we have water. Water requires a container, right? That's how we have depth. That's how we have pressure gradients in water, right? Because as you go deeper, the pressure increases. Because again, it's contained. If it wasn't contained, we would have no pressure gradient. The water just would be, completely spread out infinitely, and at some point there needs to be like a wall or an edge or something like that for us to even have pressure to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Same goes with air. So the vertical column of water has weight, has pressure. The vertical
You
column
say
of
volume.
air also has weight and pressure, right? So the air needs to be, even if we're saying that, it's not going everywhere and that it's layering, which I do believe air does, right? That's why we have pressure differentials and the air gets thinner as you go up. It still needs a wall, right? Not necessarily a dome, but it needs a wall on the sides to contain it, to contain these vertical columns, if you will. So for me, it's just a question of whether or not there's a really tall ass wall that goes all the way up to like where the air basically is gone, or if it's just a dome.
You're talking about like a flat
Well,
top.
like I always said, man, it doesn't have to be a tangible
Yeah, it
dome
could be an
as
open
much
top
as it
container is what I'm saying.
It's horizontal.
just be a field or lack thereof.
What's that?
I think it's horizontal all the way up.
What do you mean what's horizontal?
Like the higher
air?
you go up, you're
The
gonna have
layers?
okay, so above the atmosphere, as they call it, you just have a horizontal absence of air at a certain altitude.
Yeah, I would agree with
Next,
that.
you got the ionosphere. Well, you could just call this the ionic medium, and then up you got the magnetic medium, magnetic sphere. Above that you have not the plasma sphere, but a plasma. Like you're just talking about a medium gradient of energy. And
No, I mean I don't know if you can say that there's all these other layers when there's zero matter. You know?
yeah, no, I agree with that.
I don't know where you would
There's
be
nothing.
justified in saying
No,
that there's a
yeah,
magnetosphere.
there's
also
not
stuff.
anything necessarily there. I agree with that. But this may be the makeup of what they would otherwise call the dome. Now it could be flat, and there's still a medium, impenetrable barrier that's made up of layers. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Or it could be open topped and there's nothing, and there's just the wall, kind of like a
No,
giant cup.
I don't think there's nothing. There's nothing in scripture that suggests nothing. No. And I'll be honest with you. To me, it is based on faith. Globers
Yeah, you're
won't
right.
say
Like,
that,
how are you gonna have
but
nothing
I'm okay
showing
with
lights?
saying it's based on faith. Yeah, no problem.
No,
with
I'm
that.
with you. Like, how are you gonna have lights? You know, if there's nothing there, there has to be something.
I mean,
Then what are the lights? You know, who knows?
well, if you're an atheist, I don't think your opinion is worth really pretty much anything, apart from your some sort of forgettable opinion. I really don't. I really think atheists eliminate themselves from the conversation by admitting that and confessing it, because we're trying. The science is based on what can we learn that's ready and willing for us. Like it's all capable for us to. We can learn something from nature. It's entirely capable that we can find shit out based on observing and doing science. This is all the discovery of what God has in store. You're not going to find anything out that wasn't already there for us to learn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have respect for atheists. I think they shouldn't even be a part of these conversations.
Fair enough. One thing gets me
It
in
is a
terms of
waste
some
time
flat
to talk to
earthers.
certain people.
In terms of some flirts, they like, I feel like they can't reconcile, or they contradict themselves in terms of reconciling relative density and the gas going in all directions. You know, we know that there are some gases that are heavier than other gases, and you know that those gases in that medium would go down, right? And that's why we have air pressure to begin with. So how do they reconcile that with, their claim
You
that
got
gas goes
you
in
got other variables to contend with, man. You got entropy, you got electrostatics, you've got um you got friction, there's a lot of things going on,
Well, of
man.
course, yeah, there's a lot of things happening. It's all in flux, right? It's a dynamic system. But at the same time, the heavier gases are more dense than the lighter gases. And that's why, they're at the bottom.
Sure.
But at the same time, they say gas goes everywhere. It doesn't go everywhere always, right? Like a heavier gas in the lighter gas medium will
Again,
trend
man,
downward.
like it all depends on how much indifference is between the high low pressure indifference and the diameter at which it's
Right
being
there.
exposed to this indifference. Because if it's it's kind of like opening up a balloon, right? Like if you pop it, it's gonna pop and go everywhere equally, and then fill out and equalize. If you open up the portal where you blew the air into slowly, it'll essentially just kind of have a single vector and disperse after it resolves itself of that energy equally. But if you let go of the balloon, right, then what happens? The balloon takes off. So is all the gas going in every direction? No, it's has a vector to it due to that orifice that it's escaping from to go from the high low pressure system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. Well, have you guys heard that the Ranty's been asking for opinions. What's your prediction about what we're blah 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 blah? Like, the globe model should be able to account for everything. That's what they say that it does. The mathematics are already discovered. There isn't anything that they haven't accounted for. If there isn't anything that they haven't accounted for, mathematically, we should be able to ask them questions and get not their opinion, but a formula. We should be debating formulas. We don't have to debate their opinions. They don't know the formulas. They don't know why the formulas say the things that they do.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the right direction. I don't think it's a mathematical issue as much as it's an explanation issue. I think the issue is within their definitions and on the words they use, having complete double speak within them. Like when you hear him talk about mass, having, attraction yet resistance all at the same time these types of things shouldn't be allowed, dude. That's just one word. So, all their understanding, dude, upon every single one of their definitions, dude, is literally just a shoddy ass description where they dance around the topic but never touch upon it as to keep themselves from being exposed. Literally what they've done, dude. And they sold you this hoodwink bullshit of an answer. Electromagnetic forces and small fucking forces and bonding and particles and electrons and photons and I mean, dude, that's all fantasy, bro.
Well, Daiso, what would you call if I drop something? It's gonna be less intense
I
force
wouldn't
than
I wouldn't call it potential energy. What's that?
You didn't drop something. It was always dropping, falling. You just let go of it. You were just physically impeding it, and then you stopped physically impeding.
Impedance is an actual term. Yeah. Impedance is typically accounted for. You don't ever really hear it, though.
What do you call something like when you have a helium balloon and you let go of it? What's the opposite word for falling or for dropping in that context?
Lesser friction.
Huh?
That's what you call moving away from mass. It's moving to the away from mass, yeah.
No, I mean like just this is just kind of a sign that there is this. They try to like even in our own language, there's this bias towards downwards. So when you let go of something and it's more dense, we say you're dropping it.
Well,
but when you let go of something and it's less dense, you don't say you're buoyanting it or you're rising it or something like that. You just let go, right? There should be a word for that too if it was symmetrical, if it was fair.
Downwards isn't consistent across their their heliocentric globe. Downward is always to the center of mass being their globe. But again, that direction, if you were to put it to a vector, isn't always consistent. It's always different. So the most accurate would be to say away from space when you're talking about down, and when you're talking about up, you would say away from the surface or away from the object of most mass, which would be the surface, or speak in terms of this because that would be most accurate. But so yeah, man. I don't know. That but that would be all encompassing to kind of like not really fall into anyone's paradigm, I guess, and still be able to convey your message. I don't know. What's gonna float faster, hydrogen or helium balloon?
Hydrogen.
What's that?
Hydrogen.
Uh-huh. And which one's gonna reach higher altitude?
Hydrogen.
Okay. Which one's more flammable?
Hydrogen.
So do you still think hydrogen's gonna reach a higher altitude?
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
I was waiting for another hydrogen to come.
But am I wrong?
Well, hydrogen's lighter, so I would assume it would rise
I
faster,
don't
but
even know enough to know if you're wrong or not.
I don't think that it would reach a higher altitude
Of
due
course it
to the
would.
fact that it would interact with something that could potentially combust it. So I think
No,
in this
you can't
case,
just assume that there's going to be some magical thing that's going to combust it. You know,
well,
if you have a medium of helium, the hydrogen will rise more. You know, it's just
I
lighter.
think. Well, what about like cosmic rays?
Yeah, but that's beyond a reasonable doubt to just assume that cosmic rays are just going to come in and target the hydrogen only or something. You know.
Well, but I think it would. I think having that much condensed
What about cosmic
hydrogen in
clowns
a
coming up
balloon.
and capturing the helium for their cosmic animal balloons?
But those rays are traveling through everything, so
You
it's not a
actually think
matter
that
of if it's
you
gonna hit
think
it or not.
the rays of light are gonna inflame the gas up there? Why isn't our sky on fire then constantly?
Well, because it's not consistent of pure hydrogen like this balloon would be.
No, but the top layers are, right? So
No.
the rays of light should be constantly igniting these top layers of hydrogen as it's constantly being created from the Earth's surface.
So you're saying that the outermost atmosphere is consistent of hydrogen only?
I think hydrogen layers at the top. There's gonna be some mixing in between, you know, where the helium and the hydrogen is, but helium's heavier, so it's gonna layer down more.
So they say our atmosphere supposedly extends far past the moon. And when they say that, is this what they're speaking of? Like hydrogen and helium primarily?
Yes. And if you keep on going, it'll be the composition will change from, like, you know, being mostly helium at the bottom to like half to mostly hydrogen at the top. This is obviously going to be, like, you know, according to their model at least, they say the moon's 250,000 kilometers or something like that, and it goes far beyond that. So according to their model, it'll be like probably like 1,000,000 kilometers by the time that happens.
So if the hydrogen's flammable, then how does the rocket not like ignite or have more combustibility factor to it or something? Like how does that not have a factor?
Maybe it's not flammable to that level because of how sparse the molecules are. Who knows? Or maybe they're just not going up there.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I'm hypothetically trying to perceive
Yeah, devil's
in
advocate.
their, yeah, exactly. Because theoretically, like if it is more combustible than the nitrogen and oxygen mixture here, then that should kind of add to their propulsion in some way. I mean, you would think I don't know. It's kind of like pure oxygen intake or something, you know, it's gonna boost things.
Yeah, I
And yet,
imagine that the globe response would be the air is so thin that the molecules are so spread out that there wouldn't be enough of the hydrogen there to act as like a fuel to burn off of, basically a combustible. You know, these individual particles burning doesn't really cause a fire because it needs to connect the other ones, you know?
Oh, I wonder if they could. Does hydrogen turn to a liquid on its own, like in pure pressure, like if you were to pressurize it, like in a container?
Well, if you're pressurizing in a container, it's not turning into liquid on its own. How is it? But if your question is, can you have liquid hydrogen? I don't know, to be honest. I know you can have liquid helium at super high pressures and super low temperatures. So maybe you can with hydrogen as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because if it's lighter than oxygen, then why wouldn't they use that for their staging instead of oxygen?
No, because it's not. If you could do it, they would say it's not feasible. It's not like economical because it takes. I know for helium, it takes like crazy cool temperatures, like 240, negative 240 degrees Celsius or some shit like that.
He's a good kitty. He's a good kitty.
Sergeant Rock, welcome. Good to hear you.
Hey, thanks. Glad to be here. Heard a lot about this place and finally got an invite.
Hell yeah, we're up no good.
Talking about
You're into some weird shit. Absolutely.
You know what it is.
Well, how's the level of my mic? Is it okay?
It's good.
All right. Just want to make sure. I got this new iPad Pro and I'm just kind of fiddling with it.
Fiddlestick.
You can fiddle with your iPad Pro all your life, but never really truly grasp the depth
of an Android.
It's so
of the globe Earth model.
the globe Earth model. I don't think there's anything like that. I don't think it exists.
Oh, there you go. One of us.
The model
Ain't no globe. If there ain't no curve, there ain't no globe.
I think the next iPad that'll be revolutionary
right.
will be the ball iPad. It'll literally be, you know, the eyeball.
Well, my iPad's pretty flat. I have a flat.
Imagine having a ball. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, for real
exactly.
though. Like, you have this lens that projects the image into your eye, and then you have this little like metallic ball that you manipulate, and you just move to type and stuff like that. And it's just, you know, people get really good at typing like that just by just moving this ball in their hand, and it relies on like, you know, the static electricity of your fingers or something like that to type and
onto a keyboard.
No, like into your projection in your lens.
Wow.
So
Your
it is the
consciousness. Holy shit.
Hey, do you guys
holding a
remember
ball in
that?
your hands, and that is typing.
Do you guys remember that big? It's about the size of a softball, and you rotated it around, and there was a window, and you asked it questions, and then it would come up, and it was like an 8-ball.
Yeah, the magic 8-ball.
I had this dream. Get a load of this. That this was the future. That you had this magic 8-ball, and this is when you got on Discord. There were like where the window was. There was about 10 or 15 different windows, and you turned it around, and everybody had a window, and you pressed the window, and all of a sudden this like laser plasma image came up in your room like in a 3D image, and you were talking images in your room, and they were all coming from this ball, and it really freaked me out. I thought, okay, that's a little evil right there, but it was a cool dream though. It was really cool. Coming from the Magic 8 Ball.
Aren't the coolest dreams evil?
Well, they are, but yeah, they're cool as long as I don't get hurt.
The cool ones are. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, in Islam, there's 3 types of dreams. There's evil dreams, dreams from God, and dreams from men, basically. And the good dreams are dreams from God. Basically, you dream them, and they're like, you know, positive. It fills you with a positive feeling. It's like, you know, the dream is filled with goodness, and you wake up, and it stays with you.
Right.
You know, a little bit throughout the day, or like, you know, at least for a while. You don't just forget it immediately. The dreams from men, or like the human dreams or what have you, you forget them immediately, right? They could be good or what have you, but as soon as you wake up, you know, they're gone, just like most of the dreams that you got. I'm sure you guys can relate. And then the dreams from the devil, or the evil dreams, are the ones that are like negative, and they make you feel like, you know, bad or scared
And the
or
only
anxious or
dream
what have you.
I don't want to ever have again is
I was
when
almost done, but
was in this
go ahead, man.
place and first tried DMT, and the floor opened up, started going down this corridor at about 100 miles an hour, and on all around the corridor were like hundreds and hundreds of these demons that were dressed in like a jester's clothing, and it was red. They were red and black, and they had the jester hat, and they had these claws. And as I'm falling down into where I didn't know if I was going to hell or the basement or what, they were trying to scratch at me and go, come with us now, come now. It was just like it was like a weird a golem thing. And man, when I came to, I said, man, I don't think I'm ever gonna do that again. No,
Rock,
no
I
dreams
think
like that.
you're exactly what we're looking
It was
for.
an evil dream, but it sure wasn't a good one.
You won't ever forget it. There's a utility in not forgetting things. They're memorable. They're known because they meant something, right?
If they're ever gonna lift that 60th parallel barrier down in Antarctica, I wonder if they're ever gonna really let us go and find out what's going on down there. I mean, there's some definitely
Sergeant Rock. Can I ask you how did you find the server? How did you join our little community?
Well, I'm one of the original guys with ODD and the original 24/7 crew back in May and June of 2017. I know all those guys, and
all right.
I've been on several other Flat Earth servers. I'm in Vikings right now. There's a whole bunch other, but I've been around for so darn long. I'm in some Christian servers. I'm in some Flat Earth servers. Flat Earth Subgenius, Vikings, 24/7. I mean, I'm in a whole bunch of them. And I heard about Earth Awakening.
All right.
I heard about Earth Awakenings. Well, a friend that I knew in 77 and 78 when I was in Santa Monica working out at Gold's Gym. I know Arnold Schwarzenegger really well. And somebody go, hey man,
damn right.
They go into Earth Awakenings or into the Choppa and talk to him. And I'm like, is it really him? I go, oh my God, he's gonna freak. If it's really him, he's gonna freak out, because I can tell you if it's really him, because if he can finish this story of Gold's Gym when he was there, then it's really him. There's something that happened. He dated this one workout lady that was a really good friend of mine. He dated her for a while, and so I was just like, man. And so they said, yeah, man, go see if you can find. Is it true? Does Arnold come in here? Or Reckoner? What's his name? Reckoner?
Oh shit! You're talking about a Reckoner. Oh my god.
Doesn't he? Doesn't
Oh shit. He does sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He might. I don't know if he is.
I could ask him 2 questions, and I would.
I don't know if you could. The guy's a legend. Reckoner.
I could.
You know that's funny you asked that, Rock, because Reckoner has been long understood to be somehow correlated to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay.
He's like he sounds exactly like the dude.
Well, that's pretty cool, man.
We've heard him talk a few times. Every single time, he sounds like the real deal. No lie.
Yeah, well,
Real deal, Holyfield.
there's a couple.
Reckoner is a legend.
Yeah, well, everybody's telling me they really think it's him, and I go, look, I worked out with him for 2 years in Gold's Gym in '77 and '78. So I've had some times with him with my friend who dated him. I could say her name and do the one instance, and if he doesn't corroborate it, then he's either lost his memory in his mind or it's not him. I mean, he would remember this. It's one of those memorable things. But I don't want to out him or put him on the line. But if it's really him, he would know. He would know. I'm kind of interested to see if it's really him.
Dude, you got me. Look, dude, it sounds like he. Well, I've known Reckoner for a while. He sounds like the real deal. But there's no way for me to ever verify that because I've never ever, I live in Tennessee. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So I don't know what you're talking about. But he sounds like the real deal.
In '77 and '78, he was working out.
Well, I know what you're talking about.
On the beach in Santa Monica at Gold's Gym. He was in his prime in '77, '78. He was ripped, and when Arnold came in, everybody just wanted to talk to Arnold. Well, a girlfriend of mine who was 155 pounds of just solid rock. She worked in Gold's Gym, started dating him, and she goes, I'll introduce you to Arnold. So I went in there. I started working out at Gold's Gym, and I've talked to him, 20, 30 times. He'll remember me because I was one of the smallest guys. He used to call me, well, I better not say it because that he would know what he called me. I was only 150 pounds and wet, but I was like solid muscle. And he used to call me like a Mighty Mac or Mighty Mouse.
He calls you the Rock, bro.
Yeah, I was a rock.
You're the Rock.
And it was so it'd be interesting. I can't wait. I went to the Chopper too. I guess that's his home
Oh
base.
no. That's some casual basic normie. Listen, you want to talk to the real deal, you're gonna have to wait for it. He doesn't always come in, right? But when he does, he's I don't know. It's enough for me to be in the same place you are. I'll tell you that.
Right.
He might be the real deal. I think this guy. There's no reason for me to doubt it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've heard him come in a couple times. I've given him my.
I've heard
Arnold
Reckoner speak.
impersonation.
When Reckoner speaks, he sounds. I don't know how you could say he doesn't sound like the real deal.
I could just say Kathy's first and last name, and I could give him a code word that he always used to say when he looked up at Gold's Gym. And if he doesn't start laughing right away, then it's not him. So I could peg him. I could peg him solid so easy. I mean, God, it's been since '78 since I've actually seen him.
Well, actually, dude, hold on. Funny that you mention it. We're looking for someone like you to be able to clarify it. There's been a lot of questions in our little community. Is this guy the real fucking deal?
Wow.
I listen. I've heard a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger. This guy sounds like him, and
he's that good. He's that good.
Really particular questions. You know what I mean?
The chopper, if you get to the chopper, come with me if you want to live. This is the governor. I'm the governor of California. Yeah, and you're not gonna tell me what to do.
If Reckoner if Rock can actually confirm Reckoner,
Yep.
we've made a leeway in this fucking community.
I
We've
can't
made
I
we've done enough, right?
We made progress.
wait. I can't wait.
Reckoner is the biggest mystery I can ever think of, and if someone can confirm, that would fucking I would have perfect dreams every night.
I really hope it is. I hope it's him. I really do. I hope it's
It's
him.
not.
I hope it's him.
It's
There's a
not.
couple people that
Dude, I really want to set you up with Reckoner. That's gonna be that will be fucking hilarious.
Yep. Yep. It's funny. It's funny.
But hold on, here's the thing, Rock. Regardless of whether you know him or not, man, you would be surprised how much you fucking can figure out just by talking with people. We have some of the craziest fucking people come through here. You wouldn't even believe it.
How long's the server been up? I've only heard of it the last few months.
Oh, bro. The server's been up for probably a week or two. Not even. Well, hold on. Let me tell you this.
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Oh, no. From what I understand, it's been up for like years. But the intention was to bring together people that could absolutely fucking benefit having talked to each other.
Sure.
So like we got together some of the weirdest fucking creatures to ever communicate and engage with each other. Like, so it's kind of like a new shit. We don't know how it's gonna work. So everything is hilarious.
I'm gonna fit right in then. That's perfect.
Rock, here's the question.
Dude, you've already done better than most. There you go.
Have you maintained yourself since those days you used to work out at Gold's Gym with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Have you maintained yourself? Are you still the Rock?
I'm 71 years old. I weigh 100 and about 58 pounds. I don't have.
And how much of it is muscle?
I don't. Well, I don't have a beer belly. I mean, I must have.
Hey, Sergeant Rock is a legend.
Let him answer.
He's our fucking boxing king already.
You don't have a beer belly? What do you have?
That's fun. Because in the Marine Corps, I was a junior Golden Gloves boxing champion in the Marine Corps in my weight class
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, that was.
And now?
That was an interesting part of my life.
Be honest, Sergeant Rock. You let yourself go a little bit, didn't you?
Let myself? No, I don't ever let myself go. The only time I let myself really go is when I'm with women. I just let it all go. It's all on the.
I fucks with that.
There's all hands on deck when
I know what you mean. Yeah, you let the animal out.
the animal comes out. It's like,
Yeah.
put away the steroids because now the Rock is here.
Yeah, for you to be fat at 158, you'd have to be like 4 feet tall.
No, I don't mean fat. but you could be
Hey,
like-
yo, Jerry, imagine
fat,
getting
you know?
beat up by a 158 pounder. The hell are you gonna do it after that?
But besides, he already said that he was.
What kind of
well,
158 pound guy is gonna beat me up? That's insulting. What the fuck you talking about?
Well, I've got.
No 158 pound man is gonna fucking come up at me.
Try
I'll tell you
doing
that.
that to
Dude,
Baron
I could
McGuigan in
smash
his,
you
in his
158.
prime
Hey,
Sink
no
Cleanser, and he would
158
absolutely
man.
do you.
Sink cleanser,
Whatever.
I could cut a
Hell
little
nah.
bit, get to 158, and I would rock you.
I've got.
Dude, I'm tall. I'm 6 foot. What do you mean?
Me too. But I could.
You're
cut
probably
to
5'6".
No, I'm
buff
6
and
feet on the dot.
I'm
and I could
taller.
Cut to
You know, I
158 and
win.
would destroy you.
Sin Cleanser, if you got in the ring with any featherweight boxer, a reasonably decent boxer, he would wipe the living floor with you.
Well, hold on, no, because here's my understanding logically. I'm 6 foot, 160 something. I could
Yeah,
fucking.
I could pick you up and throw
tower.
you.
Hold
Sin
on.
Cleanser.
I tower. I tower over people. You know what I mean?
You're 6 foot tall. You're
I'm
not
a lightweight, but I tower over you.
My
right?
15-year-olds are 6 foot tall. My
I would
17-year-old's
tower.
about 6
I'm
foot
taller
3.
than you. You're gonna have to talk to a
Yeah,
man
I'm 5'10",
taller than
and
you.
and I can bench press you. So what?
I'm taller than you. I look down on you.
What?
So I look. So respect me because
what? You're
you're
tall, so
lower.
it's a silly thing
You're
to try and
below
claim. I
me.
realise you're joking a bit, but you know.
You're lower than me. There you go.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a lot smarter than you. But it's the fact that any featherweight boxer that you stepped in a boxing ring with would absolutely wipe the floor with you, and they're probably going to be at least 4 to 5 inches shorter than you.
Yeah, I'm 5'8".
Any professional Muay Thai artist would break your legs, even though he's good 4 or 5 inches shorter than you.
Hold on. Foolish Druss. Why would I fight you? That's that's how I win, right? There's no circumstance wherever I would ever fight you.
I'm not even
I would win.
I would. I'm just saying
every
that
time.
against
You lose every time.
Against a trained boxer in a ring, you would lose, even if they weigh a lot less than you, even if they're a lot shorter.
I would never fight you in a ring, but I'd win in pretty much every other fucking.
I'm not a trained boxer.
You know. Well, I would win in every other metric.
No, you wouldn't.
I would dismantle you in every other metric.
No, I've ridden more motorcycles than you. I've been to more countries than you.
I'm not going to put things above my head as a way of victory.
I've probably had better jobs than you.
Oh,
I live in a
my
nicer
God.
country than you. I could keep going on. I mean, again, stop bloviating. It doesn't matter. We're all equal.
God.
I realise you're joking, but you know. Sure. Actually, I also remember it's probably about 3 o'clock in the morning for you. So
I feel violated. Well, you know what?
That's something I'd never do to you.
Better luck next time.
I've just suddenly remembered it's about 3:30 in the morning for you, isn't it? So I've got to remember it's the other end of the day.
I work night shift, okay? This is a chance for victory. I've grasped the victory, and I win. You know?
There's a good saying that children declare victory where humble men move forward.
No, nobody says that. Nobody's ever said that. I think that you Googled it and then you told me about it because you saw it online.
No,
no grown ass adult male would ever say that shit to someone. And there you go. That's, you know. I think every day is an opportunity to learn. You know what I mean? You can all learn something every single day. And that's the exciting part. Nothing is ever really settled.
Not so sure about that.
Well,
I think
do you think that
interpretations are never settled because they're always interpretations, therefore by definition subjective.
You know what, dude, Russ, I feel like you're one of probably the coolest people to talk to, but I don't know if you know enough to know better.
I recognize how little I know. I
Well,
also
like,
recognize that I can make mistakes.
Yeah, you
in
could be
things that I think.
completely wrong about most everything. From what I understand, you could be wrong about everything. That's just how I understand things. I'm not saying you do.
No,
I just don't know how to think about you other than, you know, this guy could be wrong about it, all of everything for a long time.
It depends whether you're talking about an empirical world or a philosophical position.
Well, I'll ask you this because I think you're a little bit of a memer. Do you like Darth Dawkins has pretty good logical arguments?
No, he doesn't. He
But like
ontology and epistemology every time he talks.
Hold on. The idea that some things have to be true, that's a pretty good argument. You know, I don't know how you would disagree with that.
No, the truth is what it is. And the problem we have is being able to get to it. And the problem we have is trying to get to it objectively.
Well, no, because like you
That's
have to
why we're
ask
kind of
what
stuck
is
with
truth.
knowledge.
Hold on. What is truth?
Everything that is not false.
Well, you can't describe something by what it isn't. That's a
Yes, you can.
no, that's
Wait,
a that's a logical
don't
fallacy.
flat earthers
No,
and
hold on.
quotation
No,
marks.
that's
All you
legitimately a
do,
fallacy. You can't describe something by what it isn't. You can't
yeah, but
say
all
what
you
is
guys
this?
try
It's
to
everything
do.
that it isn't. That's not no.
In Cleanser,
Come
what
on.
flat earthers try to do is not say the Earth is flat. They're trying to say it's not sphere. So
I
that's the
say the Earth
exact
is
same
flat,
thing.
you dumbass.
Yeah, but
I say
most
it every
flat
fucking
earthers.
day. Hold on. How are you gonna say what the hell are you talking about? If people who are flat earthers say it, how are you gonna say we don't say that shit? What the hell are you talking about?
Most flat earthers, or at the
Dove
very
isn't a flat
least,
earther.
at the very
Most of
least,
the
you
people
would
that come through
concede.
here are cowards. I agree.
Yes, most people, or a
But don't
lot of
call
flat earthers
me.
say.
I am a flat earther because
Okay.
I know the Earth is fucking flat because I orientate myself to the fucking horizon, bro.
Okay.
So
then,
don't
do
straw
you at
man
least do you then
flat Earth.
concede or
No chance.
agree? Do you agree that the flat earthers that all they say is it's not a sphere is a very Weasley
No,
move?
I think if you're a flat earther, you're saying I experience the world to be what it is. There's no lying about that. There's no me trying to talk you into believing shit. There's just me saying that, you know what? I go to the fucking beach and look what it is. Apparently, it looks like this. I don't have to say anything other than that. Now, you're trying to fucking talk me into shit. I don't have to believe you. You're trying to convince me. Good luck, dude.
We're not trying to convince you of anything, to be fair. Well, I'm not. I make points, but going back to describing things by what they're not, yeah, you can. You can use positive attributes and you can use negative attributes to describe things. That's just normal language.
I agree. No, I know. I agree with that point. Yeah. So what are you gonna do with that?
Well, you said that I can't describe something using negative attributes. We just agreed you can. So where are you going?
Well, all you've done is attach reason to. You're saying it's not this, that, or the next thing. That's all you did. You're canceling out shit. You don't know shit. You're just canceling out things.
Well, I just defined what the truth is by saying what it isn't.
No. Because I said it's not
everything-
this, and you agreed, and you said it's
Right,
not that, but it's
I'm
not
going to go
also.
on mute because you're continually interrupting me. and
Hold
it's
on.
now
Go
getting
ahead.
annoying.
Go ahead.
Oh, he even deafened. So he can't even hear you.
Eliminated. What a coward. I
That
think
was
these guys.
so easy, man.
Get this guy out of here.
Oh my god. but yeah.
Why do you show up?
Describing something by what it isn't is bullshit. Because you could say, okay, what is a can of beans? You could say, well, it's not 1,000,000 feet tall. Okay, what is it? Well, it's not 999,999 feet tall. You can go on forever.
But do you guys agree that flat earthers who all they say is it's not a
good
sphere
point.
are cowards?
No. Hold on. What? Hold on. I think what Jerry just said may have gone over your head. Like, there's a way of understanding things. How are you gonna disprove someone's understanding? Like,
Is this
okay,
a hard question for you?
I'm not even trying to talk you out of your belief. I'm just saying, how would you know that someone is wrong? How would you say that this guy's wrong? How would you call Jerry
You're
wrong?
avoiding the question completely. I'm not asking who's wrong,
Okay,
who's
well,
not.
whatever. Then
I'm simply asking, do you think that flat earthers who don't say it's flat, or they say that no, all I claim is that it's not a sphere? The flat earthers who do that are cowards. Do you agree or not?
I agree.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a flat earther, come on.
Yeah, like I when it comes to
I
like
agree with Jerry.
different flat earthers, The flat
hold
earthers
on, hold
who
on.
say
Gummy.
yes.
Ask us what we mean.
Okay, go ahead. What do you mean?
Well, I agree with Jerry.
Now you could go further into it, and then they might, kind of nuance their answer. Well, it's not, flat like a, pancake. They're gonna say, there's mountains and valleys and all that bullshit. But yeah, I'm gonna call myself a flat earther. I'm not gonna, because I want to,
Hell
I'm not here
yeah.
fighting.
My man, hell yeah. You gotta be a real flat earther. You
Yeah.
really gotta be one. You gotta do it to know it. You gotta do it to fucking realize it.
And I mean, we just toe tagged Drush. That was so easy.
He fled. As Crit would say, the guy fucking fled. No arguments. He couldn't hear it. Couldn't deal with it.
And I know that
He'll be back though. I'll tell you that. He'll be back.
They always come back.
They always come back. He's ready to go. Well, that's also another good thing. There's a lot of really cool atheists that have fun arguments. Like there's some atheists you'll debate that you can't even really disagree with because you're like, you're kind of right. That's not a bad point. I know a lot of people like that. That's a good point. Foolish Decisions is one of those guys. He went on deafened, but there are some good arguments that are worth hearing, and it happens.
Heavy barrel, an upgraded trigger, PTR 91.
Holy shit, Rock! What are you up to?
Oh, I'm sending this a friend of mine, a sniper buddy of mine, the new PTR 91 stuff.
Hey! Are you friends with this guy?
Which guy?
You said you had a sniper friend.
I'm a retired Marine Corps sniper.
You're a retired extreme sniper? What?
I'm a retired Marine Corps sniper. I'm 71 years.
I thought you said extreme Corps.
So can I
Holy
ask
shit.
you, in your training, did you ever find out or get told about Coriolis,
Hold
and did you
on.
have to account for
Jesus
that?
Christ. Hold on, Gummy Bear. Shut up.
What do you mean shut up? I'm just as
You're
much
not
part
a
of this
flat earther.
conversation as anyone.
You're not a flat earther. What the hell, dude?
What does that mean? Just because I'm not a flat earther, does that mean I'm not allowed to ask
we
questions?
want to ask. Hold on. It means we want to ask cool shit.
But
before
he's
you
a
ask
flat
stupid
earther as
shit.
well. He's a flat earther as well. so-
Exactly. This is why we benefit. Hold on. What are you talking about? I wanted to ask him shit, and you came out of nowhere.
And I also want to ask him shit.
Okay, get in line, dumbass.
How about you get in line? I was the first one to ask.
Hold on. Okay, what was your question?
I said, did you ever have training about Coriolis, and did you have to take that into account when you were shooting over long distances?
Okay, good question. That's a good question.
Here's the answer. Okay. In our handbook and in our training at Quantico, which was 14 weeks.
You're FBI. Hold on. Stop. You're FBI.
No.
You're not. No, you are FBI.
No. In this is where.
Hold on. No. My father was FBI, and he went to Quantico. Quantico's in. You're FBI.
No.
You're a fucking FBI agent. You lie. Nobody goes to train at Quantico unless they're fucking FBI. You idiot.
Okay. All right.
You're an FBI agent. Holy shit.
This is where we
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just want people to know that this guy is an FBI agent. There you go.
no, not even close.
I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking
I
with you.
No, as a matter of fact, I was one of the first people that trained in the White Feather and Captain Land sniper school right after Vietnam. So
Sergeant Rock, you're already one of my favorite people. I'm happy that you're here, dude. You're a fucking legend already.
I'm gonna prove to you.
You're a fucking legend already.
No, let me answer his question. In our manual and in the 14 weeks there, when somebody would raise their hand and they'd say, "Well, what are we going to do about Coriolis if we're up on the top of a mountain and we're firing east instead of west? And if the globe goes 1,000 miles an hour in one, and then what happens if all of a sudden the enemy moves to the north? Now we have to go 1,000 miles an hour and adjust our rifles to the east and the north, and it's so confusing." And when anybody mentioned Coriolis, we all laughed because Coriolis is not real. We are on a non-spinning stationary plane, and there is no 1,000-mile rotating globe of basketball floating in outer space. There you go.
Okay. And what kind of distances would you be shooting over?
We shot up to 16 to 1,800 yards with the 338 Lapua Magnum, and with our 7.62 by 51 and 300 Win Mags, we were maximum range was about 1,000 to 1,200 yards.
Okay.
We are at our range in Quantico. It's 1,000-yard range. You have to qualify to be a sniper and to get your hog's tooth. You have to qualify on the 1,000-yard range, and you have to have at least a 900 score out of 1,000.
I like that gummy bear. Over a half mile.
It's a long way. A long way.
Hold on, can everybody hear me? I just want to make it clear that this guy absolutely works for the FBI. This guy is admitted FBI agent, Quantico certified.
Oh, you crack me up.
Oh my god, you're hilarious, dude. Hold on, you're not Moyak man, are you?
No.
He sounds completely different.
Although I just want everyone here. It's one of those exclusive insights kind of thing. This guy is 100% FBI agent in every way you could verify. He came in here saying Quantico. I don't know if many people even know what Quantico is. You're a fucking agent, hardcore, dude.
Hardcore. What's the difference?
Dude, you're hilarious, man. You're welcome here, absolutely.
So you're saying that there were no adjustments made if you were shooting
Dude,
east versus
I'm just
west?
saying he's welcome here. You guys are hilarious.
No, I'm
this
not.
is a perfect fucking audience.
That's fine. I'm just wondering, Brooke, so you're saying there's no change whatsoever in your targeting when you're shooting west versus east?
None. Here's what we do. There's certain things that we take into account: elevation, windage, heat mirage, things. Something called spin drift. Spin drift happens when coming out of your barrel. The barrel has what's called lands and grooves. It's a right-hand twist. In order to stabilize your bullet is coming out of the barrel really fast, spinning to the right. But as it slows down its velocity at about 1,000 or 1,200 yards, what happens as the air grabs the bullet and it's slowing down, because of the right-hand twist, something called spin drift happens, and the bullet actually goes up and to the right. So at 1,000 yards or 1,200 yards, if there's no wind, spin drift will take you between 2 and 4 inches up and to the right of your target. Now, if there's any windage at all, if you have a A full value, okay, I don't know. You don't know what a quarter or a half or a full value is. A full value wind would mean a wind that is either going directly left to right or right to left. It's a full value, and it's affecting your bullet and making it go left or making it go right. No value would mean the wind is either right in your face or right behind you. Quarter value would be like, 10 degrees, then 30 degrees, then 40 degrees. Are you following me on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're trying to make a shot, whether I'm on a mountain and I'm targeting a guy down in the valley, and whether I'm going north, east, south, or west, all we need to know is the distance he's at. We need to know the windage. We need to know certain things. We never take into any aspect of, oh my God, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and Coriolis is moving. If I shoot my bullet, is it going to go left? Is it going to go right? Is it going to come from behind me? We never, ever, ever, ever use the word Coriolis in doing what we call a targeting or a fire solution. Fire solutions are when you and your number two, the guy on your spotter scope, he's calling out your data for you, and you dope on your weapon, and he says, send it, and then when you send it, he adjusts. He's looking at where you hit, and you're looking through the scope and targeting another round. We never ever think about, oh, what about Coriolis? What are we going to do? It's not even in our manual. The word is not even in our sniper manual. We do not use Coriolis. It's a myth. It's a modern myth. Coriolis is a myth. Because we're a flat, non-rotating plane. Therefore, we don't rotate. But anyway. It would be impossible to try and get a firing solution trying to use Coriolis in a firefight where you have to go from north, and all of a sudden your enemy moves to the south, and he's higher than you, he's lower than you, no, now he's east, now he's west. It's like you're going, well, what about Coriolis? Let's target no. All we need to know is the windage. We need to know our elevation and the distance to the target. We do have heat mirage, which makes a difference, and it's always if you're uphill or downhill, anything past 25 or 30 degrees going uphill, you have to aim a little bit higher, and if you're shooting downhill, you aim a little bit lower. I mean, it's just a bunch of sniper lingo. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying or not.
No, I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
No, hold on. No, you don't get it. You're not American. How could you get it? What are you talking about?
Oh God, you ain't American. We're American.
I'm not.
Hold on. I want to ask. Hold on. Are you an investigator? Who's the American?
I was an investigator when I got out. Yeah.
So what did you work for? Some department?
I worked for a private company. It's kind of like Blackwater. It's
it's kind of not related to the state.
No. It's a private company where we do.
So did you ever work for the state government?
Well, in the Marine Corps, that's the government.
Well, well, I mean, what operation are you a Marine operative? What do you mean?
I was a Marine sniper. We called ourselves when we got out. We because they used my skills. You can look it up. I don't like throwing out names, but a lot of people don't even know this company. But this is a really good read. Go Google triple canopy.
No, why? Why would I Google that? What are you talking about? I'm not gonna. Hold on. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna Google it. Nobody's gonna Google it.
Okay. Good.
So why do you do what you do?
Well, I did what I did. I don't do it anymore. I'm an instructor now. I'm up here in the mountains
What
of
do you
Arizona.
tell people? Hold on. What do you tell people to do? You instruct them what? How do you do it?
I'm a firearms instructor at a private range.
Okay. Do you teach optics and scopes?
Of course, I teach optics and scopes. I teach people how to run an
Well,
optic.
you're exactly who we're looking for. You fit the. You're exactly what we're trying to figure out.
Well, good.
Oh, no, so you're familiar with scopes?
I've got probably 13 different kinds of scopes. Yes.
Bro,
very-
this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Where do you set targets? Like 100 feet? What do you do?
Okay, if you're shooting an AR-15, you're familiar with an AR-15. Everybody is. Okay. It's
Yep.
a
Yep. There's. Yep.
0.56 millimeter, 2.3 caliber. It's what we do is something called the Marine Corps sight in. We sight it in at at 30. It's called a 36-yard Marine Corps sight in. If you take your M16 or AR-15 and at 36 yards sight it in to where you're hitting at 36 yards, what'll happen is between 36 yards and 300 yards, you will always hit your target without having to dope your scope or turn anything on. And
That's badass.
There'll only be a
Can you do it? There's a test, right? Can you do it? There's a test for that, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is. Of course, there is. But once you
Have
dope,
how do you get all these licenses? There's a lot of license.
well, there's a. You have to watch some videos, and then you've got to do some range work, and you have to answer some questions. Yeah, it's a safety course also. It's a safety course, and then it's a I vet the people that come out to the range and shoot. I don't have any crazies that come
Are
out
you
there.
in a gun club?
No, it's not really a club. I go to 3 or 4 different bars. People know who they are, who I am, and we have a private range about 3 miles from my ranch, and we go out to the range.
Hold
and
on. Would you describe yourself as a militiaman?
A militiaman? No, I call myself a freedom fighter.
Be honest. Be honest though.
No, I'm not a militia. I belong
Like
to.
you're not like a push comes to shove type guy.
Well, if you try and take my freedoms away, push comes to shove, it's going to be bad for you. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, but I'm not a militiaman. I don't know what you think a militiaman is. What's your definition of a militiaman?
someone that separates themselves.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't separate myself.
So are you with people or are you on your own?
Oh no, I'm not on my own. There's lone wolves don't last long. They last a short time.
That's why I know you're a little bit intelligent, because you're not going to accomplish anything, right?
Not if you're a lone wolf. You'll
Exactly.
You'll survive for a while, and then you'll get lonely, and then the psychosis will set in, and you'll start talking to yourself. You'll start getting paranoid after about 3 or 4 months. I know the whole story of lone wolves.
There you go. There's no point in being alone when we could all have some, we all agree. We all agree, right?
Everybody has a job to do in our circle of shooters here. Everybody has their specialty. It's just like being in the Marine Corps. You're a specialist. What are you a specialist at?
Rock, dude, you are a genius, man. You sound like a guy named Moyoc Man. Your name is Sergeant Rock, but Sergeant Rock, if you talk to Moyoc Man, you guys would be like the same superhuman. You guys are the same. You guys say the same, like you're consistent. That's hilarious.
Does he come in here, or is he a real
Oh,
guy?
dude, you guys are like the same. You guys are hardcore. You guys have the same opinion. Yeah, he comes in here a lot. He probably comes in here all the time.
Other than the
No,
fact
hold
that
on, hold
Moyak
on.
knows that he's wrong.
Moyak and Sergeant Rock are the same guy. These
Moyak.
guys have the same worldview.
But Moyak believes it's a globe.
Dude, you gotta have them talk to each other. That would be the trick. You
But
guys,
Moyak knows it's a globe.
that's crazy. That's insane. You guys are identical in like crazy ways. That's cool.
Okay, do you see the barrel on that tank that Riggs put up there? At 159 in the live stream text. See that barrel?
Okay, I'll take the bait. What caliber is that?
That's a 120 millimeter barrel right there.
Dude, they bombed cities with those tanks.
Those
You
are bad.
remember? Hold on. Do you remember Fallujah?
Of course, I remember Fallujah.
Dude, you know, one of the biggest American fucking military war all time, like,
Oh, for
I don't know if
God's
you heard that, but if you've never heard of Fallujah, it's the American military force dominating a city for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Craziness. We bombed them into the dust and then recycled them into the dust again. It was insane. We've never dominated a country the way the US dominated Fallujah. If you don't know what that happened, you don't appreciate American dominance. I don't know if you guys know that. American dominance has been crushed into the sand. We did that in Fallujah, pure dominance.
Yep. So it looks like at 159, Riggs is in here. Riggs knows me. Riggs, are you in here?
Riggs is a legend. Riggs is always here.
Riggs has been around for years. I've known Riggs for years. Yeah.
Riggs is underappreciated, I think.
Riggs is a good guy. I've always liked Riggs. Now, Riggs would know me by my original name from 24/7, which is Roche, Roche. That was my original handle before Sergeant.
What's up, Roche? Welcome to the server.
There, he said. There you go.
Riggs! He knows me.
Yeah, Roche is old school.
United again.
God, I've known you for what? At least 3 years, at least, maybe 4.
Yeah, maybe.
Cool, man. Well, good to see you again. I haven't seen you around for a while. Glad I found this place.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be all right. Geo is taking care of it.
Is this the Geo from 24/7?
Yeah. Yeah.
The one and only Geo.
Yeah, he got
Love.
tired of the politics and the bullshit, and he just started his own shindig.
Yeah. I know the politics got crazy. I know.
You know.
Well, good. I'm glad to see Geo. I was looking at his little PFP there, and I go, God, I wonder if this is Geo. And it's Geo. Well, this is good. It's like an old reunion here. This is good.
Yeah, this has been the best hangout I've found in a long time.
Yeah,
It seems to have good, genuine, novel conversations that you don't get other places. So
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to be here. Well, the wife just looked at me and gave me the cut my throat time. So I guess it's time for bed. It's 2:15 here in Arizona, so I got a big day tomorrow. But look, you guys, I will be in every day. This is going to be one of my new internet homes, so I hope you don't mind if I'm going to bug you for a while. So.
Damn it.
But I'll be in here, and it's really good
Bro,
to be here.
that was hilarious. You're always
Glad to have
welcome.
you, brother.
I'll
You have
see
a
you
good
guys
Always
tomorrow.
welcome. Absolutely.
But I am going to have to say goodbye and check out for now.
I think there's
I like
I
Rich
mean,
the 33. Okay, time to go Betty bye. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
do you think he's completely ignorant, or what do you guys think?
About what? About your accusation?
Do you think he has a clue?
I think it doesn't matter. I accept him either way. He does.
I think he's just
That's a good
trolling
point.
you. He's an FBI agent. He's actually a glober. He's only here to get information.
Well, Roche has been all right for a long time, so I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
worried
how you
about it.
become an insider. You spend a long time making yourself seem nice, but in all reality, you're a leak. You're a spy. You're an FBI agent.
I
Yeah,
don't
I've
even
heard
care.
that too. I've heard that.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't even
Are you
care.
do you work for a government? Let's answer the simple
I
question. What government do
cannot
you work for?
disclose. I cannot disclose who I work for.
Oh, that's fair, but I want to ask him, right? He should answer. What government do you work for?
Roche is gone.
Okay. He doesn't work for a government. Just
We all work for
completely
the government in
international.
some way, shape, or form.
No problem, right?
What, Russ? Just
I mean, what
we all
is he
work
gonna
for the
do? He's
government in
gonna
some way, shape, or form.
join this free server, and he's gonna get information that he could have got anyway. Who cares?
It's free
there
information.
was this guy that was in here who's a trained sniper or a retired trained sniper.
Oh
and
God.
You think
and
this guy shot
Synclancer-
someone?
Synclancer was joking about him being an FBI agent a bunch.
I think he's a liar. Yeah. He's a cow. He's a lie. You think this guy shot someone? Are you an idiot?
No,
What
he
do you
didn't.
mean?
I think that he was a bad
No,
sniper.
you think
because
this guy like killed someone?
He was a
Why?
very bad sniper because he never accounted for Coriolis. That's
Who
what I'll tell
told
you.
you about? Who tried to talk you into that? Why do you believe that shit? Some guy shot someone. You think you believe that shit?
You think people don't get shot?
No, you seem to think there's some sort of war story, like he was fighting someone, got shot. What do you? How do you know any of this? Like, what are you talking about? Why would you want me to? Like, dude, there's so many different like. I don't know how you know what you think you do. So,
Well, there's a difference between knowledge and knowing the truth,
good luck
isn't there?
trying to prove shit to me. I don't know.
Look, Roche has been tested by other people for a long time, and
Tested in what manner? Whether he knows what he knows or whether he's actually a government
people
spy.
like yourself have questioned him, and there's no pause, and there's just information. I mean,
Well, yeah,
I
because
don't
he's a
know. I
government
don't know
spy.
what
He's been
the.
trained in the art of subterfuge. He's not
What is
going
he
to reveal
spying
himself
about?
over some
What's he
simple
spying about?
questions. He's not going to reveal himself over some simple question. He's an FBI agent.
What's he spying about?
The flat Earth. He's looking for insider knowledge on how to shut you guys down
Oh,
from revealing the
oh
secrets.
no. Oh no. He done
Some kind
did
of
it.
government suppression.
Yeah. How else do you think they're getting this insider knowledge on how to shut you guys down? Go to your sources of YouTube and TikTok and all of these things where they're shutting you down at the source. That's how they do it.
Well, according to some flat earthers or people who reject the globe, let's be generous in our terminology, an awful lot of people that they view on their side are actually inside shills who are government actors.
Yeah. And that's exactly who Sergeant Rock is. He's a spy for the government. It's quite obvious by everything he just said and the questions he didn't want to answer.
I don't know anything about him, so I've got no comment.
No, yeah. But
Apart from the fact he's
he's
71.
Yeah. But I was asking him whether he ever had to account for Coriolis, and essentially the answer is no. He never had to account for Coriolis. It was never in any
Right.
handbook or any training.
But if he's shooting out to about 800 meters, he doesn't need to. You really
And
don't.
that's essentially what he was doing. He said 1,600 feet about is the
Yeah.
maximum he would shoot. Which is why I didn't really push him on it anymore, because it's not going
1,600
to
yards.
change anything. 1,600 yards, okay.
Yeah, which is what, less than a kilometer.
Yeah. Or no, that's a
No.
kilometer and a half.
Yeah, a kilometer and a half, about 1.4 kilometers. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's less than a mile. I still think that's on the edge of it.
Yeah, like I would say that he wouldn't be able to consistently shoot at that and consistently hit targets at that unless he used Coriolis. But of course, if you just shoot at that distance periodically, then of course you're gonna be relatively close.
Well, generally,
course-
again, you at that range, you're walking shots in anyway. You know, unless you got a
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
awesome
You
spotter.
have a spotter who tells you how to adjust your aim. And that's the thing is, if you're the kind of person that needs to shoot really long distances and be accurate for a shot, like the covert snipers, then you need to account for everything before you should take the first shot. But
Very rare that a
otherwise,
cold bore hits. Very rare.
Yeah.
Very, very rare. More luck than judgment in a lot of cases. I've got a friend that likes shooting long distance. I used to go. One of the reasons I used to love going to the US is I get to shoot, and I've got quite a few friends that shoot, and we used to go out to Nevada. You know, been out there a dozen times or more, just to go to a range because it's just something we don't get access to in the UK. Yeah, but I mean, there I was only shooting up to about 300 meters.
Just, do you have a shooting license?
I used to have a smoothbore license in the UK, but not anymore.
Can you
Shotguns.
shoot a rifle in the UK?
Yeah, I could get a rifle if I had a purpose for it, but I don't.
Well, you can. Can you own an?
Yeah.
Have any rifles?
Yeah,
he can own it if he has a purpose for owning it.
So I grew up on a farm. When I grew up on a farm, I had a purpose to own a shotgun. I could have also owned a rifle at that point as well. I could have got a rifled license, even as a 15-year-old. Yeah, a lot of the shit they tell you about our gun laws is kind of a bit crap. There are quite a few guns in the UK. It's just what we don't do is let Joe Bob come in off the street and say, hey, I'd like to buy this rifle. Let me do my paperwork. Okay, it's a standard rifle, so there's nothing special I need to do on my tax certs.
Okay.
So my waiting time might be pick it up or, you know, it's going to be about 4 weeks. Obviously, an SBR, you can take a lot longer.
Basically, you can't go into into a supermarket and come out with a rifle.
That's not really the case in the vast majority of the US. That's the exception, not the rule.
Hold on, how much ammo can you buy?
Shotgun, I used to have.
No, hold on. No, like,
not
can
sure
you
about
buy an-
rifles. I've
can
never,
you
never,
buy an
never
assault?
owned one.
Hold on. Can you buy an assault rifle?
No. The same way as you can't buy an assault rifle
Well,
in the US
no, I can build-
unless
I can
it's
build one.
pre-1961 before the
Hold
receiver
on.
stamps came in, and then you grandfather it in with no modifications.
Well, hold on. I can build an assault rifle.
And
I
you're
don't have
saying you can legally build and then own that assault rifle.
No, every
Yeah.
receiver
That
in
is
America
not
now
true.
requires a stamp mark.
No, I can build it. Anyone
but it'd be
You can
illegal.
build it, but not legally.
You can buy every piece.
But it
But
would
not
be
legally
illegal.
keep it.
There's nothing illegal about buying every piece.
But when you put
Yeah,
it
not-
together, and it's the same way.
There's
is it
literally
not illegal?
nothing
Hold on a second.
illegal
Let me get a
about
point back in. Please stop interrupting.
allowed.
So if I went out and got a pistol or I got a long, a cut down rifle with a wrist brace. It used to be perfectly legal to use it as wrist brace, but as soon as you touched it to your shoulder, it was then an illegal weapon because that then would be classified as an SBR. Is that not the case?
I'm sure gun laws have changed. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think things have changed?
Well, it's
at
also
all?
the same how you can buy
when it
all the
comes to guns
ingredients. You can buy
and
all the
using
ingredients for
guns?
crystal meth, but once you turn it into
Okay.
meth, it's illegal.
So guns and meth are the same thing? Are you saying?
No, but the concept is the same.
So
In
okay.
the individual
Well, okay.
ingredients and parts are legal. Put them together,
Guns and
they are
meth are the
illegal.
same thing. Okay.
The principle of the legality of the parts versus the whole is the same.
I don't know what you're arguing for, dude. What are you arguing?
Fact that if you build an assault rifle,
what side are you on? What does that
if
mean?
you build an if you build an automatic rifle in
People
America,
do shit.
and
Okay.
do you actually hear someone else talking, Sin Cleanser?
I don't think he does.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you're talking about guns. Go ahead.
So if you have a machine gun, an automatic weapon, not an assault rifle, because that's just a stupid thing that people talk about in the US. If you have an automatic rifle, i.e., it will fire repetitively with one pull of the trigger, regardless of how you put that thing together. As soon as you put it together, it's an illegal weapon.
Yeah.
Any receiver
Exactly.
and any
Yeah.
receiver that is not stamped is an illegal receiver.
Yes, you're correct. 100%. This is measured to the highest degree. I don't know how else they would measure. How else would you measure gun control? These things are created and accounted for and spread with a statistical chance that they can figure out who buys what they're selling. You know what I mean? So,
They know who's buying what because you have to register the gun.
My only point here is most Americans own guns. We own a lot of guns. So there you go. Consider
And that's
the
why you have a lot of
guns.
gun crime. Whoa.
No. That's
Progress.
why we have a lot of protection.
Liberty.
This is why.
School
This is why we're not
shootings.
Australia. We have guns. Australia doesn't have guns.
You have guns
We
and you
win
have school shootings.
where Australia loses because, certain instances have allowed for self-defense. And self-defense isn't violence. And self-defense is not violence, is understanding.
The vast majority of usage of handguns in the US and when involved in actual people being shot is in crime.
Well, dress.
So most of those guns are illegal because they're generally being stolen from somebody. But the trouble is because you have so many guns in the system.
Where did you hear that from? Who told you that? Who told you that? Where did you hear that from? Who talked you into believing that? There's no way that you could actually believe that from anyone who lives here. You're saying 30-something fucking % are all just killing each other and doing crazy shit? No. What the hell? Who talked you into believing this shit?
How are you this oblivious and cleanser?
Dude,
I just don't want to engage
dude,
anymore.
I've lived.
He's continually over talking, so I'm just not interested.
Okay.
And it's
Well, I just
true,
think-
Sequence. You
listen.
are over talking and not actually
Okay,
often
then
addressing what
okay,
they
go
say.
ahead.
I think you're a little bit late on the source, mate, and it's having an effect on your interaction with others.
Well, there's an argument that says that, there's no reason for shit. And I think that's based on a whole bunch of philosophy that if you look into it, doesn't really make much sense, right? Like astronomy. Everything in astronomy is probably bullshit, I think. We'd all agree. So why would you believe anything?
Astronomy? No. Astrology? Yes.
Okay, so you look up into the stars. What does that mean to you? What do you think you know when you look up at the stars?
I can know where I am on Earth by looking up at the stars. That's celestial navigation.
Okay, so how do you do it?
You
How do
measure
I
the
figure that
angle.
out?
You use a sextant to measure the angle to the horizon, and then you use some maths and then what are they called? The books with the data. I forgot what they're called, and then you use that to verify where you are on Earth.
So I have one question.
Mm-hmm. What is your one question?
How do you measure the angle of imaginary lines?
How did you get a distance from an angle? I'm
I
not
got an
good at math
angle.
though. I don't know
I got,
enough about math though.
yeah, that's fine. I got an angle, and then I used the what is it called? The book with the like GPS and shit. I forgot what
What
they're
is that
called.
called? I don't know what that would be called.
There is a word
How did
for
you
it.
get a
I'm just
distance
blanking
from
on
an
it.
angle?
An almanac.
Almanac, that's it. You look in the almanac where they have pre-recorded DP per time or per time of day, and then the
Interesting.
angle you convert to a zenith distance by using some geometry, which conforms to a globe by saying 69 miles per degree of the zenith.
What's the measurement between the two differences? You had two measurements. What was the average of the two distances?
Well, no, we measure the angle to 3 stars, and we'll get zenith distances to
Yeah.
3 GPs.
What was the
and then we
average?
see whether.
You had to have two numbers before you got the third.
What do you mean? What's the average?
There's got to be two angles before you can get the third triangle.
No, that's not how it works. You get 3 angles to 3 different stars, and then you use trilateration.
You got two angles. What's the third angle?
No, you're not thinking correctly on this. It's not 3. It's not that you're getting 2 angles of a triangle and then calculating the third angle. You're getting angles to stars.
Pythagorean theorem.
I know,
What
but
do you
that's
think?
not what celestial
A
navigation
plus
is
B
about.
equals C. That's
Yes, that is Pythagorean
two
theorem, but
parts
that's
of a
not what you.
triangle
That's
equal
not
the
what you
third.
use in celestial
What?
navigation. How many times do I have to say this?
You're not
You
a
do not use
sailor.
Pythagoras in celestial
You're not a
navigation.
sailor, dude. What do you have?
No, but
you
I
talking
know how
about?
celestial navigation works. And you do not use Pythagorean theorem. You use the angles to stars, transforming that into a zenith distance, and then you use the almanac to figure out the GP at the current time of day, and then you trilaterate to figure out what your latitude and longitude is on a plotting map. I know how celestial navigation works. Pythagorean theorem is not a part of it, and using globe geometry is a part of it. That is why I know that celestial navigation is a globe proof.
That's not true.
You can claim it's not true, but I know it is true.
Yeah, you know what I'm
How
gonna
did all
do?
the civilizations
I'm gonna
before
pray
do
for
it
you.
then?
I think you're lost. You're gone.
So
You've no chance. I'm gonna pray
all the
for you.
civilizations,
You're so
the
confused.
civilizations that use celestial
I'm praying
navigation
for
knew it
you.
was a globe,
I
and
want you to end up in a good place.
That's a lie.
I'm
Vikings,
gonna pray
we're
for
globe
you.
earthers now.
I'm praying for you. What could you
The
say against
Vikings
someone that?
tended to do
Hold
mostly
on.
river trading and not really massive sea voyages until they actually had the concept of a compass. Getting your position north-south is not that hard, but knowing where you are east-west is. And that's why the people that actually made the voyages to places like Iceland were so celebrated.
Just hold on 1 second. Why does it matter where you're going? What does it matter where they're going?
it is very important, because if you're going in a cardinal direction or a direction,
Where are they trying to
in
go?
comparison.
Plenty, you've got to stop over talking people, mate. It's getting beyond a joke. You're a mod. Act like one.
If you
And
know
then you had
that you're
the ancient
going,
Polynesians.
if you know you're going in a specific direction, as in like east, west, northwest, or whatever, and you're able to use a compass, then no, you don't need to use celestial navigation or figuring out your longitude and latitude. But if you want to figure out your longitude and latitude, you need spherical geometry to get this to work out to a real position on Earth. So yes, you can use the stars and like go towards the North Star, or use the North Star to guide yourself, by cardinal directions. But you cannot figure out your longitude and latitude on Earth and have it accurate unless you use globe geometry.
Then
That is
why
my full statement.
Then why was longitude such a big mystery up until 1790?
Because latitude you can figure out by the North Star alone, which doesn't move, while longitude you needed other methods that were a bit more advanced.
Well, I'm asking you, if everything could be figured out with the stars, why was longitude such a big deal?
Because you need an almanac and you need to figure out the GPs of specific stars.
You
So
needed to know your
it
time
wasn't-
accurately. That was the main problem.
And keep time accurately. It's not as simple as with the North Star, just measuring the angle to the horizon and then use that to figure out your latitude. It is needed to keep time. You need to have an almanac of the specific GPs at specific times, and then be able to match that to a specific GP on Earth, and then use that to trilaterate your position. Or even also the sun could be used to do this instead of a star, and the moon as well, of course. But what you needed was the GPs, which depended on time, which
By
means you need to
GP,
keep
mean-
time. GP is ground position, so where where you would stand on Earth to get a 90-degree zenith angle.
So you're essentially arguing that latitude, that the stars only work for latitude.
No, I'm arguing that if you want to figure out your longitude and latitude using stars, if you do not use globe geometry, you will not get an accurate answer. You will not get your actual position on Earth.
That's bunk. That's absolutely false.
If they knew,
that's fine. You
If
can
they
claim it's
knew-
false, but it
You
is
just
true.
use the light in the sky. You have the time from where you left and the time from where you are right now, like the time zone difference. You don't, just because you have time zones doesn't mean you need the globe model. It depends
So
on
I've
the
just
movement
put-
of the sun.
I've just posted Reed's almanac. Yeah.
If you want to figure out your zenith distance, you need globe geometry. You cannot get your zenith distance without globe geometry. This is the important part.
That's not true.
In what sense is it not true? How do you figure out zenith distance? Do you know this?
The zenith distance is just the distance of the light at its zenith, right?
No, it is the distance that corresponds to the angle in the sky to the star you're looking at from your position.
Okay.
You're figuring out a line of position based on the angle in the sky, and that line of position is the zenith distance away from the GP of the star.
So
And the only way
basically
to figure out the zenith distance is using globe geometry of 69 miles per degree, or 60 nautical miles per degree, which is globe geometry.
Hold
This
up. So
does not
zenith
work
distance
out on a flat Earth.
So zenith distance is basically the altitude of whatever luminary you're using.
No, zenith distance is how you go from the zenith angle to a distance from the GP. That is the zenith distance. And to do that, you use globe geometry.
The GP
angle
being the place that you're coming from.
No, the GP being the ground position of whatever
you-
star or celestial body you're measuring from. So
I don't know about that.
For simplicity, let's say the star. So the GP of the star at, let's say, 1200 AM or whatever, 700 AM is where on Earth would the 90-degree azimuth be for the sun at that time. That would be the GP of the sun. So it's a position on Earth where if you stood, the sun would be
Yes,
straight
right
up.
overhead.
And though that is simply recorded in the almanac, like just posted. But then if you want to go from the GP, which is recorded in the almanac, to a zenith distance to figure out your line of position, you need globe math.
No, you don't. You just need to be able to keep time.
So how do you do it then?
You go.
How do you go from
a
a
specific direction, right? Either east or west. You keep time, find out how many hours. So it was the GP or whatever it was. The sun was at its zenith at that first location. You traveled like west, for 4 hours. You kept the time, so you know it's 4 hours. You know it's 15 degrees per hour. You know that your longitude has changed by 15 times by 4, 60 degrees.
What?
Oh my god.
It's as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that.
No.
It's
It
definitely
really
as simple
isn't.
as that. We know it's 15 degrees per hour.
I would like you to put up a method agreeing with what you've just said.
We know it's 15 degrees per hour. We know that they had clocks on their ships, right? So we know that the time difference between it.
No, I don't want you to explain it. I want you to put up a source.
Bro, like this is how I'm telling you how it is.
No, I don't care what you're telling me how it is. I want you to post the source.
Okay, first you have to make your contention clear.
I want you to post the source. You have to make your contention clear.
What part do you disagree with?
No, I don't. I want you to post the source supporting what you've just said.
All right. Give me a second.
So in the UK, we have been publishing the Sailor's Almanac since 1767.
Hey, Dress.
And the reason
are you good at
sorry, Sinclair.
Are you good at astronomy, Dress? You know how to do it?
So in the UK, we've been posting the Sailor's Almanac since 1767, and there's a reason we've been posting it since 1767 and not earlier.
Is that like a Druid, Stonehenge, pagan thing?
The truth
I heard
is,
that
like
the
I've
Stonehenge
said,
is like a pagan Druid worship cult religion of like
the truth
British
is
people.
what I've mentioned is that if you want to get a zenith distance from an angle, you need globe geometry. You still haven't provided any method of getting the zenith distance without globe geometry. If you can provide this, I will concede. But you cannot, because it's physically impossible.
You haven't shown how it requires a globe.
Dude, you're just pointing
I've explained.
at a star.
You're not just pointing at a star, you're measuring an angle to a star, converting that to a zenith distance from a GP, and then trilaterating using 3 different stars. It's not pointing to a star.
There is no angle. You're just pointing.
And yet it freaking works out in reality. Jerry, this argument doesn't work for you.
No,
I know ignorance is a good tool for you, but it doesn't work in this scenario.
It doesn't work in reality because you still don't know how to figure out longitude.
And yet we
You need a
figure out our
clock.
latitude, longitude using celestial navigation all the time. What is your deal, Jerry? Why are you denying reality? Why are you so delusional?
Dude, you need a clock for longitude. That's what they needed. If all you needed was the stars, they wouldn't have needed John
You need
Harrison's
a clock on
fancy
top
clock.
of the stars because you need an accurate GP, which can only happen if you know time.
What?
Exactly. That's why you have a clock for.
Yeah. This is bullshit.
It is kind of bullshit if you think about it.
It's bullshit that what you need in reality is time and a star and an angle and a conversion due to globe geometry. I
doesn't
know it's
really
bullshit,
explain
but it's
why.
true.
The last one,
Doesn't
conversion
really
due to
tell
globe
us
geometry,
anything.
is unnecessary.
You can claim that, but it's not
What
true.
globe geometry?
You need the geometry of the angle change per circumference of Earth.
Why do you need
because
any of
that's
that
what you
stuff?
that's
Hold
because
on.
that's what you
Can you
use to
answer
get
me?
an accurate
No, you're presupposing your
location.
model. You're
Hold on,
presupposing
I
that
want
it's
to
a
ask a
globe.
real question.
Yeah.
Why do you need to know any of that?
Because otherwise you don't get an
who
accurate
told you think
position
you
on
should think
Earth.
about that?
Because otherwise you don't get an accurate position on Earth. This is what
It
has
does. Why do you
panned
think
out
that's
in
important
reality.
to anything? What
Because you
makes
want
that
to know where you are on
important?
Earth. That's why it's important.
Why does it matter?
Because you want to know where you are so you can navigate.
Why? Why does it
So
matter?
you can Oh my god. Okay,
If
I'm
you
done.
could tell me why you think it matters, I would be genuinely impressed.
Because otherwise you're lost at sea and you'll die from starvation and thirst.
Okay. You told me where it's cold and I exist. What does that mean? The hell are you talking about? Like, what are you trying to tell me?
I'm going to tell you that celestial navigation is a useful tool that only
Okay,
works
sure.
using globe geometry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
And it's an insult to the people before you
I'll
who have
remember
traveled
to
long
not.
distances
Thank
overseas
you.
to deny this. It is an insult.
It's
You put in
ridiculous.
a lot of work. You tried. You did it.
Yeah, it's just so hard to outmatch your ignorance. It's so hard.
I mean, the lines of latitude were figured out by the sun and the stars, and then longitude was with the clock, which is based on the movement of the sun. None of this
There you
has
go.
anything.
I would read that story that I've just put in the post.
Just look at it. They just looked at it. All they did was look at it. Look
They
at
just
it.
look at it.
They
It's
looked
the
at
same
it.
Just
effect.
look
That's the
at
thing.
it.
They're assuming that that the Earth is going around the sun and stuff like that, and that the sun.
Yes, you
is
make
stationary
assumptions
and
and
the
they
Earth is a
pan
globe.
out in reality. That's
No,
why we
in
know it's
reality, you're still going to
true.
get this 360 degrees that you need to find out that it's 15 degrees per hour by the sun moving over a flat Earth. You
Well,
get the
I
same
don't even know if
exact
he
effect.
said that. I don't think he ever said that though.
No, but that's what he's trying to say. He's saying,
No,
in
but
order to
like,
find out your position from the zenith distance, which is like basically the distance that he said is the distance above the ground position of the luminary, right? Then
You don't
basically the
need
distance
15
from the luminary.
degrees per
Then
hour.
you
No,
will
you do
need a
not.
globe, but you don't actually need a globe because you have the same exact effect with the sun moving instead of the Earth
You do
moving.
not. Because the sun only gives you degrees. I'm talking about converting degrees to a zenith distance on Earth, which you have to use globe geometry for. This is what I'm talking about that you're
no,
going
you
to ignore
So
don't.
you
because you
think
don't
that they knew the
understand it.
radius when they first started
You
seafaring?
don't.
These
Yes.
these globe Vikings, they knew the radius of the
Yes.
Earth. Come on, man.
The Globe Vikings
Not the
dominated
This guy is
North
just
because the
America. We
Vikings
shit
did not
on you
use
guys,
celestial
and then we
navigation
gave
to
you
match out their latitude and
Nordic
longitude.
Polynesians,
gods.
the ancient Polynesians that
Okay.
were, going
They
to
did not match
islands
out
like
their
1,000
longitude
miles
and
away.
latitude.
Come on, man.
They did
And
not
actually
map
did.
out their longitude
I mean,
and
Hold on.
if
Why
I
don't you
can
guys
just
want to hold
chip in
on?
on the
You guys don't want to
Peloponnesians.
hear. You don't want to hear like Nordic fucking domination Viking stories. How we dominated
After
North
synchronized is
America.
finished.
We did
I'm
it.
Swedish, so I know a lot about
We
Vikings, and what you're
conquered
claiming
North
is
America
incorrect.
and discovered it. How did we do it? Good question.
Because you thought
Just
you were
going back,
going
sorry, I
to
just want to
India,
jump on
but
the
you...
Peloponnesian bit
Yeah,
before we
go
move
ahead,
on.
Chris,
So
go ahead.
one of the problems you have with that sort of example using there, if you do a little bit of reading into anthropology, and you look at how the Peloponnesians traded with each other, they really only traded with very close islands, which is one of the problems that Easter Island had being so distant. There was only one other island they actually traded with, and that was very little compared to other things. So the Peloponnesians as a people were very isolated once they got to their destination.
How many islands were there?
What does that matter?
It matters because if there were a bunch of
The
islands and they had to travel between
hundreds
them, okay.
over the entirety of the South
Good
Pacific.
question.
And
Good
how
Got
far?
lots of different places.
And how far were they from
How
each
many
other?
islands were there?
Oh, do you want
What
me
was
to
the
do a
minimum
list?
and
Okay,
maximum
let's
distances?
do a list of how distant
I
every
don't
single
know.
island in the South Pacific
How
is away
No,
from
many?
just
each
give me
other.
the
Is that
How
minimum
okay?
many
and
you
the
got?
maximum distances between any two islands.
Well, the
How
most
many
distant,
islands
I
are we
think.
talking about?
Okay,
There's probably a cost benefit analysis. Could probably find.
Because as far as I know, that some of them have like 1,000 miles between them.
Things are changing. That's what they tell us, at least. I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Mic check.
Percentage, what you're listening to now is the death of the Glock. Over.
Damn.
Moment of silence.
Sounds good.
Gummy Bear ran to Gems. Chemo's in there.
There's your source, Drust.
Morning, guys. Is it just quiet in here? Mic check. Mic check. Videos don't seem to be working on YouTube either. Is that my PC?
Morning.
Oh, it is working. Good morning.
Good morning.
The live stream's not working, or are they?
Oh, they're not.
Yeah, it says video unavailable.
Right, you go. Yeah.
It should be working, I think.
Oh, it does say video unavailable. Playback on other websites has been disabled by the video owner. See whether I can actually go to YouTube.
Seems like there's a lot to synchronize.
Yeah, I don't think they're live. I don't think there's anything live at the minute. I was listening to one of my old videos the other day, at night, and we're going over the thing for the main surveyor and his logic revolving around his plumb lines not being parallel. And me talking to them at Gems, and I wonder if it might be worth trying it again, because that was early on, to see whether people get the logic based around that. Fake surveyors stuff. wait till there's some more people in though. It's only the shape thing. I mean, I don't know. Do you reckon the shape things are becoming less and less important for the shape of for the flat Earth thing? I think people want to take it into the conspiracy realms of all of the other things.